Chapter 124. In the Tang dynasty, when the transportation capacity was low, the express business had a great future. Li Wangyu felt that if he pulled a four-wheeled carriage team, he would definitely make a lot of money. The only pity was that he didn't have horses. The horses of the four-wheeled carriage team of Dingzhou village all belonged to the Chang and county government. The village was only borrowing them, and they had to return them when they returned to Chang'an. A horse cost about 9 to 10 strings of copper coins. This time they sold the grain for 420 strings of copper coins, 70 strings of copper coins were divided, and 350 strings of copper coins were left. Helping shopkeeper Ma transport porcelain could earn them another 600 strings of copper coins, and a total of 950 strings of copper coins. In this way, if the money was used to buy horses, they could buy about 100 horses, and they could get more than 24-wheeled carriages to transport them. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. This was a profitable business. With Chang'an as the center, they could help merchants transport goods between the east and west cities. They could transport goods within a distance of 1,000 miles. After making money, they could continue to buy horses. It wouldn't be long before the transportation industry of Chang'an city was taken over by Dingzhou village. At that time, they could eat Wangyou's elbow and throw it away. It was beautiful. After making an agreement with shopkeeper Ma, they would go to the Ma family's kiln to transport porcelain the next morning. Li Wangyu hurried back to the carriage shop with Niu Wu. He found the old villager, pulled him into his room, and told him what had just happened. When the old villager heard that Li Wangyu actually went out for a stroll and found a job for the team to transport goods back to Chang'an, his face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. When he heard that Li Wangyu said that the transportation cost was 600 strings of copper coins, the old man almost had a heart attack. Xiao Lang, stop fooling around. How can you give so much money? Just let us transport goods. The old villager shook his head, thinking that Li Wangyu was joking with him. Li Wangyu smiled and stared at him without saying anything. The old villager was speechless. He asked in disbelief, "Are you really going to give me 600 strings of cash?" "That's right. I'll go and pick up the goods tomorrow morning. If you deliver them to Chang'an within 5 days, I'll pay you 600 strings of cash. Here's the contract." Li Wangyu took out the shipping contract he had signed with shopkeeper Ma. The old villager hurriedly took it and read it carefully several times before he finally believed that it was not a joke. "Oh my God, isn't this a pie falling from the sky? It won't take 5 days. It'll be delivered in 3 days." The old villager said excitedly. Li Wangyu shook his head. "We can't be so sure. What if we run into something special along the way? For example, if there's a rainstorm or something that delays the journey, you'll have to pay for it." "That's true. You can't be so sure. Xiao Lang, you're so thoughtful." The old villager nodded repeatedly. Li Wangyu asked again, "Old village chief, what do you think of this matter?" "What do you mean?" "This business of transporting goods. Can we do it?" The old villager was stunned. "Of course we can do it. This business is like picking up money. Unfortunately, this is the only time. When we return to Chang'an, the horses will have to be returned to the county government." Li Wangyu smiled and pointed to the contract on the table. "Isn't this money? We'll buy horses and transport them ourselves. We'll pick up goods for the merchants in Chang'an. What do you think?" His words stunned the old villager for a long time. This old man had been facing the yellow soil and the sky all his life. When he suddenly heard Li Wangyu say that he wanted the villagers to pick up goods, he was a little stunned. However, the old man quickly understood Li Wangyu's idea. He was so excited that his beard was about to curl up. "Xiao Lang, this is a good idea. With little Lang's four-wheeled carriage, we can buy a batch of horses, and then we can start a transportation business." TSK, this will make more money than the farmers. That's right. I think we should not divide the 300 strings of copper coins. We can use all of it to buy horses. Let's treat it as a partnership between all the households in the village. We'll divide the money after we make money. The old villager immediately nodded. I think it's okay. We'll do as you say. After the two discussed this matter, the old villager and Li Wangyu returned to the datong shop. They gathered all the farmers and told them what they had just discussed. This time, it was the group of farmers' turn to be dumbfounded. It was not easy to confirm that Li Wangyu's words were true. They were all boiling with excitement. Li Wangyu struck while the iron was hot. He described the beautiful future of the express delivery business for everyone. He also drew a big pie, which made the farmers even more excited. They couldn't wait to run the business and earn the copper coins now. After a long time, everyone unanimously agreed that they would not divide the money. They would go back to buy horses and transport goods. That night, many of the 70 or so villagers, including the old villagers, couldn't sleep. They tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In their hearts, they were thinking about the express delivery business that Li Wangyu had talked about. Early the next morning, Li Wangyu was happy when he went out. Why did a group of old and young men all have panda eyes? After a casual breakfast, everyone drove the carriages straight to the entrance of the Ma family Yao outside of Yin Province City. Shopkeeper Ma was already waiting there. When he saw the carriages arrive, he was slightly surprised. He had thought that Li Wangyu and the others would use carriages to transport goods. This way, they could send the porcelain to Chang'an City in 5 days. He did not expect that there would only be 30 carriages. In shopkeeper Ma's mind, it would take at least 100 to 200 carriages to transport 1,000 don of grain, let alone his 800 to 900 don of porcelain. Mr. Xiao Lang, why are there only these carriages? Where are the other carriages? Shopkeeper Ma hurriedly asked Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was taken aback. No, that's all we have. Shopkeeper Ma, get someone to load the goods. What? Only 30 carriages? Mr. Xiao Lang, are you kidding? How can we load all of them? Li Wangyu said, Shopkeeper Ma, don't worry. Just let someone carry the porcelain. There won't be a problem if each carriage carries 20 don of porcelain. At this point, Shopkeeper Ma did not have time to think. He simply ordered the craftsmen to carry the porcelain out and start loading the carriages. The Tang dynasty had already figured out a set of methods to prevent the porcelain from being damaged during transportation. The craftsmen would stack the porcelain pieces according to their type and specifications and tie them together. Then, they would sprinkle some sand to fill the gaps. Next, they would plant some bean or wheat seeds. After watering, these seeds would germinate and intertwine with each other. Thus, the bound porcelain pieces would be firmly tied together to form a solid whole. This way, the packaged porcelain could be transported to the west through the long Silk Road by camel caravans. At the entrance of the Ma family Yao, the porcelain pieces had already been packed and prepared. At shopkeeper Ma's command, the craftsmen started loading the carriages. The villagers of Dingzhou village were busy fixing the carriages with ropes to prevent the porcelain pieces from being shaken off the carriages. After an hour, the 30 carriages were all loaded. Shopkeeper Ma, get on the carriages. It's getting late. We have to hurry. The old villager called out. With so many porcelain pieces being transported, shopkeeper Ma naturally had to escort the carriages. He took a few servants of the Ma family and boarded the carriages of Dingzhou village. Until now, shopkeeper Ma's heart was still beating like a drum. He was afraid that he would be deceived, or that the horses could not pull such a heavy carriage. The old villager shouted and the horsewhips sounded one after another. When the four-wheeled carriage slowly started and trotted on the road to Chang'an, the expression on shopkeeper Ma's face was wonderful. He was really scared. Chapter 125. In fact, The four-wheeled carriages were not running fast. Compared to the speed of horses, the carriages were only trotting. But even so, the speed of the carriages reached 20 kilometers per hour, which was about the same as the speed of bicycles. Every 2 hours, the carriages stopped to let the horses rest for an hour. In one day, the carriages ran 200 or 300 miles on the post road. Shopkeeper Ma was finally convinced that they could reach Chang'an in 5 days. No, at this speed, they could reach Chang'an in 3 days at most. Shopkeeper Ma, who was used to this post road, was shocked. That night, Shopkeeper Ma found Li Wangyu when he was resting at the post station. "Mr. Xiao Lang, I wonder if your carriages can undertake this kind of transportation for a long time in the future?" After witnessing the speed of the four-wheeled carriages of Dingzhou village, the shrewd shopkeeper Ma immediately thought of continuing the cooperation in the future. Li Wangyu was happy. This express delivery business was really promising. He had the first repeat customer. He immediately nodded. "Shopkeeper Ma, from now on, our carriages of Dingzhou village will undertake the transportation business in the east and west of Chang'an. If Shopkeeper Ma wants to cooperate for a long time, there is no problem. We can give you a discount." Shopkeeper Ma was overjoyed. He wanted to ask Li Wangyu to sign a long-term transportation contract, but Li Wangyu temporarily refused. What a joke. They hadn't even bought their horses yet. Now they were borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Li Wangyu promised to wait for the four-wheeled carriages of Dingzhou village. Once they were officially established, he would immediately go to the West Market to contact Shopkeeper Ma. Only then did Shopkeeper Ma leave with satisfaction. When the carriages passed through Yenzhou, Ma Zhou had already been waiting at the agreed place, for fear of missing the meeting with Li Wangyu. When they passed by the post station where they stayed for the night, Ma Zhou sold the old donkey to the postman at a cheap price. He still took Li Wangyu's carriage. The future prime minister of the Tang dynasty was completely convinced by Li Wangyu in just 2 or 3 days. Whether it was Li Wangyu's random astronomical and geographical knowledge, or Li Wangyu's practical knowledge, they all made Ma Zhou's heart burn. Not to mention that Li Wangyu would occasionally come up with 1 or 2 wonderful poems, which made his heart itch even more. Ma Zhou was also someone who wanted to get to the bottom of things. He kept asking about the astronomical and geographical knowledge that Li Wangyu had casually mentioned. However, Li Wangyu was just an ordinary university student in the future. That kind of general knowledge was something he knew but not the reason. If he had to fully explain why the sky was blue and why the fish could breathe in the water, that would really be asking for his life. Therefore, he could only evade Ma Zhou's question. Ma Zhou misunderstood. He thought that these were Li Wangyu's unique knowledge. As a bystander, it was very impolite of him to ask such a question. It was no wonder that Li Wangyu would hide something from him. With this mentality, Ma Zhou pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. When the four-wheeled carriage team passed by Fangzhou to rest, Ma Zhou disappeared. Li Wangyu was anxious and looked around for Ma Zhou. However, he saw Ma Zhou coming back with a pile of things in his hands. "Brother Ben Wang, where did you go?" "Teacher Zio, please accept this disciple's 6 gifts and allow this disciple to become your disciple and learn from you." Ma Zhou respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu and at the same time handed over the 6 gifts that he had just bought in Fangzhou. The 6 gifts for becoming a disciple were the 6 gifts that a disciple would give to their teacher. They were celery, which symbolized diligence and diligence, lotus seed, which symbolized painstaking education, red beans, which symbolized good luck, red dates, which symbolized high school early, longan, which symbolized perfection, and skinny strips of meat, which symbolized the disciple's sincerity. Ma Zhou's words gave Li Wangyu a fright. What the hell was going on? He just wanted to trick Ma Zhou into going to Dingzhou village to help. Why did this guy come to him for no reason to become his disciple? Not to mention that Ma Zhou was 27 or 28 years old this year, and he was only 16 years old. He was not even 20 years old yet. What was he trying to do? Brother Bin Wang, don't mess around. I am only 16 years old. Ma Zhou said seriously. Confucius said, there is always someone to learn from. Zio, you are more talented than me. I hope to learn from you. It is only right for me to be your disciple. Did he use too much strength to act cool? Li Wangyu began to reflect on himself. How did he trick Ma Zhou to the point that he was not clear-headed? Ma Zhou insisted on becoming Li Wangyu's disciple, which made things difficult for him. What could he teach Ma Zhou? The 36 moves to win in Mahjong or oral English? Li Wangyu suddenly felt that his university major was really a tragedy. If he knew that he would transmigrate back to the Tang dynasty, he would have chosen to major in ancient literature. However, he majored in e-commerce in university. Wasn't this a joke? Could it be that Ma Zhou wanted to become his disciple and study internet technology, computer technology, marketing, e-commerce technology, and e-commerce management in the Tang dynasty? Was this to prepare for his reincarnation 1,000 years later? Brother Bin Wang, I have little talent and knowledge. Please don't mention the matter of becoming my disciple again. Ma Zhou did not give up. He ignored Li Wangyu's rejection and directly knelt down. If teacher does not accept me as his disciple, I will not get up today. Li Wangyu suddenly understood what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on his own feet. Why did he try to trick Ma Zhou? Li Wangyu looked at the old villager for help, hoping that he would help him persuade Ma Zhou. Who knew that the old man laughed and said, Xiao Lang, I think you should accept this Ma Zhou. He is also wholeheartedly interested in learning. You should encourage him. This old man is actually adding fuel to the fire. His conscience is really bad. Li Wangyu looked at Niu Wu again. Forget it, this guy is probably the same as the old villager. He will only try to persuade me. Looking around, no one could help him persuade Ma Zhou. Even the surrounding villagers of Dingzhou village were praising Ma Zhou. Ma Lang is really smart. He knows to ask Xiao Lang to be his disciple. TSK. Unfortunately, I am illiterate. Otherwise, I would have already worshipped Xiao Lang as my master. Forget it. Let your families Dalong and Erlang go to school. Maybe in the future, they will have the opportunity to be Xiao Lang's disciple. TSK. To be able to be Xiao Lang's disciple is really a blessing from the previous life. Who is Xiao Lang? He is the descendant of the god of literature from the heavens. This group of bastards is adding insult to injury. Li Wangyu only felt that his teeth were itching. Brother Bin Wang, do you really want to be my disciple? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. It's not impossible, but you have to answer one of my questions first. If you answer correctly, I will accept you as my disciple. How about it? Ma Zhou immediately clasped his hands and said, Teacher, please speak. Li Wangyu slowly said the question, but it made Ma Zhou and the surrounding onlookers stunned. Chapter 126. Li Wangyu really wanted to learn from those transmigration novels that he had read and give Ma Zhou a difficult problem like putting a 9-tune pearl through a rope. But firstly, he didn't have such a precious pearl. Secondly, using this kind of question to test the Tang people was asking for humiliation. Because in the spring and autumn period, Confucius had already given the answer. He painted the line with fat and made the ants pass. The Tang dynasty also had ants wearing 9 songs pearls, so other people already knew about this. Li Wangyu wouldn't ask for a rebuff. He gave Ma Zhou a logical reasoning problem. I have 12 copper coins now, and one of them is a fake coin with lead added, so the weight is different. I'll give you a weighing instrument that can only be weighed 3 times. You have to find the fake coin and ask how to operate it. Brother Bin Wang, if you can't solve this problem, you can forget about taking me as your teacher. The weighing instrument was the ancient Chinese balance. It used bamboo as the beam, silk as the button, and a copper plate at both ends. In the late spring and autumn period, the manufacturing technology of balance and weights was quite sophisticated. Li Wangyu deliberately gave Ma Zhou a difficult problem. He didn't believe that a scholar of the Tang dynasty could solve this kind of logical reasoning problem. Previously, when he asked the thief question in Zhang Liang's residence, it stumped many court officials. Even Yang Quan and the others couldn't figure it out. As soon as he asked this question, Ma Zhou's eyebrows locked and he began to think seriously. The villagers were even more confused when they heard this. They felt that there was no answer to this question at all. Are you purposely making things difficult for me? How can you find the fake coin with different weights from the 12 copper coins after weighing it 3 times? How about you use your hands to weigh it first? Which copper coin do you think is different and weigh it? I'm afraid this question is unsolvable. How can you give this kind of question to make things difficult? It seems that Xiao Lang doesn't want to accept Brother Ma Zhou as his disciple, so he deliberately gave this kind of unsolvable question to make things difficult. Shopkeeper Ma, who was watching from the side, was also stumped by Li Wangyu's question. He thought hard for a long time and felt that this question was unsolvable. 6 copper coins against 6 copper coins. I don't know the weight. 5 copper coins against 5 copper coins. 12 copper coins. How to solve this problem? Xiao Lang, Kun, is there really an answer to this question? Shopkeeper Ma asked. Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. Do you think I would come up with an unsolvable question to deliberately make things difficult for Brother Bin Wang? Yes. The crowd of onlookers nodded their heads one after another. Even Niu Wu nodded his head incessantly. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost kicked Niu Wu's butt. This song was really something. How could she treat his Langjun like this? How could he endure this? Li Wangyu thought about it and simply pulled the old villager to testify. He whispered the answer to him. This question was actually not difficult to answer. First, the 12 copper coins were divided into 3 groups of 4. Then, the first and second groups were placed on the left and right copper plates of the weighing apparatus. If they were balanced, then different copper coins would be in the third group. If they were different, for those interested students, Li Wangyu recommends Baidu to write down the entire process of answering this question. It's really too lame. He told the old villager the process of solving the question, but the old man was confused. After a long time, he nodded his head uncertainly. This old man understands. This question is indeed solvable. Actually, the old man didn't understand anything. What was this and that about dividing and dividing, weighing and weighing? He had long been confused. Damn it, he didn't even understand the answer. This was too embarrassing. So the old villager nodded his head again. This old man understands what Xiao Lang said. Ma Zhou, think about it carefully. The old villager was pacing to the side when he was surrounded by the villagers of Dingzhou village. Muramesa, can you tell us how to name the copper coins? Asked Wang Yao. Don't worry, we won't tell Ma Zhou. Quickly tell us the answer. Tell your sister. The old man glared at them. Have you finished your work? Have you fed the horses? Go wash the horses after you've fed them. The ropes on the carriages are tight. Don't break these porcelain. You can't afford to pay for it even if you sell them. His scolding scared the other farmers, and they all dispersed to do their own things. The old villager waited for the crowd to disperse before wiping the sweat on his forehead. This Li Jia Xiaolang is really too bad. Since Li Wangyu gave Ma Zhou this difficult question, Ma Zhou seemed to have lost his soul. Whether it was eating or sitting in the carriage, he was muddle-headed and kept thinking about the problem of the 12 copper coins. He didn't even know that the carriage had returned to Chang'an City. He was completely immersed in this problem. Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush with shame. Did he use too much force and make Ma Zhou, the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, stupid? If that was really the case, it would be a big sin. The carriage entered Chang'an City from Baiguang Gate and passed through 4 streets to reach Chang'an West City. The Ma family's shop was in the West City. This time, from Yinzhou to Chang'an City, they only rested for 2 nights. In 3 days, they covered the distance of 800 to 900 miles. Under the guidance of shopkeeper Ma, the carriage team drove to the entrance of the Ma family's porcelain shop. Shopkeeper Ma finally let out a sigh of relief. His family's reputation were finally saved. Shopkeeper Ma asked all the workers in the shop to come out and unload the carriage. The villagers of Dingzhou village also helped. Shopkeeper Ma invited the old villager and Li Wangyu into the shop and immediately asked the accountant to bring gold from the storeroom to pay the bill. 600 strings of coins was equivalent to 100 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ma directly paid the carriage fee with gold and left the address of Dingzhou village. He said that he would ask them to help him transport the goods next time. After a long time, all the goods were finally unloaded. Until now, Ma Zhou was still sitting in the carriage, motionless, thinking about the 12 copper coins. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wangyu and the old villager discussed that they might as well go back to Dingzhou village today and go to the Chang'an county government tomorrow to complete the task. Anyway, they still had a lot of time and were not in a hurry. After being on the road for 6 or 7 days, everyone was a bit homesick. The old villager nodded in agreement. At this time, the evening drum had already sounded. The carriage team exited the city through the Golden Gate next to Shi City and went around the city wall, heading straight for Hu County. The sky had just turned dark when the 4-wheeled carriage team returned to Dingzhou village, causing a commotion in the village. Dingzhou village had a total of 127 families. This time, 70 people had been transferred to Chang'an County, accounting for almost 2/3 of the village's villagers. Now that the man in the family and their child had suddenly returned, it naturally attracted the attention of all the villagers to welcome them. The beautiful boss had also received the news. With a smile on her face, she led Perrin out to welcome Li Wangyu home. "Wangyu, you've worked hard. Why are you so smelly? Go and take a bath." Su Chongqing was just about to go up and talk to Li Wangyu, but he couldn't help but cover his nose with his hand as he spoke in disdain. Li Wangyu smelled himself. Of course, he had eaten and slept in the open for 6 or 7 days. His clothes were all smelly. He smiled awkwardly and ran back to the backyard to take a bath. Li Wangyu had run away, but he had forgotten about Ma Zhou. The child was still sitting in the carriage, muttering to himself as if he had lost his mind. Chapter 127. Li Wangyu took a comfortable hot bath and changed into a new set of clothes, but was stopped by his beautiful boss. "Hey, why did you bring back an idiot?" Li Wangyu was stunned. "What idiot?" But he immediately reacted. His beautiful boss was talking about Ma Zhou. He is not an idiot. Do you know who he is? Ma Zhou. Su Chongqing was puzzled. Who is Ma Zhou? Li Wangyu was speechless. Well, Ma Zhou is the future prime minister of Li Shimin. Is he powerful? Then why is he like an idiot? Su Chongqing asked curiously. Li Wangyu chuckled and told his superior about how Ma Zhou wanted to be his disciple and how he had given Ma Zhou a difficult logic problem. His beautiful superior couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You are so naughty. When you turn the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty into an idiot, I want to see how you will compensate." Who told him to pester me to be his disciple? I have no choice. Li Wangyu laughed. After figuring out who Ma Zhou was, Su Chongqing quickly asked the old butler, Li Heng, to take Ma Zhou to bathe and change his clothes. He also asked the little maid, Perrin, to prepare dinner for Li Wangyu. After eating and drinking, Ma Zhou was no longer in a daze. Instead, he asked the old butler for a weighing scale and went to his room to do experiments. Li Wangyu shook his head and did not care about him. He asked Perrin to make him a cup of medicine king tea and whispered to Su Chongqing under the bright methane lamp in the central room. Chongqing, tomorrow I will accompany the old village chief to Chang'an County. If there is no accident, the thing I predicted will happen. Li Wangyu put away his smile and said seriously. Su Chongqing looked worried. Wangyu, do you have to do this? I'm worried that something might happen. Why don't we just forget about it? Li Wangyu pretended to be relaxed and smiled. It's fine. Have you sent out the invitation for me? It's been sent out. I got Niu Yong to deliver it. He continued in a low voice, if you don't kill the snake, you'll be harmed instead. I'd rather take a little risk. In fact, it won't be very dangerous. As long as the guests come, I should be fine. Hearing him say this, Su Chongqing could only nod in agreement, but his heart was still filled with worry. The next day, Li Wangyu accompanied the old villager to the county government in Chang'an. Chang'an City was divided into two counties, east and west. Chang'an County in the west and Wanyan County in the east. The county magistrate of Chang'an County was in the Longevity Square. The village chief had been here many times, so he led Li Wangyu to the Longevity Square with ease. At the entrance of the county yamen, the two men tied up their horses and asked the yamen runners to go in and inform them that the village head of Dingzhou village in Hu County was requesting an audience with the Sihu army. The yamen runners went in and quickly came out to bring the two men into the county yamen. Compared to the county yamen of Hu County that Li Wangyu was familiar with, the county yamen of Chang'an County was much larger. Turning around the screen wall, there was a memorial arch in front of them with the words, Chang'an County written on it. Under the memorial arch, there was a path paved with green bricks that was 100 meters long. On the east side of the path, there was a drum for crying out grievances for the people to beat. On the west side of the path, there were 2 stone tablets with the words, 3 levels for false accusations, 50 lashes for those who overstep their boundaries. At the end of the path was the main hall of the county yamen. This was where the county magistrate held court. On both sides of the path in front of the main hall were the offices for officials, civilians, and ceremonial rites. On the west were the offices for soldiers, punishment, and workshops. These were the offices of the yamen. They were led by the yamen runners to the east side of the house. The yamen runner reported, Sihuli, the village head of Dingzhou village in Hu County is here. A middle-aged man with a white face and no beard walked out of the house. He was wearing a light green official robe. Li Wangyu knew that this was the member of the Li clan that served as an army officer in the county yamen of Hu County. Village head Qian, wasn't your village transferred to Yinzhou in spring to transport grain? What are you doing here today? Sihuli asked impatiently. His tone was unfriendly. The old village head cupped his hands and bowed. Sihuli, our village's transfer of spring this year has been completed. We are here to report. What? Completed? Your village transferred 1,000 dan of grain to Yinzhou this year. It's only been 6 or 7 days and you say it's been completed? You dare to play tricks on me. Sihuli roared in anger after hearing the old village head's words. Li Wangyu curled his lips and interrupted, why are you angry, Sihuli? Our village's transfer of spring has naturally been completed. There is a receipt from the Yinzhou warehouse as proof. Sihuli extended his hand. Give me the receipt. The old village head quickly took out the receipt and respectfully handed it over. Sihu, please take a look. Our village has indeed completed the transfer of spring. Sihuli grabbed the receipt and carefully examined it. The more he looked, the more shocked he felt. According to the receipt, the Dingzhou village's household had delivered the grain at the Yinzhou warehouse 3 days ago. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and look at the receipt again. They were all correct. How was this possible? Sihuli wouldn't believe that the receipt was real even if he was beaten to death. He pointed at the old village head and angrily said, nonsense. This receipt was clearly forged by you. To deliver 1,000 dan of grain to the Yingzhou warehouse in 3 days, do you think I am an idiot? Arranging Dingzhou village's transfer of grain in spring was naturally the order of the Li clan leader of Hu County. His goal was not only to delay Dingzhou village's spring plowing, but the Li clan had an even more sinister plan. Li Wangyu didn't know that because the four-wheeled carriage was too fast, they had unintentionally avoided a disaster. Su Jingzong, that person from the Great Yin, had given the Li clan of Hu County an even more sinister plan. He had the Li clan of Hu County send people to set off early. While they were resting at the relay station, they would take advantage of the night to pour dirty water on the grain. At the same time, he would send people to Yingzhou to bribe the official at the Yingzhou warehouse. At that time, when the Dingzhou village's household had worked hard to transport the grain, the official would use the excuse that there was a problem with the grain and refuse to accept the contaminated grain. The official at the Yingzhou warehouse would naturally have a reason to refuse to accept the grain that had been contaminated. As a result, the Dingzhou village's household would have to pay for the missing grain from their own pockets. When they returned to Chang'an, Sihuli would have an excuse to punish them. In short, according to Su Jingzong's plan, Li Wangyu and the villagers of Dingzhou village would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. But who would have thought that because Li Wangyu had built the four-wheeled carriage, the grain convoy's speed would far exceed the Li clan of Hu County's expectations. The people they had sent were still bitterly waiting for the grain convoy at the relay station along the way. As for the clansman who had gone to Yingzhou to bribe the officials, by the time he reached Yingzhou, Li Wangyu and the others had already returned to Chang'an. Sihuli naturally knew all of this plan, but he never would have thought that the plan that the Li clan had planned for half a day would turn into a joke. This made Li Sihu feel extremely sullen and furious. Li Wangyu, however, opened his mouth to provoke Sihuli. The truth can't be faked, and the fake can't be true. Could it be that Sihuli doesn't understand the seal on this document? Could it be that you're going to tear up the document and arrest us? His words were purely to provoke Sihuli. Unexpectedly, Sihuli, who was already angry from embarrassment, really grabbed the document and tore it into pieces. What document? I didn't see it. Li Wangyu was delighted. Now, it all depended on whether or not the guests he had invited were good enough. Chapter 128. Seeing Officer Li tear up the slip of paper, the old villager panicked. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had an imperceptible smile on his face. The old villager did not know of Li Wangyu's plan. Afraid of scaring the old man, Li Wangyu had not communicated with him about his plan. Officer Li, how could you tear up this slip of paper? We really did transport all the grain to Yin province. This is absolutely true. The old villager fell to the ground and desperately tried to gather the pieces of paper. He wanted to piece them back together. You still dare to speak nonsense? You two unruly people. You won't give up until you see the coffin. You actually want to forge a slip of paper and deceive me. Someone come. Arrest these two people and throw them into jail. They will be punished by the Ming House. The officer of the Secretary of State was a lower rank 7 official. Although he was not conspicuous in the Chang'an County, he was still an official with real power. His orders were naturally obeyed by the bailiffs of the Chang'an County. The officer of the Secretary of State was in charge of the county. He did have the right to imprison people who refused to serve the corvée and await the official punishment of the county magistrate. Ignoring the old villager's complaints, a few bailiffs took out chains and handcuffs and tied up Li Wangyu and the old villager. Officer Li's expression was ferocious. Arrest these two unruly people and throw them into jail. Yes, sir. The bailiffs replied and pushed Li Wangyu and the old villager to the county jail. The old villager cried out for his innocence all the way. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was relatively calm. This was because all of this was part of his plan. Li Wangyu's plan was to use the four-wheeled carriage's speed to create a time difference. Naturally, no one would believe that he could travel between Chang'an and Yin province in 6 or 7 days. Then, he would use his words to deliberately provoke the Li clan's secretary and Hu Zhongjun, so that he would arrest him and make a big deal out of it. When Li Wangyu found out that Dingzhou village had been moved to Spring and that the Li clan was deliberately making things difficult for them, he felt that he had to make a big deal out of this matter and make the Li clan suffer in silence. Only then could he cut off the Li clan's desire to spy on him and Dingzhou village. Therefore, he used this ridiculously fast delivery time to dig a hole for Li clan. When Yang Quan had asked him for the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage, he had not given it to him because he had thought of this. Yang Quan also guessed Li Wangyu's thoughts, so he didn't insist on asking for the four-wheeled carriage's blueprint. If Yang Quan reported the four-wheeled carriage to the imperial court in advance to ask for a reward, the matter would become public knowledge, and he would not be able to dig a hole for Li clan to jump into. Now, Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the result. Not only did Secretary Li jump into the hole, but he also went from bad to worse and tore up the receipt. It was easy to lock him up, but it was not so easy to let him out. Li Wangyu did not struggle and obediently followed the Yamen runner into the county prison. However, once he entered the county prison, Li Wangyu regretted it. Was this place really meant for humans to stay? The prison was filled with the thick stench of feces and urine, as well as other unknown smells. It was so pungent that Li Wangyu almost fainted. The county prison did not even have windows, so it was dark and damp. There were all kinds of rusty torture instruments hanging on the walls, and there were even ochre-red dried blood. It looked very eerie and terrifying. The county prison's punishments were mainly flogging, imprisonment, exile, and death. Therefore, there were not many prisoners in the prison. When the head of the prison saw the Yamen runner bring in the prisoners, he asked impatiently, "What did these two people do?" Secretary Li ordered them to be locked up first. He said that they forged the receipt for the transfer of Spring. They will be locked up first and will be tried by the Chui Ming house. The Yamen runner pushed Li Wangyu into the prison cell and explained to the head of the prison. Li Wangyu almost fell down from the push, but he hurriedly supported the old village chief who was also roughly treated and pushed into the prison cell. Looking at the prison cell that was separated by a thick wooden partition, there were some rotten straws scattered around. There were even rats and cockroaches scurrying around. There was also a dirty drowning bucket in the corner that emitted a foul stench. Li Wangyu could not take it anymore and shouted at the head of the prison, "Big brother, this prison cell is too dirty. Can't you clean it up?" When the head of the prison heard this, he was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha, little child, do you think you are here to stay in a hostel? Do you want me to send you a table of food and wine and find a few courtesans from Ping Kong Fong to accompany you?" Li Wangyu rubbed his nose. "There is no need for courtesans. I can clean it up and get some food and wine." His words made the head of the prison and the Yamen runners convulse with laughter. The head of the prison wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and laughed. "I have been in charge of this prison for more than 10 years. This is the first time I have seen someone come in and ask us to clean it up. This place is so dirty. Shouldn't you clean it up? You!" Li Wangyu shouted with his neck straightened. The old village chief at the side grabbed Li Wangyu and stopped him from continuing. The old man was now so anxious that he was out of his wits. He could not understand why he was treated like this when he had completed the task of transferring Spring. As the head of the prison locked the door with a chain, he sneered, "You little child look pink and tender. Be careful not to annoy me. I will lock you up with the prisoner with homosexual tendencies. Tut tut, Xiao Lang and others like you very much, Threatened by the head of the prison, Li Wangyu immediately shut up. "Forget it. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. I have to pinch my nose and bear it." Li Wangyu stared at the head of the prison and thought that when he got out of prison, he must take revenge. The cynical man was thinking about the head of the prison. "Little child, what's the matter? Are you not convinced? I tell you, in this prison, even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up, and a tiger, you have to squat down. I am the rule in this prison. When the head of the prison saw Li Wangyu staring at him, he scolded with a grin. The old village chief was afraid that Li Wangyu would suffer losses, so he quickly stopped in front of him. The little child is not sensible. Head of the prison, don't lower yourself to his level. I am the village chief of Dingzhou village. Do me a favor. Village chief? Why is the village chief also locked in this prison? We are wronged. Our village has completed the task of transporting the official grain in spring this year. Officer Li said that we falsified it. God, who dares to falsify the voucher of the government? That is to kill the head. Head of the prison, please help us to plead for mercy. We have really completed the corvée service. The old village chief begged for mercy, but what he got was a thick spit from the head of the prison. Bah, you unruly people, what can't you do? Just wait in the prison. When the Ming House starts the trial, you will die with a clear understanding. Several government runners on the side were also laughing. Head of the prison Zhao, why are you so merciful today? When a newcomer is locked in, shouldn't he be put in the cage first? I don't have time now. My wife will send me clothes and food later. When I have time later, I will teach these two people a lesson. Damn it, they think the prison is not clean. Bah! The head of the prison said and walked out. Li Wangyu looked at a wooden cage not far away and could not help but turn pale. The cage was also known as the flail. It was a wooden cage. After being locked in, the head would be clamped outside the cage and could not be retracted. The height of the cage made it so that the prisoner could only stand on tiptoe, which was extremely painful. Most of the prisoners who were locked in the cage fainted. He had really miscalculated. It turned out that the Tang dynasty had a show of strength in the prison. If he was locked up in the cage, he would really suffer. If something bad happened to this old man, it would be his fault. He began to reflect on whether he was too rash. He had come up with such a bad idea. It was really a bit of a trap. When Li Wangyu was reflecting, a group of well-dressed young people came from outside the Chang and county government. Chapter 129. This group of young people didn't care if it was the Chang and county yamen or not and prepared to charge in. The yamen runners at the entrance quickly stopped them. The yamen is a restricted area. What do you want to do? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a slap and felt a burning pain on his face. This yamen runner was slapped by the young man in front of him. You, what about me? Get out of here. Call that bastard Chuizhua out. That bastard. How dare he catch my brother? I'll skin him alive. The person who hit him was a burly young man. Beside him were two other young men who looked similar. Brother Chumo, why are you talking nonsense with them? Fight your way in and save Brother Zio. Another young man beside him shouted. Brother Yai, let's wait for Chuizhua to come out first. After all, this is the Chang and County Yamen. If you fight your way in, aren't you afraid of being beaten by your parents? Another person beside him advised. The entrance of the Chang and County Yamen suddenly became very lively. The three brothers of the Cheng family, Cheng Chumo, his two younger brothers, Fang Juanfang's wife, and a group of children of the Tang dynasty. Du Ruhui's two sons, Du Go and Du He, Wei Zheng's eldest son, Wei Shuyu, Yuqi Jingda's twin sons, Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi, Prince Consort Chai Xiao's son, Chai Lingwu, Niu Jinda's son, Niu Zhengping. It could be said that most of the top playboys of the Tang dynasty's Zhengguan era were gathered here. Some quick-witted yamen runners immediately ran to the back hall of the yamen. There were also yamen runners who recognized Cheng Chumo and the others and trembled in fear. Anyone would be afraid of such a group of top playboys in Chang'an. The reason why this group of playboys suddenly attacked the Chang and County Yamen was all because of Li Wangyu. Before he left to transport the grain, he roughly calculated the time and asked his beautiful superior to help him send an invitation to Cheng Chumo, his brothers, and Fang Yai to visit the Li family in Dingzhou village. The invitation was sent 3 days ago by Su Chongqing to the Qing residence and the Fang residence in Chang'an. The reason why invitations had to be sent 3 days in advance was an ancient Chinese custom. 3 days for inviting and 2 days for asking. In order to show respect to the guests, invitations must be sent out at least 3 days in advance. In the invitation, Li Wangyu only said that he had come up with a novel toy and invited them to Dingzhou village to appraise it as guests. Originally, the invitation only invited the Qing brothers and Fang Yayai, because in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu only knew these 4 foppish sons. Who would have thought that after Cheng Chumo and his 2 brothers had eaten a pig slaughtering feast at Dingzhou village's Li family, they went around showing off, causing a group of dandy young masters to be very curious. In addition, Li Wangyu was now quite famous among the top nobles in Chang'an city of the Tang dynasty. His poems and the incident at Zhang Liang's birthday banquet were all spread among the nobles, which made these playboys very interested in Li Wangyu. When they found out that Li Wangyu had invited the Qing brothers and Fang Yayai to a banquet, this group of dandy young masters didn't care about etiquette and came uninvited. They followed the 4 of them to Dingzhou village in a grandiose manner, preparing to eat the rich. When the group of people arrived at the Li family, they saw Su Chongqing coming out with tears on her face. She told them that Li Wangyu had been arrested by the Chang'an County Yamen and was now imprisoned. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. When Li Wangyu and the old villager went to the county Yamen to report, Niu Wu secretly followed behind them. He knew a bailiff at the county Yamen who had just received the news that Li Wangyu and the old villager had just been imprisoned by Magistrate Li. After Niu Wu confirmed that Li Wangyu had been imprisoned, he immediately rushed back to Dingzhou village on his horse. That was why Su Chongqing had cried and complained. If Li Wangyu hadn't been imprisoned, they would have invited a big banquet as a way to bond. The beautiful superior's complaint was naturally an act. The reason why Li Wangyu had invited the Qing brothers and Fang Yayai was to use the influence of these 4 top dandy young masters of the Tang dynasty to ferment the matter and at the same time protect himself. He and Su Chongqing didn't expect that it wasn't just 4 dandy young masters who came, but a group of people. When the 3 Qing brothers and Fang Yayai heard that Li Wangyu had been imprisoned, they immediately became anxious. They jumped on their horses, turned their horses around, and galloped towards Chang'an. The group of dandy young masters who came to join in the fun immediately followed. This kind of fun was what they liked the most. How could they not join in? When they arrived at the Chang'an County Yamen, the previous scene happened. Cui Zhua, who had been informed by the bailiff, didn't even have time to put on his official uniform. He hurriedly ran out from the back hall of the Yamen and bowed to this group of dandy young masters while panting. "Greetings, young masters. May I ask what brings you to the Chang'an County Yamen today?" In the Tang dynasty, not everyone could be called young master. Only the young nobles could be called young master. But this group of dandy young masters were all standard young masters. Although Cui Zhuo was a county magistrate above the 5th grade, he didn't have any prestige in front of this group of dandy young masters of the Tang dynasty. He even seemed a little humble. It wasn't his fault. In Noda's Chang'an city, except for these dandy young masters' fathers, who wouldn't be afraid of these dandy young masters? Cheng Chumo's loud voice roared, "Surnamed Cui, where is my brother? Let them out quickly, or I'll smash your county Yamen today." Cui Zhuo was confused. Weren't the 3 Cheng brothers in front of him? Were they the sons of Cheng Yaojin's concubines? But why did they come to the Chang'an County Yamen? "Child Chumo, did you make a mistake? My Chang'an County Yamen wouldn't dare to catch the young masters of the Cheng family." Cui Zhuo answered carefully. Cheng Chumo said angrily, "It's Li Wangyu from Dingzhou village. He's my brother too. Let him out quickly, or I'll teach you a lesson." Fang Yayai also stepped forward and grabbed Cui Zhuo's collar. "If Brother Zio loses even a hair in your county Yamen, we'll smash your Chang'an County Yamen today." Cui Zhuo was about to cry. Damn it, He was threatened by a group of first and second grade officials and the sons of the founding duke, and he still didn't know what was going on. He naturally knew about Li Wangyu. After returning from Dingzhou village that day, he asked around. After knowing about Li Xiaolang from Dingzhou village in Hu County, Cui Zhuo had long given up on finding trouble with Li Wangyu. He even wanted to mend the relationship between them. But after meeting him that day, he hadn't seen Li Wangyu again. Now, this group of playboys came knocking on his door and asked him to let him go. Wasn't this nonsense? Cui Zhuo smiled bitterly. Mr. Fang, I haven't seen Li Xiaolang today. How can I let him go? Why did you say that he's in my Chang and County Yamen? Today, I've been handling official business in the back hall and didn't start the trial. Gentlemen, please investigate this matter clearly. Is there a mistake in this matter? Just as he was explaining that he didn't catch Li Wangyu, the Yamen runner beside him suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. The Yamen runner quickly moved to Cui Zhuo's ear and whispered a few words. However, Cui Zhuo's back was drenched in cold sweat. Damned Officer Li. Are you trying to get me killed? Chapter 130. The Yamen runner quietly informed Cui Zhuo that Chief Li had ordered them to lock up 2 people today. They seemed to be from Dingzhou village in Hu County. One of them was even the village chief of Dingzhou village. When Cui Zhuo heard this, large beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It was almost certain that the 2 people locked up were Li Wangyu and the village chief of Dingzhou village. Nonsense. Who agreed to do this? Quickly go and ask Li Xiaolang to come out. Cui Zhuo urged. The Yamen runner received the order and immediately ran towards the county government prison. At this time, head warden Zhao had already returned from the county government prison. Because of a quarrel with his wife, head warden Zhao was in a bad mood. He wanted to teach the 2 new prisoners a lesson. Head warden Zhao led a few jailers to unlock the chains of Li Wangyu's cell and shouted at Li Wangyu, "You, come out." Li Wangyu didn't expect that his reinforcements wouldn't come, but instead, the head warden would show his strength. Hey, big brother warden, let's talk nicely. We're all civilized people, don't be rough. Li Wangyu was being grabbed by a few jailers and was about to be stuffed into the cage. He was also anxious and randomly shouted. Didn't you want me to clean up for you? Bah! Have a taste of this cage first, then you'll know why Prince Ma has 3 eyes. Li Wangyu struggled with all his might, but how could his small arms and legs withstand the strength of these burly jailers? His head was about to be forcefully pressed down and stuffed into the cage. You bunch of bastards! I'll teach you a lesson later. Li Wangyu was flustered and angry as he cursed loudly. The head warden and the jailers weren't angry. Instead, they laughed. Oh, you want us to teach you a lesson? Good, we'll wait here. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard hurried footsteps from outside the prison. The Yamen runner rushed in and shouted, "Stop right now. The Ming House has ordered us to release Li Xiaolang immediately." After he finished shouting, the jailer were both stunned. The hand that was holding Li Wangyu down unconsciously loosened. Li Wangyu knew that the reinforcements he had invited had finally arrived. He shook off the jailer's hands and tidied up his clothes. But in the next moment, Li Wangyu's action stunned everyone. He didn't walk toward the exit of the county government prison. Instead, he turned around and returned to the prison cell. He reached out to help the old village chief up and gently pushed him out of the prison cell. After the old village head left the prison, Li Wangyu didn't leave. He returned to the prison and closed the door behind him. Young Master Li, Ming House, please leave." The bailiff was so shocked by his actions that he could not speak clearly. Li Wangyu calmly blew the floor clean and sat down cross-legged. Go out? Why did he want to go out? Since they can lock me in, they won't let me out so easily. If I don't get an explanation today, I won't get out of this prison. The old village chief was also shocked by Li Wangyu's actions. He repeatedly urged, Xiao Lang, don't make trouble. Since the Ming house let us go, let's go quickly. Old village chief, I won't go. You go back first. I'm fine. They won't dare to do anything to me. Li Wangyu smiled and waved at the old village chief. He already felt very guilty for implicating the old village chief. Now, he naturally wanted the old village chief to go back first so that the old man wouldn't be frightened. Li Wangyu's actions not only stunned the old village chief, but also the bailiff, jailer, and jailer. Other people who entered the prison were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out. But this person didn't want to go out. The bailiff cautiously persuaded again, Xiao Lang, come out quickly. The Ming house and your group of friends are waiting for you. When Li Wangyu heard his words, he felt more confident in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. Go back and tell your Chui Ming house that I, Li Wangyu, think the environment of the county government prison in Chang'an County is good. I'm going to stay here for a few days and enjoy life. His words made the jailer and jailer so angry that their noses were almost crooked. The jailer stared and reprimanded, You little bastard, come out quickly. Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death. As the jailer spoke, he raised the whip in his hand and threatened to whip Li Wangyu. Before Li Wangyu could speak, the bailiff who came to pass the message hugged him. The bailiff urgently whispered in the jailer's ear, Jailer Zhao, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. What do you mean? The jailer didn't understand. Do you know who are the people outside who are making a ruckus with the Ming residents? Who are they? The bailiff counted with his fingers, the 3 sons of Marquis Lu, the eldest son of Marquis Kai, the eldest son of Marquis Zheng, the second son of Marquis Liang. Before he finished counting, the jailer's legs had turned to jelly and he knelt on the ground. The names of these famous big shots in the imperial court could scare many people to death. Not to mention a jailer like him, even Cui Zhuo couldn't afford to offend their sons. But the jailer actually threatened this group of top foppish friends and even wanted to put him in the cage. He was simply tired of living. The head of the prison crawled up from the ground and bowed to Li Wangyu in the cell with a flattering look on his face. Young master, please come out now. Damn it, it's too dirty in here. I don't want to dirty your clothes. However, Li Wangyu ignored him and continued to hum a little tune. The jailer and bailiff begged Li Wangyu for a long time, but Li Wangyu was unmoved. They didn't dare to use force to drag him out. In the end, the bailiff could only lead the old village chief to report to Cui Zhuo. Cheng Chumo and his brother had seen the old village chief before and knew that he was the village chief of Dingzhou village. Seeing him come out with the bailiff, they immediately asked, Old village chief, where is my brother Wangyu? The old village chief looked at Cui Zhuo and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The bailiff whispered back, Young masters, Li Jia Xiaolang doesn't want to come out. Nonsense. Who would want to stay in prison for no reason? It must be you who beat him up so he doesn't dare to see us. Surnamed Cui. Just you wait, I'll kill you today. While speaking, Fang Yai rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit him. Wei Shuyu, do go, and do he quickly held him back. They could scare Cui Zhuo, but if they really beat him up, it would cause a lot of trouble. No matter what, Cui Zhuo was a 5th-rank official of the Tang dynasty and represented the face of the imperial court. Cui Zhuo was also about to cry. He was simply an undeserved disaster. He was sitting at home, but trouble came from the sky. Who did he offend? But he got into such trouble. Young masters, it's better for you to persuade the Li family's young master. If he really doesn't want to come out, we don't even dare to touch him. The Yamen runner was clever and helped Cui Zhuo out of his predicament. Cui Zhuo gave him an encouraging look and quickly said, That's right, that's right. Young masters, since Li Wangyu doesn't want to come out, you should persuade him. Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and followed Cui Zhuo's words. A group of people, led by Cui Zhuo, went to the county government prison. In the prison cell, the jailer was still begging Li Wangyu to come out. When he saw Cui Zhuo leading a group of playboys, he was so scared that his body trembled. Chapter 131. When Cheng Chumo and the others saw that Li Wangyu was really in the cell, they all greeted him. "Brother Zio, we're here to save you. Brother Zio, don't be afraid. We're here. Who bullied you? Tell us, we'll help you vent your anger." When Li Wangyu saw them, he couldn't help but laugh. He quickly stood up and greeted them in a circle. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine in this cell and don't plan to go out for the time being." His words made the group of wastrels dumbfounded. That bailiff really didn't lie? Li Wangyu really didn't want to come out? "Zio, don't make a fuss. Come out quickly. We're treating today. Let's go to Drunken Immortal restaurant and get drunk. Come, let me introduce you. This is Duke Zheng's eldest son, Wei Shuyu. This is..." Cheng Chumo pointed at Yuchi Baolin and the others and introduced them one by one. Li Wangyu was stunned. These were all sons of the top nobles of the Tang dynasty. Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, Yuchi Jingda, Chai Shao, Niu Jinda, Cheng Yao Jin, Fang Xianling. Li Wangyu felt a little dizzy. Did he go too far? Why did he only invite the Cheng brothers and Fang Yayai? Why did this group of people come in the end? He quickly greeted these wastrels. Everyone greeted each other courteously. The cell was as lively as a market. Cui Zhuo only felt a headache. He carefully said, "Li Jia Shaolang, please come out of the cell. Today was all a misunderstanding. It would have been better if he didn't mention this." Li Wangyu was unhappy. "What misunderstanding? The village chief and I came to the county office to transfer Spring. Why did you lock us up for no reason? If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't go out of this cell." What do you mean by Spring? Cui Zhuo still didn't know why Li Wangyu was locked up in prison by Officer Li. Li Wangyu said, "I, along with more than 60 Dingzhou villages Dingzhou village, have been conscripted into corvée labor this year to transport 1,000 dan of official grain to Yinzhou. Now that we've delivered the grain, we've come back to report to the Secretary of State's army. He's actually accusing us of forgery and locking us up in prison. Cui Ming House, you have to give me an explanation for this." Cui Zhuo had just found out the ins and outs of this matter. Before he had time to think about it, someone grabbed his collar again. Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi grabbed Cui Zhuo and spat on his face. "Our brother, how dare you make him serve the corvée? Surnamed Cui, how dare you?" I really don't know." Cui Zhuo replied with a mournful face. The corvée labor was arranged by the Secretary of the House of Commoners. This lowly official did not give any instructions. Including today's matter, this lowly official did not know about it. It was all done by the Secretary of the Army. Young masters, please understand. What about that bastard Secretary of the Army? Hearing Cui Zhuo's words, everyone believed him. They had some understanding of the county government's operations. Conscripting corvée labor was indeed the commoners' authority. Cui Zhuo hurriedly waved his hand at the Yamen runner. "Quick, go find Secretary Li." The Yamen runner hurriedly ran out to carry out the order. Not long after, he returned to the prison alone, returned to the Ming house. "Secretary Li is not in the county government. I heard that he went back to Hu County." The reason why Secretary Li was not in the county government was because he was in a hurry to return to Hu County to discuss this matter with the Li clan's elders. Although he had used his authority to throw Li Wangyu and Dingzhou village's village head into the county government's prison, he could not do anything about it. However, as the Secretary of the Army, he had no right to interfere with the punishment. That was the right of the county magistrate, Cui Zhuo. Therefore, if he wanted to beat Li Wangyu to death, he had to use the Li clan's influence to do something. In Secretary Li's view, Li Wangyu was a peasant who had no power or influence. As long as the clan put in some effort and bribed Shuizhua, it would be easy to sentence them to exile or 1,000 li. Like the elders of the Li clan in Hu County, Secretary Li did not see Li Wangyu as a member of the clan. Instead, because the Li clan had lost face several times, he saw Li Wangyu as a mortal enemy. He wanted to break his bones and suck his marrow. Naturally, Secretary Li did not know that after he left, the Chang and county government had created a storm and trouble. Seeing that they could not find Secretary Li, Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others began to persuade Li Wangyu to come out of the prison. They patted their chests and promised that they would help him vent his anger. But no matter what they said, Li Wangyu shook his head and refused. Brothers, this little brother appreciates your good intentions. However, this little brother was unknowingly imprisoned in the Chang and county government prison. Naturally, I need an explanation before I can leave. I cannot leave without a reason. Yuqi Baolin, Niu Zhengping, and the others did not understand what he meant, but Fang Yai, Cheng Chumo, and the others could guess. They knew of the grudge between Li Wangyu and the Li clan in Hu County. Naturally, they could guess what Li Wangyu was thinking. Li Jia Shaolang wanted to use this opportunity to cause trouble. Understanding this, the Cheng brothers and Fang Yai stopped trying to persuade him. In their view, the Li clan in Hu County should be taught a lesson. Whether it was expelling Li Wangyu from the clan or forcing Li Zhou to move the grave, they were all too much. Not to mention, it was the Li clan in Hu County who provoked Li Wangyu several times. It was truly chilling. Cheng Chumo stared at Shuizhua. Since my brother does not want to come out, then forget it. Chui Ming House, you can deal with it impartially. However, my brother cannot suffer in this prison. Do you understand? Yes, this official will do as you say. I will definitely satisfy Li Jia Shaolang. Shuizhua's heart was bleeding, but he could only force a smile. What was wrong with Li Jia Shaolang? He insisted on staying in this prison. Shuizhua did not need to think with his toes to know that this would be a huge problem. Shuizhua immediately turned to look at the jailer. Jailer Zhao, you have to serve Li Jia Shaolang carefully. Do you understand? If he needs anything, you have to try your best to meet it. Don't shirk. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible. Now it was Jailer Zhao and a group of jailers turned to cry. They were in a prison, not a hostel. How could they be reduced to serving people now? It was a fantasy, Jailer Zhao and the jailers were all wondering who this young man was. It was really scary that the sons of a large group of marquises were his friends. Li Wangyu looked at the jailer and the jailers and laughed. He laughed so happily. The cynical man was quite vengeful. He still remembered what the jailer had said. He pointed to the prison room with his finger. Jailer Zhao, please clean it up first. This prison is too dirty. The jailer opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Cheng Chumo and the others made a fuss again. Yes, after Zio said that, I found that this prison is really stinky. Shuizhua, is your county government a pig farm? How can it be so dirty? Hurry up and let people clean this prison. Let's get some fresh air and light more torches to brighten up the hall. Yes, let people clean it up. Get someone to bring us good wine and good food. Today, we will accompany Brother Worryless in this prison and have a few drinks. Shuizhua, the Yamen runners, the jailer, and the jailers were all thunderstruck when they heard this. To have a banquet in the prison. This group of playboys was too much, wasn't it? The jailer began to think whether he should really invite several courtesans from Ping Kong Fang. Chapter 132. When Shuizhua saw that these foppish men were not leaving, he immediately ordered people to clean up the prison. He also ordered people to bring in mats and tables, and lit up large candles and incense. The Yamen runners in the county government were all called to the prison to remove the garbage, clean the floor, wipe the dirt, and wash the floor with clean water. In less than 2 hours, the originally filthy prison had changed its appearance. In Head Zhao's opinion, this prison was cleaner than his own home. At least there were no candles and incense as thick as an arm in his home. The wine and dishes ordered from the restaurant in the west were carefully sent to the prison by the doctors of the restaurant. There were several large tables, and even more than 10 jars of wine were brought in. Li Wangyu was pulled to the table by the Cheng brothers and sat down. A large bowl was directly filled with wine. "Brother Wangyu, come on, let's drink. We won't go home until we're drunk." "Wahahaha, this is the first time I've drunk in prison. It's great. Brother Shuyu, let's drink. Brother Wangyu, you're really a talent." Come on, let me toast you." The prison of the county government in Chang'an County immediately became like a wine shop. A group of foppish men drank a few glasses of wine and made a scene. Shui Zhuo had already covered his face with his sleeves and ran away. Head Zhao and a group of jailers were left behind. They forced a smile and poured wine for these foppish men. They directly changed into waiters. Li Wangyu felt that these foppish men of the Tang dynasty were all true men. After a few glasses of wine, he became familiar with them. He did not think that these foppish men were the sons of the Tang dynasty. He just thought that they were his university classmates in the future, drinking and bragging. When the banquet was in full swing, Cheng Chumo suddenly began to sing and toast to everyone in the banquet. Li Wangyu was shocked by his behavior. "Damn, this guy's singing is killing me." Li Wangyu knew that the Tangs loved to sing. During the Tang dynasty, they digested and integrated the different styles of music and singing from the north and south, and also absorbed the music and singing culture brought by the Western barbarian merchants. Not only did the court music of the Tang dynasty form the famous Yu and Yan Yuten songs, but folk music also became colorful and vivid. But while other people enjoyed singing, Cheng Chumo's singing was deadly. However, Li Wangyu soon discovered that he was wrong. After Cheng Chumo took the lead in singing, everyone at the table also began to sing back. Apart from Wei Shuyu, Du Go, and Du He who were slightly better off, the others like Yuqi Baolin, Niu Jingping, and the others were the ones who were in a tragic state. Li Wangyu's face began to turn pale, and waves of nausea came from his heart. Before he could suppress the nausea caused by the ear-piercing noise, something even more shocking happened. Chai Lingwu was so happy that he pushed the table in front of him away. He stood up and started to twist his body and dance. Damn, not only was there a sound wave attack, there was also a F*King visual attack. Li Wangyu felt that his whole body was not good. Li Wangyu only felt that there were 100,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. He looked around to see if the others despised Chai Lingwu as much as he did. But he saw that this group of fops was actually watching with great interest. The Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi brothers were all eager to have a dance competition with Chai Lingwu. Li Wangyu painfully held his forehead with his hand. These bastards, don't they have any sense of beauty? Actually, Li Wangyu was just curious because he had never seen anything like this before. The banquets of the Tang dynasty were all like this. Even when Pai Lupi hosted a banquet in the palace, it was also like this. Not only would the Pai Lupi dance in front of the crowd, but those dukes and ministers would also do the same. Under the influence of alcohol, this group of fops left the stage one after another. Niu Jinda's son, Niu Jingping, was injured when he was riding a horse in his early years. One of his legs was lame, so it was inconvenient for him to dance. He asked the jailer to find a drum so that he could play it to liven things up. Jailer Zhao's head was full of sweat. He hurriedly ran out to look for a drum, but he did not find it. So, he steeled his heart and called 2 yamen runners to bring down the grievance drum in front of the county yamen and bring it into the prison cell. When Niu Jingping saw the drum, he was so happy that his back teeth were showing. He simply took off his clothes that were in the way and began to beat the drum with his bare upper body. Li Wangyu was completely dizzy. But he had to say, Niu Jingping's drumming was really good. The grievance drum was actually played with a strong rhythm by him, very much like the drumming of the later generations. When the impassioned drumming started, this group of fops who were drunk became even more excited. They took off their robes and bare upper bodies. They twisted their bodies and raised their arms, spinning and jumping. As they danced, their mouths made roaring sounds. Li Wangyu was grinning and laughing at the fop's ugly dance when he saw Cheng Chumo flirting with him. No, he was waving at him. What does this mean? Does he want me to dance too? Help! Li Wangyu suddenly wanted to go home. He could no longer stay in the county yamen of Chang'an County. Being stared at by a group of fops, Li Wangyu had no choice but to brace himself and stand up. Anyway, if they were to lose face, they would all lose face together. Besides Jailer Zhao and the jailers, there was no one else in the prison. Li Wangyu could only be glad that his beautiful boss was not here. Otherwise, she would laugh at him to death. Li Wangyu did not know how to dance this kind of dance in the Tang dynasty. He simply threw caution to the wind and sang in his heart along with Niu Zhengping's drumming, "My dad just killed him, just killed him." Uncle Bird's horse-riding dance crossed more than 1,300 years and arrived in the land of the Tang dynasty ahead of time. He straightened his back, leaned back slightly, spread his arms and made a walking with wind posture, crossed his arms in front of him and made a controlling the reins posture. At the same time, he got into a horse stance and began to shake his legs up and down along with the rhythm of the drumming. Li Wangyu's horse-riding dance immediately attracted the attention of the group of fops in the prison. Li Jia Xiaolang's dance seemed to be very moving. A moment later, the group of fops all changed to a horse-riding dance. They shouted along with Li Wangyu, "My dad just killed him, just killed him." After the horse-riding dance, Li Wangyu's drunkenness kicked in. In his excitement, he simply grabbed the drumstick in Niu Zhengping's hand and beat the drum himself. As he beat, he loudly sang the song, "Loyalty to the Country." When the smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north, the dragon rises, the horse neighs, the sword is like frost, the heart is like the yellow river, the water is boundless, who can resist 20 years of freedom? Where is the longsword of hatred? How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in other homelands? After Li Wangyu finished shouting the lyrics, the passionate lyrics stimulated the group of noble disciples and made them feel their blood boiling. One after another, they began to shout and sing along with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu became more and more excited and beat the drum with more and more strength. Finally, under Li Wangyu's heavy hammering, the drum could not bear the burden and broke with a crash. Chapter 133. The banquet in the prison of Chang'an County finally came to an end. The group of foppish lords were all drunk. They were helped out of the prison by the bailiffs and sent back to their own mansions. Under the care of head warden Zhao and the jailers, Li Wangyu lay down comfortably on the brand new bedding and fell into a deep sleep. In his prison cell, not only did Cui Zhuo get someone to bring in new bedding, even the bed was moved in. Mats were even laid out and a few tables were placed on the table. This was comparable to the treatment in a hostel, or even better. At least there would be no guests sleeping in the hostel. There was also a group of jailers standing guard outside. While Li Wangyu was sleeping soundly with the foppish lords, Pai Lupi was discussing state affairs with Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and a group of important officials in the court. Only a few officials could enter the Yin and Yang palace to discuss state affairs with Pai Lupi. Therefore, they behaved casually. The relationship between the emperor and his officials in the Tang dynasty was not as strict as it was in later dynasties. There was a clear hierarchy. When the officials went to court, they all knelt in the main hall. When it came to the Song dynasty, they had to stand. There were no seats. When it came to the Tatar Qing dynasty, they had to kneel. This was the so-called sitting in the Tang dynasty, standing in the Song dynasty, and kneeling in the Qing dynasty. In the Yin and Yang palace, Pai Lupi and the officials sat even more casually. They could sit cross-legged or even ask the chamberlain to bring them a table so that they could lean against it. Li Er was an emperor who treated his officials well. As for Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and the other founding generals, he did not set fire to the celebration building, nor did he give up military power with a cup of wine. It could be said that he was a broad-minded emperor. While they were discussing state affairs, a chamberlain quietly walked to Pai Lupi and whispered something in his ear. Pai Lupi could not help but grin. Xianling, Ruhui, you should hear about this. Pai Lupi gestured to the chamberlain, indicating that he should tell them. The eunuch bowed to the officials and then told them what had happened in Jianghu County. When Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui heard that their son actually followed a group of playboys to make a scene in the county government, their faces couldn't help but twitch a few times. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui hurriedly stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I am ashamed of my incompetence. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. They're just a bunch of young men. It's not worth getting angry over. Why did they make a scene at the Jianghu County Yamen? The latter question was directed at the eunuch. The eunuch hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, it's because Li Wangyu from Hu County was imprisoned in Jianghu County. That's why they went to cause trouble and demanded Chui Ming House to release him. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were originally a little embarrassed, looked at each other when they heard the attendant's words. They were no longer anxious and sat back down. Everyone, including Zhangsun Wuji, looked at Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu again? Why was he imprisoned in Jianghu County? Pai Lupi coughed dryly and was about to ask about the situation when he heard the eunuch outside the hall announcing loudly, Her Highness the Empress is here. The Empress of the Tang dynasty was called Her Highness, not the Empress in the later TV series. Her Highness referred to the palace. Empress Zhangsun lived in the Lijiang Hall, so she was called Her Highness. Pai Lupi didn't have time to talk about this matter. He hurriedly stood up and ran to welcome his wife. The two were deeply in love and were a couple when they were young. Empress Zhangsun married Pai Lupi when she was 13. She gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter for Pai Lupi. The eldest son, Li Qingqian, was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. Empress Zhangxuan's position in Pai Lupi's heart was far beyond that of the concubines in the harem. Pai Lupi carefully supported Empress Zhangxun, who was 5 to 6 months pregnant, into the Yin and Yang palace. All the officials, including Zhangsun Wuji, bowed and greeted her. He asked the eunuch to bring a cushion and helped Empress Zhangxun to sit down. Pai Lupi then smiled and asked, Why is Guanyin maid here? You are pregnant. If there is anything, just ask the eunuch to tell me. Erlang, it's not the first time I'm pregnant. I'm not so delicate. The doctors at the Shangyao Bureau also asked me to move around more. Empress Zhangxun smiled and said, I cooked white dragon fish. Thinking that you are all discussing state affairs, I'm afraid you are all hungry. So I brought some for you all to try. She waved her hand and the eunuchs brought a bowl of fish soup to Pai Lupi and the officials. White dragon fish soup was made with mandarin fish. It was very fresh and thick and was the favorite of the Tang people. Thank you, Your Highness. I haven't tasted this white dragon fish soup for many years. Today, I'm basking in His Majesty's glory. Zhangsun Wuji teased. As his sister, Empress Zhangxun had a very good relationship with him. Big brother, can't you shut your mouth with food? Empress Zhangxun pretended to be angry. Pai Lupi didn't participate in the matters between the siblings. He only indicated for Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui to eat the fish soup. The fish soup had to be eaten while it was hot. It would be more fishy when it was cold. Erlang, I overheard the eunuch say that Li Jia Shaolang of Hu County was imprisoned by the Jianghu County government. Why is that? Empress Zhangxun suddenly asked. Pai Lupi also didn't know the situation. He looked at the eunuch who came to report and asked him to explain the situation to everyone. The 100 Horsemen Department reported that 12 days ago, the secretary of the Jianghu County government ordered Dingzhou village of Hu County to be transferred to Yinzhou warehouse in spring. Li Wangyu was also in the list of Dingzhou village. The eunuch bowed his head and reported. The 100 Horsemen Department was an organization set up by Pai Lupi after he ascended the throne. It was used to monitor the world. The eunuch was responsible for passing on information from the 100 Horsemen Department to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi suddenly frowned and interrupted, "Wait, that boy from the Li family, I remember that he just turned 16. Why would the secretary of the Chang and county government order him to serve in the corvée?" The eunuch hesitated and replied, "The secretary of the Chang and county government said that his nominal age was 17, Pai Lupi couldn't help but snort. Empress Zhongsun also glared at the eunuch with dissatisfaction. The eunuch broke out in a cold sweat after being stared at by the empress. It was the secretary of Chang and county who did this, not him. He was the one who took the blame for it. Continue. Pai Lupi said coldly. Yes, 7 days ago, Dingzhou village's grain team set off from Chang and warehouse and returned to Chang and yesterday. Today, Li Wangyu and Dingzhou village went to Chang and county to report. The secretary of the Chang and county government didn't believe that they completed the transfer of grain, so he tore up the receipt and locked them up in the county jail. The eunuch quickly recounted the matter. Pai Lupi and Zhongsun Wuji were stunned. In 7 days, they went back and forth between Chang and Yinzhou, and they even transported 1,000 stones of grain. Hearing this, it seemed that the secretary of the Chang and county government didn't do anything wrong. If someone reported back to them like this, they wouldn't believe it either. Pai Lupi coughed lightly and asked, "Can you confirm that the boy from the Li family is telling the truth?" The 100 Horsemen Department has already sent people to Yinzhou to investigate. They should be able to reply the day after tomorrow. It would take about 3 days to travel to and from Yinzhou. Pai Lupi heard this and nodded, then let the boy from the Li family stay in the county jail of Chang and county. It's good to learn a lesson. He then looked at Fang Xianling, "Xianling, I'll have to trouble you to investigate this matter and find out the truth." Fang Xianling stood up and cupped his hands, "I'll do my best." Empress Zhongsun said with dissatisfaction, "Erlang, no matter what, Li Jia Xiaolang is only 16 and hasn't turned 20. His parents are dead and he's very pitiful. How can you throw him in the jail like this? How can he suffer such inhumane torture?" She didn't know that Li Wangyu wasn't suffering in the jail, but was very satisfied. Chapter 134. Pai Lupi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Empress Zhongsun's words. He didn't know that ever since she saw the drunken Li Wangyu at the waterside pavilion, Empress Zhongsun had developed an inexplicable desire to protect him. In addition, eldest Princess Changel also felt that Li Wangyu's brother was very interesting. After returning to the palace, she couldn't forget about him. This made Empress Zhongsun even more fond of him. If it wasn't for Li Wangyu's drunken recitation of poems, she would have already summoned Li Wangyu to the palace and taught him a lesson. Okay, I will send someone to tell Chang and county not to make things difficult for that Li family boy. If that little bastard really lied, I won't forgive him." Pai Lupi felt his teeth itch when he talked about Li Wangyu. Zhongsun Wuji and Fang Xianling looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. In the eyes of this group of court officials, Li Wangyu was pretending to be smart. He wanted to get away with it because he was dissatisfied with the county yamen listing him as a servant. But regardless of whether the Secretary of State of Chang and county did the right thing or not, it was a big mistake to lie about the grain transportation mission. However, for the sake of Li Er and Empress Zhongsun's face, Fang Xianling only planned to investigate clearly and raise him high before gently putting him down and teaching him a lesson. As for the Secretary of State of Chang and county, it was obvious from Pai Lupi's snort that he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Pai Lupi didn't even mention that the group of bastards, including his second son, caused a scene at the Chang and county yamen. Fang Xianling naturally wouldn't ask for a snub and punish this group of foppish sons. Of course, after returning home, whether Fang Yai would receive intimate care from his father was another matter. While Li Wangyu was still sleeping soundly in the prison, the Chang and County Yamen received a message from the palace. He told them to keep a close eye on Li Wangyu and not to release him or humiliate him. Once the Duke of Wei, the left servant of the minister of Shangshu, and Fang Xianling found out the truth, they would deal with him separately. Originally, Cui Zhuo wished he could send Li Wangyu out as if he were the plague because of the playboys' quarrel. In the end, now that His Majesty had given the verbal order, they could not let him go. Instead, they had to treat him like an ancestor. Cui Zhuo was upset, so he could only send the Yamen runner to the prison to pass a message to jailer Zhao, instructing him to serve Li Jia Xiaolang well. Listen to these words and serve him well. After prison head Zhao heard the Yamen runner's words, he felt like dying. Even the saint had spoken. How was he supposed to live? He was the head of the prison, not a servant who sold himself. However, even though he was cursing in his mind, his body was very honest. Li Wangyu slept soundly through the night after drinking. When he woke up, prison head Zhao and a group of jailers were already waiting outside the prison cell. Some were holding copper basins and towels to wash his face, some were holding bronze mirrors, some were holding food boxes, which contained the exquisite breakfast that Cui Zhuo had ordered people to buy, some were holding teapots for drinking water, and some were even considerately filled with warm water. Li Wangyu stood up and looked at the lineup. He quickly rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not seeing things and could not help but feel happy. It seemed that Cheng Chumo and the others had come to make a big fuss, and it was really effective. He did not know that this matter had already been made known to Pai Lupi. He thought that prison head Zhao and the others were just afraid of Cheng Chumo and Fang Yai's despotic power. He accepted the attentive service of the jailers with a clear conscience. After washing up, a jailer immediately took out a comb from his pocket and helped him comb his messy hair. On the side, prison head Zhao was busy putting food on the table and asked him to take a seat. Seeing that the jailer's attitude was so humble, Li Wangyu naturally did not want to bother with them about the unpleasantness when he first entered the prison. After eating breakfast, he was bored, so he simply asked the jailers to find him some books to read to pass the time. However, the ancient books of the Tang dynasty were really obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, there were no punctuation marks. Just reading the books gave him a headache. Li Wangyu flipped through a few pages of the books and then threw the books aside, thinking about how to pass the time. In his mind, this matter should be solved soon. Since it had already come to this point, Cui Zhuo should not deal with the Li clan's Minister of Civil Affairs, right? He did not know that the matter had already been blown out of proportion, and now Cui Zhuo could not make the decision. Only Fang Xianling could personally handle the case. Feeling bored, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of what he should do. He asked jailer Zhao to find him some cardboard and mulberry paper. He cut them into pieces of paper of suitable size. Then he asked jailer Zhao to find him a map of Chang and market. He asked for a pen and ink. Then he started to write and draw on the cardboard. Prison head Zhao and the jailers were curious about what Li Jia Xiaolang was doing. They stretched their necks and looked at him for a long time, but they did not understand what he was writing and drawing. They only saw a row of grids on the cardboard, and the names of Shi Market, Dong Market, Ping Kong Market, Chongren Market and so on were written on it. After drawing on the cardboard, Li Wangyu picked up the cut mulberry paper and began to write and draw on it. This made the jailers even more confused. What do you mean by 1 stroke, 10 strokes, and 100 strokes? If the beautiful boss was here, she would immediately cry out, Monopoly. Yes, Li Wangyu was bored and was making a game of Monopoly. When he was a child, there was no computer version of Monopoly. For a long time, the board game of Monopoly was popular. However, Li Wangyu did not have the money to buy it at that time, so he simply borrowed a Monopoly from a classmate and made one himself with cardboard and paper. This left a deep impression on him. But now in the Tang dynasty, the original names on the Monopoly board were not suitable. Therefore, Li Wangyu simply asked for a map of Chang and market and used the names of the markets to replace the names of the land on the original map. As for the paper money, he replaced it with a pair of copper coins. As for the small houses and hotels in the game, Li Wangyu sent prison head Zhao to find suitable replacements for him. Prison head Zhao was quite a clever person. He actually managed to find a bunch of ceramic huts for them. These ceramic huts were originally toys for peddlers to sell, but he bought them back. Li Wangyu played with the ceramic huts and found them interesting. In fact, during the Tang and Song dynasties, ceramic toys were already very popular. In Li Song and Su Hanshan's peddler painting, there were dozens of types of toys. As for the dice, they were ready-made. Prison head Zhao and the jailer sometimes had nothing to do, so they would roll the dice and play a few rounds. When everything was ready, the Chang'an version of the Tang dynasty's Monopoly game was released. Li Wangyu called prison head Zhao and the jailers to his side and taught them in detail how to play Monopoly. This group of jailers listened with great interest. Several big men sat down at a few tables, surrounded by a group of jailers, and began the journey of becoming a millionaire. As the game progressed, everyone became enthusiastic. From time to time, the surrounding jailers would burst out shouting. While they were having fun, no one noticed that a few figures had walked in from the main gate of the county jail. Chapter 135. Originally, there were no prisoners in the county jail, and because of Li Wangyu's matter, Cui Zhuo was afraid that there would be an accident, so he simply interrogated the prisoners who were still in custody yesterday. Then, those who should be flogged were flogged, and those who should be released were released. The prison, which originally had few prisoners, was emptied, and only Li Wangyu was left. Those jailers were now bent on pleasing Li Wangyu. Coupled with the attraction of the Monopoly game, there was not even a guard in Noda's county jail. Everyone crowded in Li Wangyu's cell to watch the game. Everyone was concentrating on the Monopoly game. From time to time, one could hear the crowd saying, "I'll buy Shi City. Here's 500 strings of coins. Give me the title deed, Ping Kong Fong is mine. Give me the toll, 20 strings of coins." Several people came in through the open door of the county jail. When they saw the situation in the jail, they could not help but frown. One of them was about to speak, but was stopped by the leader. The few of them quietly walked into the prison cell and gathered around the prison guard to look inside. Li Wangyu grabbed the dice in one hand, shook it a few times in his palm, and threw it on the table. Unit 11. Xiao Lang, you go to Unit 11 and draw an opportunity card. Huh, Xiao Lang, you're unlucky. You're locked in the county jail for a day and can't move. Jailer Zhao's voice came. Li Wangyu angrily patted his thigh, feeling that his luck was too bad. Since he could not move in the next round, he stood up to stretch his waist, but was surprised to find that several strangers in fine clothes were standing outside the crowd. Li Wangyu was familiar with the two strangers in the lead. He had seen them at the birthday banquet in Zhang Liang's mansion. The leading man with a curly beard had extorted the sketch, Goddess Luo's painting, that he had painstakingly drawn for 3 days. Him again? Why do I meet this person everywhere? He's like a ghost. The newcomers were Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling. Today, Fang Xianling came to Chang'an County to inquire about the case. The reason why Pai Lupi appeared here was that the 100 Horsemen Department had already replied to some interesting news. According to the 100 Horsemen Department's report, Dingzhou village had sent 70 villagers, including Li Wangyu, to transport the official grain. The 100 Horsemen Department's private investigation found that the 70 villagers agreed that they did go to Yingzhou within 7 days. Secondly, they used a carriage to transport the grain, and it was a type of four-wheeled carriage that they had never seen before. Then there was the document that had been torn up by the Secretary and Huzhan army. The 100 Horsemen Department collected the remains and pieced them together. They found that the official seal and stamp of the Yingzhou warehouse on the document were real and not forged. This news immediately piqued Li Er's interest. He was very curious about what had happened. However, the situation in Yingzhou could only be verified tomorrow. Today, Fang Xianling came to Jianghu County to inquire about Li Wangyu, and Pai Lupi came with her. The two of them did not inform Chuizhua. They only brought a few guards and broke into the prison of Jianghu County. Unexpectedly, there was no one guarding the prison, and the door was wide open. Surprised, the two of them entered the prison and saw that the jailers were all gathered in the cell, shouting and playing something. They heard the crowd constantly saying, 30 strings of cash, give me 30 strings of cash, and, you're unlucky, give me 50 strings of cash. Pai Lupi thought that these bastards were gambling, and his face became livid. He stopped the guards from speaking and sneaked behind the crowd with Fang Xianling, intending to catch them in the act. However, the scene that appeared in front of them puzzled the emperor and the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. The words East Market, West Market, and Ping Kong Fang were written on the paper, and the amount of money was just a toy drawn on the paper. What the hell is this? Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling did not say anything. They stood silently outside the crowd and watched. After watching for a while, the two of them roughly understood that this was a game, and it seemed to be very interesting. The two of them also watched with great interest. At this time, Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and moved his body. He accidentally found Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu stared blankly at Pai Lupi, and Pai Lupi also looked at Li Wangyu. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a long time. Xiao Lang, it's your turn. Prison head Zhao reached out and gently pulled Li Wangyu, which made Li Wangyu come back to his senses. He coughed softly and kicked the prison head, indicating that someone was coming. Prison head Zhao was so excited that he did not notice this. After being kicked several times by Li Wangyu, he came back to his senses and stood up blankly. Then he saw Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling, as well as the guards behind them. Although he did not know Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling, he was quite discerning. When he saw their luxurious clothes and the guards behind them, he knew that these two were important people. Prison head Zhao hurriedly pulled over the jailers who were still staring at the tabletop games and bowed to them. Langjuns, may I ask what business you have in the county prison? Pai Lupi did not know whether to laugh or cry at the scene in front of him. I told Jianghu County not to mistreat this bastard, but you treat him like an ancestor? Not only was the cell clean, but the candles and incense were used. There were even beds and mats. Was this still a damn prison? And these jailers, they actually opened the prison door wide and ran in to play games with this bastard. It was ridiculous to the extreme. Fang Xianling coughed softly. We have something to ask Li Xiaolang. You can go out first. Prison head Zhao did not dare to ask more. He hurriedly led a group of jailers out of the cell, leaving Li Wangyu alone. After the jailers ran away, Pai Lupi did not hesitate at all. He directly sat beside the table, picked up the Monopoly cards, and played with them. Fang Xianling did not explain his identity. He just smiled gently and asked Li Wangyu, Li Xiaolang, I have something to ask you. Answer me honestly. Although Li Wangyu was not happy with Pai Lupi, he knew that it was not the time to throw a tantrum. He respectfully bowed and said, Lang Jun, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Fang Xianling stroked his beard and asked, let me ask you, how did you transport 1,000 dan of grain from Dingzhou village to Yinzhou within 7 days? Li Wangyu naturally would not hide this question. He smiled and said, it's simple. We used carriages to transport it. You used a total of 30 carriages and borrowed more than 100 horses from Jianghu County. You used them to transport 1,000 dan of grain. One carriage could carry 30 dan of grain. Fang Xianling still did not believe this. Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. That's right. How do you prove it? Pai Lupi suddenly asked. In fact, it was very easy to prove. Everything would be clear when the people of 100 Horsemen Department came back from Yinzhou tomorrow. However, Pai Lupi still wanted to hear Li Wangyu's answer. How to prove it? Li Wangyu scratched his head. The receipt was torn by Officer Li. He suddenly thought of his client and could not help laughing. Wasn't the Ma family of Yinzhou the best proof? Chapter 136. Li Wangyu scratched his head in embarrassment. Returning to Chang and from Yinzhou and helping the Ma family to transport goods, was this considered taking advantage of the government? After all, the horses were pulled by the county government, and even the rations for the 70 people were provided by the government. Even the fodder for the horses on the return journey was provided by the post station for free. Li Wangyu laughed mockingly. When we were returning from Yin province, because the carriage was empty, I, took on a private job. I helped the Ma family of Yin province transport 800 to 900 dendrites of porcelain back to Chang'an. This can't be faked. Lang Jun, you can ask someone to find out. His words made Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling stunned. This bastard, he was serving the corvée, but he was still doing private work. They really didn't know what to say about him. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling already believed that the Zhou family could go back and forth to Yinzhou within 7 days. But because they believed it, they were shocked. Li Wangyu didn't think much of the four-wheeled carriage, but the two immediately realized the value of it. Fang Xianling immediately reached out and summoned a guard. She whispered a few words and asked him to go to the Ma family in Shi City to verify the truth of Li Wangyu's words. Fang Xianling asked again, Li Jiaxiaolang, is this four-wheeled carriage your work? Li Wangyu nodded embarrassedly and said, yes, I was forced to do the task of transporting grain by the county government, so I suddenly had the idea to make it. How much weight can this carriage carry? What's the speed? It has 4 horses and 2 coachmen. It can carry 30 stones and run 80 miles per hour. It can run up to 300 miles a day. Li Wangyu's answer made Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling couldn't help but gasp. The great Tang was growing stronger with each passing day, but its territory was vast, and its greatest problem was the limitations of transportation and transportation. The transport capacity of 2-wheeled carts and wheelbarrows was limited. That was why there was a saying that grain could not be transported for thousands of miles. Putting aside the distant matters, in order to go on an expedition to the Eastern Turks, they had to transport enough supplies for the army, which was the biggest headache for the Tang dynasty's imperial court. It wasn't that they didn't have food, weapons, and armor, but they were difficult to transport, making it difficult for the army to resupply. Moreover, as the Tang dynasty gained more and more land, the transportation difficulties also led to a decline in the actual ruling power. For example, in Longyu, the actual area of control of the Tang army was actually very limited. This was caused by the lack of military power. If this four-wheeled carriage could carry so much weight and travel so fast, it would not only play a role in the military, but also bring about earth-shaking changes in all aspects of the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi suddenly stood up and glared at Li Wangyu. You little bastard, you're just messing around. Quickly hand over the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage. His words made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. The bearded man was at it again. Why did the officials of the Tang dynasty want to rob him of all the good things he had? Didn't they have any awareness of copyright and business? Or had they been infected by Cheng Yaojin? He was a bandit from Wagong village. Li Wangyu cupped his hands and said, I can give the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage to the imperial court, but I have a condition. I hope you two Langjuns can agree to it. Pai Lupi rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit him. He really didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider now. This tired guy was simply a treasure given to the Li clan by God. Therefore, the more he didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider, the more impolite he was and directly put on the attitude of an elder. He was ready to learn from Cheng Yaojin and teach this bastard a lesson with a slap so that he dared to negotiate with him. Seeing that the bearded man was about to hit him, Li Wangyu quickly hid behind Fang Xianling and shouted, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Let's talk nicely. Fang Xianling didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this uncle and nephew pair. Speaking of which, Pai Lupi should be regarded as Li Wangyu's distant uncle. Their relationship hadn't gone beyond the 5 generations. The 5 generations included the male descendants and their spouses from the great ancestor to the great ancestor. The 9 generations from the great ancestor to the great ancestor were usually called the 9 clans of the clan. Li Wangyou's father, Li Zhou, and Pai Lupi were cousins. Pai Lupi was Li Wangyou's 4th uncle, and Li Wangyou was Pai Lupi's 2nd nephew. As the saying goes, relatives don't go beyond the 5 generations. If they went beyond the 5 generations, they really weren't relatives. However, Pai Lupi knew this, but Li Wangyou didn't know that the bearded man in front of him was his uncle, Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Fang Xianling grabbed Li Wangyou and said, "Xiao Lang, tell us, what are your conditions?" Li Wangyou confirmed that Pai Lupi wouldn't hit him for the time being, so he replied carefully, "Hey, I don't ask for much. Just give me Chang and city." His words almost made Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling faint. How could this guy say that? Give him Chang and city? Pai Lupi began to roll up his sleeves again. This bastard, I can't let him go without beating him. When Li Wangyou saw that Pai Lupi was about to roll up his sleeves again, he knew that he didn't make it clear. He hurriedly explained, "I'm going to organize the people in the village to use 4-wheeled carriages for transportation. What I mean is that I'll be responsible for the transportation of the merchants in Chang and city." Pai Lupi stared at him and said, "Make it clear. I'll use the blueprint of the 4-wheeled carriage in exchange for the concession in Chang and city. All the merchants in Chang and city who want to use 4-wheeled carriages to transport goods can only find the 4-wheeled carriages of our Dingzhou village. What do you think?" Li Wangyou asked carefully. Chang and city was the most prosperous and affluent place in the Tang dynasty. As long as the 4-wheeled carriage transportation business in Chang and city belonged to him, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Pai Lupi understood his plan and his expression eased a little. However, he still snorted coldly and said, "Humph, you don't want to make progress. Since you're so talented, why don't you take the exam and become a scholar? You think about these merchants every day. You're really a disgrace to your parents." His words made Li Wangyou dislike him even more. "Who are you? Are we close? How dare you scold me in such an elder tone? My parents didn't give me any advice before they passed away. They only left me with a debt of $2 million. Why can't I make money with my own ability? I don't steal or rob. It's better than someone who takes other people's things, right?" Li Wangyou was implying that Pai Lupi stole his 4-wheeled carriage blueprint. Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost went berserk again. When Fang Xianling saw that the uncle and nephew were going to quarrel again, he hurriedly said, "Xiao Lang, your condition." He stole a glance at Pai Lupi and saw him nod slightly. He continued, "I can agree to your condition. Give me the blueprint of the 4-wheeled carriage." Seeing that he agreed, Li Wangyou hurriedly asked, "May I ask who you are, Lang Jun? Will the imperial court approve of what you've promised?" Fang Xianling stroked his beard and laughed, My surname is Fang and my name is Xianling. I'll be the left servant of the minister." "Xiao Lang, do you think this will count?" "Fang Xianling? The prime minister of the Tang dynasty? Fang Yi loves his father?" Li Wangyou hurriedly bowed and saluted, "I didn't know you were the prime minister. I was too rash." He looked at Li Er again, wanting to ask who this curly-bearded man who kept making things difficult for him was. However, seeing that Pai Lupi didn't want to introduce himself, Fang Xianling just smiled and said nothing. Li Wangyou was too lazy to guess. He was just a big shot of the Tang dynasty. "Xiao Lang, can you give me the carriage blueprint?" Fang Xianling asked. Li Wangyou shook his head and said, "Minister Fang, I've been framed. I haven't even explained why I've been locked up in the county jail." Chapter 137. The reason why Li Wangyou stayed in the county jail of Chang and County was to teach the Li clan of Hu County a lesson. The sudden appearance of Fang Xianling and the bearded man gave Li Wangyu a clear signal that his matter had been known by the officials of the imperial court. Although Li Wangyu didn't know why such a small matter would alarm Fang Xianling, he had to seize this rare opportunity. He did so many things just to make a big deal out of it. Even the prime minister of the Tang dynasty came out. This matter was big enough. When Li Wangyu mentioned that he was wrongly imprisoned, Fang Xianling hesitated a little. He had a general understanding of this matter. It was basically certain that the Li clan of Hu County was behind it. They wanted to frame Li Wangyu and the villagers of Dingzhou village. He and Pai Lupi also knew the cause of this matter through the report of the 100 Horsemen department. Fang Xianling gnashed his teeth when he thought that the Li clan of Hu County wanted to dig up the grave of his old friend Li Zhou. If possible, Fang Xianling didn't mind teaching the Li clan of Hu County a lesson. But this matter involved the royal family, so he was a little embarrassed. Pai Lupi suddenly said, "Prime Minister Fang, as the saying goes, if a prince commits a crime, a commoner will be punished. Since the secretary of the army of Chang and county framed a loyal person, how should he be punished?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but give Pai Lupi a thumbs up. This bearded man finally said something with conscience. When Fang Xianling heard Li Er's words, how could he not understand his meaning? He smiled and nodded, "That's natural. Since you have made a mistake, you should be punished. This old man will give you justice. Li Jiaxiaolang, can you give me the four-wheeled carriage blueprint now?" Li Wangyu didn't talk nonsense. He took out the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage and handed it to Fang Xianling with both hands. Fang Xianling couldn't wait to unfold the blueprint. Pai Lupi also stood aside to watch. The four-wheeled carriage's structure wasn't complicated. The key was the steering mechanism. They looked at it for a long time and finally sighed, "Li Wangyu, you are really smart. It's hard for you to think of such a wonderful thing." Li Wangyu blushed. He was a little ashamed that he copied the four-wheeled carriage from the West. But he thought that the West didn't give him a penny for using the four great Wuxia inventions. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu did not feel ashamed. Instead, he felt that it was only natural. Fang Xianling was a bit like Ma Zhou, who wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. She pointed to the drawing and asked, "Xiaolang, why can the carriage's load increase so much with 2 more wheels?" How to answer this question? It seemed to involve the problem of physical pressure. 4 wheels were more uniform than 2 wheels, so the pressure on the ground was less, so it was easier for the horse to drag it. In addition, the load of the wheels was not borne by the horse. The horse could pull the carriage with all its strength. It seemed to be the truth. Li Wangyu, a second-rate liberal arts student, could only explain it in this way. But how could he explain to Fang Xianling what pressure was? Li Wangyu blinked for a long time and finally said, "A horse has 4 legs, and it runs faster than a man with 2 legs. It's the same principle." He was being unreasonable. Why didn't he say that a turtle also had 4 legs? Fortunately, Fang Xianling didn't really want to do scientific research, so she didn't continue to ask this question. "Alright, Li family's young man, you should go home now. Minister Fang, when will you give me the Chang and four-wheeled carriage franchise?" Li Wangyu didn't hurry to leave and asked hesitantly. Pai Lupi's eyes widened again. Fang Xianling quickly replied, "Are you still worried that I won't keep my word? Tomorrow I will ask someone to send you the documents. You can rest assured now, right?" "Thank you, Minister Fang." I thank you on behalf of the 127 villagers of Zhou village." Li Wangyu bowed deeply again. "Well, you exchanged this with the blueprint. There's no need to thank me. I should thank you on behalf of the people of the Tang dynasty." Fang Xianling patted the blueprint in his hand and sighed with emotion. With this four-wheeled carriage, the Tang dynasty could reduce the number of villagers and save a lot of food and horses. This was a great contribution for 1,000 years. Li Wangyu saw that he had achieved his goal. He was afraid that Su Chongqing would worry about him at home, so he bowed to Fang Xianling and Pai Lupi and left the county jail. Seeing that Li Wangyu was finally leaving, Head Zhao and the jailers almost burst into tears. This ancestor was finally leaving. Head Zhao decided that after today's shift, he would go to the temple to burn incense and thank Buddha for his blessings. Li Wangyu just walked 2 steps out of the county office when he unexpectedly saw Niu Wu squatting in front of the county office. "Erlang, why are you here?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. Did Niu Wu know that he was going home today? Niu Wu was overjoyed when he saw him coming out of the county office. He quickly ran to him and said, "Madame Su was worried about you, so she asked me to wait for you outside the county office." "Lang Jun, has everything been settled?" "Yes, everything is done. This time there was an unexpected gain. Let's go home and talk about it." Niu Wu brought 2 horses from home. They mounted the horses and slowly went to the illustrious Virtue Gate. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling appeared in front of the county office. Looking at Li Wangyu's back, Fang Xianling suddenly said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, we owe this child a lot." The emperor of the Tang dynasty had a complicated look on his face, but he nodded silently and did not say anything. As for Li Wangyu and Niu Wu, after exiting the city gate, they rode their horses and rushed back to Dingzhou village in 2 hours. When they just entered the village, a sharp-eyed villager saw Li Wangyu on horseback and immediately shouted, Li Xiaolang is back. Muramasa, come quickly, Li Xiaolang is back. More and more villagers gathered around and bowed to Li Wangyu. Some excited villagers even knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. The villagers of Dingzhou village all knew in their hearts why Li Wangyu was arrested and thrown into the county Yamen prison. Now that they saw him out of prison, they were truly grateful for everything Li Wangyu had done for the village. Li Wangyu also felt a fire burning in his heart and was very touched to be remembered by the villagers like this. However, Li Wangyu also felt embarrassed that so many people knelt to him. He quickly jumped off the horse and helped the villagers up. "What are you doing? You're too kind. Please get up, get up." The old Muramasa also rushed over when he heard the news. He excitedly grabbed Li Wangyu and said, "Xiaolang, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. If you didn't come back, I was going to take everyone to beat the drum." The villagers surrounded Li Wangyu for a long time before they finally let him go home. Li Wangyu remembered what Fang Xianling had promised him today. He quickly grabbed the old Muramasa and said, "Muramasa, come to my house. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 138. Li Wangyu's return also made the beautiful boss breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of joy and nostalgia. In fact, Li Wangyu had never understood. He was a country boy who grew up in the countryside. Although he went to a second-rate university, what attracted the turtle white-bone fairy? With Su Chongqing's condition, the people chasing her could line up for a few streets. But after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu knew that the beautiful boss also had a good impression of him, which was really strange. He originally kept a respectful distance from Su Chongqing, the beautiful boss, in the company. The so-called kidney function was proportional to the thickness of the wallet. Li Wangyu did not dare to think about marrying a beautiful woman and walking to the peak of life. However, he was too embarrassed to ask Su Chongqing about this matter. He could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. As soon as Li Wangyu returned home, Su Chongqing drove him to the bathhouse to take a bath. In the hot water that had already been prepared, she also put grapefruit leaves. She wanted him to get rid of the bad luck. He could not help but feel funny, but he could not bear to reject Su Chongqing's kindness. This woman, did she really think that he was going to jail? After a comfortable hot bath, he changed into the clean clothes that Perrin had already prepared. In the living room, Su Chongqing had already prepared a table of food. Li Wangyu quickly asked the old villager who had been waiting for a long time to sit down together. They chatted while eating. Chongqing, old villager, guess who I saw in the county prison today? Who? He, the Prime Minister, Minister-left servant, Fang Xianling. Li Wangyu picked up a chopstick and said while eating. Su Chongqing could not help but exclaim softly, "Ah, Fang Xianling? That's a famous person in the Tang dynasty." As soon as she said this, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The old villager was still there, so she quickly covered her cherry mouth with her hand. The old villager did not notice that she had mentioned some famous people of the Tang dynasty. The old man was also shocked by Li Wangyu's words. After a long time, he asked, "Xiao Lang, does Prime Minister Fang want to see you for something?" "Heh, you can say that. Today, I made a deal with Minister Fang," Li Wangyu said proudly. The old villager was even more surprised. "Ah, you are doing business with the landlord? What's the matter? Tell me about it." "I gave the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage to Minister Fang in exchange for the exclusive right to operate four-wheeled carriages in Jianghu city." Huh. The old man was confused by his words. "What do you mean by exclusive management rights?" Li Wangyu took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "In the future, if the merchants in Jianghu city want to use four-wheeled carriages to transport goods, they must ask for the carriages of Zhou village." "What? Wouldn't that become the government's monopoly? Is there such a good thing?" The old villager could not believe his ears. Even though he was just a small villager, he knew that the word monopoly had great benefits. In Jianghu city, there were no less than thousands of merchants' shops. If they all used the four-wheeled carriages of Zhou village to transport goods, it was simply unimaginable. After a long time, the old villager said, "Xiao Lang, there are only more than 100 families in Zhou village. Even if all of them go to drive carriages, I'm afraid that it won't be enough for the merchants in Jianghu city, right?" "Of course, old villager. When the time comes, we will issue exclusive licenses to others." Before Li Wangyu could answer, Su Chongqing explained for him with a smile. It was like the capital of the future. If all the taxis were only allowed to be operated by Li Wangyu and others, and it was illegal for others to run taxis, then they could make a lot of money just by selling the right to operate taxis. This was the advantage of monopoly. In the future, it was naturally impossible for anyone to monopolize the transportation demand of a city. But in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu believed that with the order of Minister Fang Xianling, the monopoly was necessary. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu wanted to laugh. The entire Tang dynasty, or even the richest city in the world, had thousands of merchants. How many four-wheeled carriages would they need to meet the demand? In the future, just selling the right to operate the special carriages would make a lot of money. 10 strings of cash for a four-wheeled carriage should not be a lot, right? 1,000 carriages would be 10,000 strings of cash. How about 10,000? Li Wangyu only felt that the beautiful days he had been looking forward to were waving at him. However, the profits would not be seen so quickly. It would take time for the four-wheeled carriages to become popular. Moreover, the cost of purchasing a four-wheeled carriage was not low. Just the 4 horses alone would cost about 40 strings of cash, and this did not include the cost of the carriage. The carriages that they built for this trip to Yinzhou were all made in a hurry. They did not use much iron and the workmanship was also very rough. On the way back, many of the carriage's axles were broken. Fortunately, they had considered this situation before they set off and brought a lot of spare axles, so they did not waste any time. Even so, after running nearly 2,000 miles to and from Yinzhou, the four-wheeled freight carriages that were made in a hurry were almost in a half-broken state. Since the convoy came back, the village's carpenter Lu had been busy repairing and improving the carriages with his 3 sons. Therefore, if they wanted to popularize the four-wheeled carriages, they would have to invest a lot of money first. Li Wangyu estimated that it would take at least half a year for the four-wheeled carriages to become popular in the Tang dynasty and become the main means of transportation. The old villager finally digested the good news that Li Wangyu brought back and asked, "Xiao Lang, what are you going to do about this?" Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss with a smile. Su Chongqing was better at this kind of thing than he was, so it was better to let her plan it. When it came to business, the beautiful boss immediately recovered the shrewdness of an elite woman in the modern workplace. After thinking for a while, she replied, "Old villager, what I mean is that my Li family and the 127 families of Dingzhou village will cooperate to do this business." "How do we cooperate?" "My Li family will take 50% of the profits from the four-wheeled carriage franchise in Chang'an. The village will use copper coins to contribute. This time, we earned more than 900 strings of cash. Each family will contribute a little more to gather 1,200 strings of cash, which will be used to buy horses and build carriages. This will also take 50% of the profits. The 50% of the profits in the village will be divided equally between each family. What do you think?" Su Chongqing's words made the old villager wave his hand again and again. "Madam Su, this can't be done, can't be done. The carriages were all made by Xiao Lang. This time, we can earn money because of Xiao Lang's contribution. Not to mention, the Chang'an carriage franchise is more than 50% of the profits." The old villager repeatedly refused. Su Chongqing's suggestion made him feel that he was taking advantage of the Li family. Su Chongqing didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. Although technology was productivity, in the end, it couldn't be separated from the simple and honest villagers of Dingzhou village. At the same time, Su Chongqing also deliberately wanted to tie the 127 families of Dingzhou village to the Li family. She couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. For her beautiful boss, there was no sense of security in the Tang dynasty. Especially this time, Li Wangyu's imprisonment. Although it was his own plan, it also made Su Chongqing realize that the Tang dynasty, where officials were based on power, wasn't necessarily so beautiful. While the old villager and Su Chongqing were discussing the shares, the Li clan of Huxian ushered in a storm. Chapter 139. 2 days ago, after the Li clan's secretary and Hu army had Li Wangyu and the village chief locked up in the county jail, he hurriedly rode back to Hu County with his servants. He found the clan elder and the clan elder to discuss how to use this opportunity to kill Li Wangyu. The group of people discussed in the clan leader's house for an entire night. Everyone felt that Li Wangyu would not be able to escape this time, so they ordered people to set up a banquet. They toasted each other and drank to their heart's content. The next day, when Sihu Li woke up, he felt a bit unwell. He was too lazy to go back to the county office for roll call, so he sent his servants back to the county office to ask for leave while he prepared to stay at his home in Hu County for 2 days. After all, County Magistrate Cui Zhuo knew that he was a member of the Li clan, so he was usually very polite to him. In his opinion, if Li Wangyu was locked up in the county jail, he would not be able to call out to the heavens and the earth. He would just let him suffer in the jail for now. After resting for 2 nights, Sihu Li planned to return to the county office to make some connections and kill Li Wangyu. However, an uninvited guest arrived at his home. An 8th-rank supervisory censor of the Censor 8, dressed in dark green official robes, led a group of bearers and rushed into Li family's residence in Hu County. The Censor 8 of the Tang dynasty did not only hear about reports, but it also had the power to supervise officials. It was similar to the Procuratorate of the modern era and the Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Censor 8 of the Zhenguan dynasty not only had a prison, but it also handled special cases. For major cases, the Censor 8, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court formed 3 divisions to try them. The Supreme Court was in charge of interrogating criminals and drafting sentences. The Ministry of Justice was in charge of reviewing the cases and reporting them to the Censor 8. Although these censors were of low ranks, they had the power to supervise hundreds of officials. They were the most feared and unpopular officials of the Tang dynasty. Before Sihu Li could react, he was forcefully taken away from the house of the Li clan by the censor, leaving behind a group of crying women and children. When the Li clan leader and clan elders heard the report, they all felt as if they had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do. This time the imperial censorate's punishment was very fast. The Li clan's 7th rank official joined the army. Several days later he was demoted and removed from his post, and sent to exile 3,000 li away, under the pretext of double public service for personal gain. After this incident, no one else from the Li clan of Hu County became an official. After the censorate took Sihu Li away, the Li clan leader and clan elders were still at a loss as they gathered in the ancestral hall to discuss countermeasures. Then, another group of people rushed out of Chang and headed straight for the Li clan in Hu County. This time, it was the people of the Zongjing Temple who brought along the reprimand and punishment of temple head Li Shaogong for not caring about the truth for 10,000 years. The Li clan of Huxian, who does not practice personal morals, is to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. He is to be grounded, and his imperial family's salary will be halved. In other words, the Li clan was prohibited from leaving the county where they had opened their accounts. They were not even allowed to go to Chang'an City. Having the imperial family's salary was a heavy blow. The Tang dynasty still treated their relatives well. Even distant relatives like the Li clan of Hu County were not given titles, but they were still given a generous amount of money every year. For the Li clan leader, his annual salary was the same as that of the founding county magistrate, which was equivalent to the salary of a 5th rank official. Now that half of their salary was deducted, how could they not feel as if they had lost their parents? Deputy Chow, may I ask why this is? The Li clan leader asked the deputy of the Zongjing Temple with a trembling voice, his face full of disbelief. Deputy Chow had a good temper. He just laughed and cupped his hands, saying, "Mr. Li, you have offended someone you should not have offended. Do you still not understand? The Li clan of Hu County has always been law-abiding. When did we offend anyone?" The Li clan leader still did not understand. In his opinion, his clan had never offended the nobles in Chang'an City. "Fool, you have offended a saint." "Saint? What? What have we done? Please enlighten us." Deputy Chow, the Li clan leader, was confused. How did they offend Pai Lupi for no reason? He did not have time to wail. He reached out and grabbed the deputy's sleeve, secretly stuffing a gold ingot into his hand. The deputy weighed the 5 taels of gold ingot and laughed. "Mr. Li, do you know Li Wangyu from Dingzhou village?" The Li clan leader was stunned. "Of course I know him." "Why? Does it have something to do with him?" The deputy nodded. "Li Wangyu is now very famous in Chang'an City. He is in the emperor's heart. You actually wanted to dig up Li Zhou's grave. Your Li clan even imprisoned him in the Chang'an County. Aren't you just looking for trouble?" The Li clan leader muttered, How? How is this possible? He is only a 16-year-old kid. How can he do this?" The deputy glanced at him. He felt that this kind of person who did not have foresight and only cared about small benefits was a disgrace to the imperial court. However, he still patiently told him what he knew. What happened at the poetry gathering in Zhujiang Lake and Zhang Liang's birthday banquet spread out through various channels. Although the deputy was an official of the Zongjing Temple, he also had a few good friends who were officials in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu from Huxian had offended Pai Lupi several times, but nothing had happened. This kind of news had already spread among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu's poems were loved by the scholars and Confucians in Chang'an City. Even the most popular songs sung by the prostitutes in Pingkong Square were Li Wangyu's poems. Early this morning, the deputy of the Zongjing Temple, Li Shaogong, was summoned to the palace by the sage. After returning to the Zongjing Temple, Li Shaogong angrily called Deputy Chow over and asked him to go to the Li clan in Huxian to reprimand this group of bastards. Hearing the deputy say these things in a low voice, the Li clan leader was so shocked that his scalp went numb. He could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. I. This child. He couldn't even speak clearly. The deputy saluted him with a slight disdain and left. As far as he was concerned, the Li family of Hu County must have been out of their minds to expel a Qilin like Li Wangyu from the clan. The elders of the Li clan were also stunned. No one would have thought that everything that happened today was because of the young man who was kicked out by them. It was too late to regret. After understanding all of this, the Li clan leader and the other elders seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Their bodies became more bent and they looked senile. Li Gui suddenly ran in from outside and shouted, "Grandfather, that bastard Li Wangyu was released by the Chang and county government." Before he could finish his words, he heard a crisp slap. Li Gui covered his rapidly swollen cheek with one hand and looked at the clan leader in disbelief. His grandfather had never hit him even once since he was young. "Bastard, you are not allowed to provoke that Li Jia Shaolang in the future. Do you want to kill our entire clan?" The Li clan's patriarch roared at Li Gui with all his might. He used so much force that even his face turned red. Li Gui covered his burning face and cried in grievance. He didn't even understand why he was being beaten. While the Li clan was bustling, Li Wangyu's home was even more bustling. And this bustling was the trouble that Li Wangyu found himself. He had given Ma Zhou a question and Ma Zhou had solved it. Chapter 140. On the day that Li Wangyu returned home from the county prison, Su Chongqing and the old village chief discussed for a long time. In the end, they more or less decided on the matters of the carriage business partnership. Dingzhou village would invest 1,200 strings of copper coins, 40% of the shares, and the Li family 60%. The 1,200 strings of copper coins would be used to build sturdier and more durable freight carriages, as well as to purchase horses. As for the specific operation of the carriage business, the beautiful boss naturally wouldn't let them have the management rights. Regarding this, neither the old village chief nor Li Wangyu had any objections. In the old village chief's opinion, Miss Su's business methods were simply like Fan Li's reincarnation. This old farmer, who had been farming for his entire life, was simply amazed by Su Chongqing. As for Li Wangyu, there was no need to even mention him. He was originally a subordinate of the beautiful boss in the future. Regarding this woman's business methods, he could only say one word: admiration. Although Li Wangyu didn't want to admit it, the beautiful boss was able to get a 7-figure monthly salary, while he only had a 6-figure annual salary. This was absolutely reasonable. After Su Chongqing transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, she had been holed up at home for almost a month. This really made this elite female professional feel suffocated. She wasn't one of those delicate canaries who didn't step out of the house. Instead, she was a modern woman with a strong career spirit. If she didn't do anything and just stayed in the house all day doing housework, washing clothes, cooking, and taking care of the children, it would be more painful than killing her. Now that she finally had a chance to slightly show off her business skills, how could Su Chongqing let it go? If Li Wangyu dared to say half a word of no, perhaps a bloody case of the Li family would occur. Seeing that Su Chongqing took the initiative to take over the carriage business, the old housekeeper Li Heng and Perrin secretly looked at each other. Both of them secretly let out a sigh of relief. There was no other reason other than the two of them didn't want Li Wangyu to be involved in the business of merchants. Whether it was the old housekeeper Li Heng or the little girl Perrin, they both hoped that their Lang Jun would take the imperial examinations and obtain scholarly honors in the future. Like their old master, he would patrol the heavens and enlighten the people. This was the right path. Merchants, on the other hand, were not allowed to participate in the imperial examination. If Li Wangyu wanted to operate the four-wheeled carriage, these two people would definitely stand out to dissuade him. Perhaps even Li Heng would try to persuade him again. Now that Madame Su was willing to take over this matter, it couldn't be any better. After the matter was settled, the old villager got up and said goodbye. He had to find the old man in the village to discuss this matter again. After respectfully sending the old village chief out, Li Wangyu drank the Medicine King tea in the central room, but he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Li Wangyu looked left and right for a long time, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about Ma Zhou. After returning home from the county yamen, he almost forgot about Ma Zhou's existence. It was really embarrassing. Ever since Ma Zhou was kidnapped by Li Wangyu and brought back to the Li family, he had been holed up in his room, fiddling with the weighing apparatus and copper coins as if he was possessed. Even his meals were brought in by the maidservants. Ma Zhou didn't even know that Li Wangyu had been locked up in the county yamen prison. He was wholeheartedly trying to solve the problem that Li Wangyu had given him. The beautiful superior was also helpless against Ma Zhou's desperate spirit. She could only instruct the maidservants to take good care of him and let him be. Chongqing, is Ma Zhou okay? The beautiful superior was speechless and rolled her eyes. You finally remembered that there is still someone in the family? You are really good. After bringing Ma Zhou back, you didn't care about him at all. He is fine. Every day, he will be in his room calculating the 12 copper coins. You are so wicked. Let's see how you will explain if Ma Zhou gets sick. Li Wangyu smiled sheepishly and said, "Hee, I was also forced into a corner." Who asked him to suddenly think of taking someone as his master? Before he finished his words, he heard a figure running in from outside the central room. As he ran, he shouted, "Teacher, teacher! I calculated it. I calculated it." This voice involuntarily caused Li Wangyu's face to turn white. Su Chongqing, who was at the side, lightly covered his red lips with his hand, smiling until his eyes were curved. This person, he really couldn't be nagged. Li Wangyu's face was bitter. He looked at Ma Zhou, whose eyes were red and hair was messy. "Brother Bin Wang, don't worry about that problem. Come, try the Medicine King tea. This is made by the old immortal Sun Simiao himself. It is very rare." He wanted to change the topic, but before he could finish, Ma Zhou rushed to the table, grabbed the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Ma Zhou put the empty teacup on the table and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He didn't care what he had just drunk and put a piece of paper in front of Li Wangyu. "Teacher, please take a look. You only need to divide the 12 copper coins into 3 groups." Ma Zhou explained the correct answer that he had finally figured out after thinking hard for a few days. The solution to this problem was so difficult, but it made Ma Zhou even more determined to take Li Wangyu as his teacher. Li Wangyu really didn't expect that Ma Zhou could really solve this logical reasoning problem. This made him feel a little awkward. Brother Bin Wang, this problem, yes, your answer is correct. Come, have some tea, have some tea. Li Wangyu wanted to change the topic again. Ma Zhou didn't give him the chance. He stared at Li Wangyu seriously and asked, "Teacher, can you accept a disciple now?" Hearing Ma Zhou's words, Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. He looked at Su Chongqing for help, hoping that she could help him say a few words to resolve the situation. The current situation was too awkward. Su Chongqing smiled sweetly and said to Ma Zhou, "Ma Zhou, Wangyu will keep his word." How can a man not keep his word? A gentleman keeps his word, What the hell? Surnamed Su. Don't think that you can hit someone when they're down just because you're good looking. Li Wangyu almost choked to death by Su Chongqing's words. Was that what he meant? He looked at Ma Zhou with a bitter face. "Brother Bin Wang, let's discuss this matter again." However, Ma Zhou replied firmly, "Teacher, Lady Su said that a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Is there really no room for discussion?" "No room for discussion. You forced me to do this." Li Wangyu suddenly stood up, scaring Su Chongqing and Ma Zhou. What was he doing? He suddenly touched his stomach with his hand and said with an exaggerated expression, "Ouch, my stomach hurts. Brother Bin Wang, I have to go to the toilet. I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wangyu turned around and ran to the backyard. His speed was as fast as lightning. Even Niu Yong felt that his Lang Jun was agile and had a good talent for martial arts. Seeing Li Wangyu shamelessly use the defecation escape, the beautiful superior blushed. It wasn't because she was shy, but because she was angry at this lazy guy. She asked you to accept a disciple, not to commit crimes. Was it so difficult? Su Chongqing said to the dumbstruck Ma Zhou, "Ma Zhou, you wait a moment, I will go and catch him." After saying that, he stood up, his small waist swaying as he walked towards the rear courtyard. Li Wangyu hid in the bathroom in the backyard for a while. He felt that he could hide for a while. Just as he opened the bathroom door sneakily and was about to sneak back to his room, a slender hand reached out from behind the door. Before Li Wangyu could react, the hand grabbed his ear and twisted it gently. Above Dingzhou village, there was a mournful howl that made those who heard it cry and those who heard it cry. Chapter 141. The beautiful boss grabbed Li Wangyu's ear and laughed happily. "Chongqing, let go. My ear is going to fall off." Su Chongqing glared at him angrily and let go. "Are you going to run or not?" "No, I'm not going to run." "Chongqing, what are you doing? Don't you know what I majored in college? If I become Ma Zhou's teacher, what can I teach him?" Li Wangyu rubbed his red ear speechlessly. This little girl really hit him hard. Su Chongqing stroked her hair. "Since you promised him, there's no reason to go back on your word now. As for what to teach, isn't it simple? Astronomy, geography, physics, and mathematics are all fine." In fact, Su Chongqing also had her own thoughts. Since she knew that Ma Zhou's future was limitless, Su Chongqing was naturally willing to play matchmaker if he wanted to worship Li Wangyu as his teacher. Since ancient times, the relationship between master and disciple was second only to that between father and son. As the saying went, "My parents gave birth to me, and my master taught me." If Ma Zhou worshipped Li Wangyu as his teacher, when he entered the imperial court of the Tang dynasty in the future, would the Li family still be afraid of being bullied? Su Chongqing knew that Li Wangyu had no intention of pursuing an official career, and she also didn't want Li Wangyu to be an official. But this time, a mere 7th-rank official had joined the army and almost caused Li Wangyu and Dingzhou village to hover between life and death. Su Chongqing was somewhat afraid. The Tang dynasty was not a legal society like later generations. In the era of officials, the saying, "the county magistrate who destroys the family and the magistrate who destroys the family," was not a joke. Since that was the case, where could she find such a good thing to get a strong backer for her family in the future? In fact, Li Wangyu understood all the thoughts of the beautiful boss. He just didn't think that he could teach Ma Zhou, a famous person in the Tang dynasty. After a moment of silence, Li Wangyu finally nodded helplessly. He followed Su Chongqing back to the central room. Ma Zhou couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Teacher, are you willing to accept me?" Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. "Since you insist on becoming my disciple, then don't blame me for teaching you astray in the future." He nodded and asked solemnly, "Brother Bin Wang, have you thought it through? I really don't have anything to teach you. All I know is some miscellaneous things like essays, poems, political theories, laws, scriptures, and moi. I'm not good at these." Li Wangyu also didn't want to cheat Ma Zhou. The knowledge he had was basically useless in the Tang dynasty. Whether it was to participate in the imperial examination or become an official, it was useless. Ma Zhou didn't hesitate at all. He directly knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu 3 times. "I'm willing to learn. It's my honor to be taught by you." Seeing Ma Zhou so determined, Li Wangyu didn't argue. "In that case, I'll accept you as my disciple. Get up." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Ma Zhou couldn't help smiling. He went to the table and poured a cup of tea. He respectfully handed it to Li Wangyu. This was the tea for the apprenticeship ceremony. Li Wangyu took the teacup, took a sip, and put it back on the table. It was the completion of the apprenticeship ceremony. Since ancient times in Wuxia, the apprenticeship ceremony was like this. The establishment of the apprenticeship relationship was relatively simple. It was just a ceremony of admiration and cultivation. There was no formal apprenticeship ceremony. Brother Bin Wang. Li Wangyu just opened his mouth but was interrupted by Li Zhou. Teacher, since I've already been apprenticed, you can call me Bin Wang. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. Bin Wang, I know a little about astronomy, geography, physics, and mathematics. Which aspect do you want to learn? Ma Zhou was stunned. Astronomy, geography, physics, and mathematics? The little teacher he apprenticed to knew a lot. He was excited and deeply bowed. If possible, I want to learn all of them. Li Wangyu nodded and was about to send Ma Zhou back to rest. Suddenly, he remembered that in a TV series, when a master accepted a disciple, he would say something pretentious to teach him a lesson. He thought for a moment and thought of a sentence. Bin Wang, you can stay in my residence and learn slowly. I only have one sentence for you. Constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous. I hope Bin Wang will remember it in your heart. Constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous. Ma Zhou heard it and couldn't help but murmur. His eyes lit up. Teacher, this is the Qian hexagram and the Kuan hexagram in the Book of Changes. A gentleman should be unyielding, not avoid difficulties and constantly strive for self-improvement. A gentleman should increase his virtue and be tolerant of all things. Thank you, teacher, for your advice. I will remember it. Li Wangyu pretended to be profound and smiled but didn't say anything. After Ma Zhou left, the beautiful superior leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Wicked or not, copying the motto of Tsinghua University and using it as a lesson for your own disciple?" The phrase, "constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous," was the famous motto of Tsinghua University in the future. It was put forward by Liang Qichao in a speech at Tsinghua University. He, why don't you think of a better one for me? Li Wangyu replied with a smile. The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him and got up to leave. However, she was stopped by Li Wangyu. What? Don't go. Help me think of what to teach Ma Zhou. How to do the lesson plan. Li Wangyu pulled the beautiful superior's sleeve and said. Su Chongqing wrinkled her small and tall nose and snorted discontentedly. Humph, what does this have to do with me? Li Wangyu said angrily, why doesn't it have anything to do with you? Just now you forced me to accept Ma Zhou as my disciple. Now you can't run away. Besides, I'm just a second-tier e-commerce major. I can't compare with you, a graduate of the business administration major of the University of Pennsylvania. You can't leave me in the lurch. Su Chongqing had no choice but to agree with him. They went to the study of the inner courtyard and began to recall and record on paper what modern knowledge could be taught to Ma Zhou. Li Wangyu said that he was unwilling to accept a disciple, but in fact, he was so happy in his heart that he almost sang a song. It was really a sense of achievement for a historical celebrity like Ma Zhou to worship him as a teacher. The cynical man had already begun to think about how he should train the prime minister of the Tang dynasty, so he couldn't wait to ask Su Chongqing to write the lesson plan with him. For his disciple, Li Wangyu only had a little worry in his heart, that was, Ma Zhou's life was not long. Li Wangyu remembered that Ma Zhou was originally absurd and unruly for a period of time, and now it was his dormant period. In the 5th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi ordered hundreds of officials to write to discuss the gains and losses of the imperial government, and Ma Zhou would soar to the sky. In the 22nd year of Zhengguan, Ma Zhou died of illness at the age of 48. Li Wangyu was a little depressed when he thought of this and wondered if he should find a way. He wanted his disciple to live a longer life. If only he had fooled Sun Simiao at that time. Li Wangyu couldn't help sighing. Su Chongqing looked at him curiously. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about why I didn't keep the old Taoist Sun Simiao, the king of medicine. What a pity. He didn't know that Sun Simiao, the king of medicine, had walked into the trap and built a Taoist temple on the hillside of his home in Dingzhou village. After returning from transporting official grain from Yinzhou, the beautiful boss forgot to tell him about it. After that, a lot of messy things happened, and he forgot about it. The beautiful boss's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, and she covered her mouth and chuckled. It's simple. Before she finished speaking, she heard the old butler Li Heng gently knocking on the door. Lang Jun, there are guests in Chang'an. Li Wangyu was a little surprised. Why were there guests again? Was it Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys? Who's here? Yan Liben, Yan Xiaojian, is from Jianghu. Chapter 142. Li Heng's reply made Li Wangyu somewhat stunned. Yan Liben? A famous politician and painter in the early Tang dynasty who was famous for his paintings. Several of his later works were handed down from generation to generation. Li Wangyu was naturally interested in making friends with such a famous person from the Tang dynasty. But why would Yan Liben suddenly come from Chang and to Dingzhou village to visit him for no reason? He had never met him before, so why did Yan Liben visit him? Even the beautiful boss knew about Yan Liben's reputation. When she was studying in the United States, she once went to the Boston Art Museum and saw Yan Liben's emperor's painting. Hearing that Yan Liben was visiting, the beautiful boss also got up and followed him out, wanting to see the style of a famous person. In the central room, a young man in a scholar's robe was sitting beside a few tables. Li Wangyu felt that he looked familiar at first sight. After thinking for a while, he recalled that this young man was the one who commented on his sketch, Goddess Luo's painting, in Zhang Liang's mansion that day. It turned out that he was Yan Liben. So it's Junior Supervisor Yan. Zio didn't go out to meet you. I hope Junior Supervisor Yan can forgive me. Li Wangyu cupped his hands and greeted Yan Liben. After both sides greeted each other, Li Wangyu introduced Su Chongqing to Yan Liben. After some formalities, Li Wangyu curiously asked. Junior Supervisor Yan, what's the matter today? Yan Liben straightened his clothes and directly knelt down to Li Wangyu. Liben came uninvited today. I'm here to take you as my master. His words were like a thunderclap, shocking Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing to the point that they were both stunned. You also want to take him as your master? What's wrong with you today? Ma Zhou just took him as his master. Why is this Yan Liben, who I don't know, also like this? Are you all bewitched? Li Wangyu twisted his stiff neck and looked at the beautiful boss beside him. The meaning in his eyes was, did I hear it wrong? Su Chongqing was also speechless. He carefully sized up Li Wangyu. He was still that delicate and pretty 16-year-old youth. He didn't exude any aura of a bastard. Why do you say that, young Master Yan? What can I teach you? Li Wangyu felt a little dizzy. Yan Liben, however, bowed respectfully. Liben wishes to be Xiao Lang's disciple. I wish to learn how to paint. His words stunned Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing even more. Yan Liben went to Li Wangyu to learn painting. It felt as if Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo had come to him to learn how to play football, or Michael Schumacher had come to him to learn how to drive. Who was Yan Liben? Not only was he a famous painter in the early Tang dynasty, but even in the history of Wuxia, Yan Liben was not in the top 3, but he was in the top 10. He was like a god of painting. And such a great Yan Liben went to Li Wangyu's house and told him, a 16-year-old youth, that he wanted to learn painting from him. Wasn't this an international joke? For a moment, Li Wangyu had several thoughts in his mind. Was this Yan Liben a fake? But he did see this man in Zhang Liang's mansion. He was obviously a nobleman of the Tang dynasty. Did Yan Liben drink too much today? He sniffed carefully and didn't seem to smell of alcohol. Did he have a fever or was he confused? It seemed that Yan Liben was full of energy and had no illness or disaster. Li Wangyu couldn't figure out what was wrong with Yan Liben. He could only ask helplessly, Yan Xiaojian, don't make trouble. I still want to learn painting from you. Are you kidding me? Yan Liben didn't seem to be joking at all. Instead, he bowed again very seriously. Xiaolang, Kun, Liben isn't kidding. I sincerely want to be your disciple and learn painting from you. Li Wangyu was speechless. What can I teach you? Yan Liben immediately took out a scroll from his chest. He opened it carefully as if it was a rare treasure. Seeing the picture on the scroll, the beautiful boss couldn't help but exclaim softly. Then her face turned crimson. She secretly stretched out two slender fingers and pinched the soft flesh on Li Wangyu's waist. Li Wangyu also cried out. It was not because of anything else, but because he was really in pain from the pinch. Where did this little girl learn such a sinister trick? On the scroll, there was a framed portrait of a naked woman. This was one of the two naked sketches that Li Wangyu drew when he went to Chang'an to earn money to buy food. At that time, one of the two sketches was sold to the fatty Cho Kun. The other one was not sold. Later, Li Wangyu gave it to Cho Kun. And this naked sketch, the beautiful boss knew at a glance that it was drawn by Li Wangyu. In the Tang dynasty, and even in the whole world, at this time, no one except Li Wangyu would draw this sketch. She fiercely glared at Li Wangyu. Stinky hooligan, he actually drew a naked woman. Li Wangyu also felt his face burning. How could this thing he did be exposed by Yan Liben? How could he endure this? Cough, Yan Shaojian, what do you mean by this drawing? Li Wangyu pretended to cough lightly. Yan Liben acted as if he had seen a priceless treasure. His fingers lightly stroked the scroll. Xiaolang, Kun, this drawing was made by you, right? Li Ben wants to learn this unique painting technique. I hope Mr. can teach me. Li Wangyu subconsciously prepared to refuse. In front of the beautiful boss, no matter what, he could not admit that this drawing of a naked woman was drawn by him. Although everyone was well aware, he did not intend to admit it. Yan Shaojian, why do you say this? This drawing is very unique. This is also the first time I've seen it. How can I teach you any drawing technique? Yan Liben raised his head in shock and asked in confusion, Xiaolang, Kun, at Chongping County Duke's residence, wasn't it you who presented the goddess of Luo painting? Why do you say this is the first time you've seen it? Li Wangyu was choked by his words. He almost choked to death on his own saliva. *CK, I forgot about this, cough, 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 this is the second time I've seen it. But I went to the Cho residence. Duke Cho admitted that this drawing was made by Xiaolang, Kun and gave it to me. Yan Liben said with a smile, his eyes revealing a trace of craftiness. Li Wangyu was speechless. He thought that Yan Liben was an honest person. He could imagine that as a fourth-rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, a junior supervisor, going to a merchant family like the Cho family to ask about him, the Cho family might not keep it a secret for him. The truth was so. Yan Liben could tell that the drawing that Li Wangyu made was not an ancient drawing. However, he was smart enough not to say anything. After the birthday banquet at Zhang Liang's residence, he went to the Cho family in Chang'an who presented the drawing. Using this point, he was able to trick Cho Yuanliang into revealing that the person who drew the drawing was Li Wangyu from Hu County who presented the drawing that day. This drawing was also sold to him by the Cho family. After receiving the drawing, Yan Liben loved it so much that he could not put it down. He framed it and studied it every day. He also tried to copy it, but he could not get the hang of it. After studying it for many days, Yan Liben finally could not hold back his desire for this unique drawing technique and came to ask for a master. After the beautiful superior came back to her senses, she kept blinking at Li Wangyu. There was only one meaning: quickly accept this disciple. Chapter 143. In the eyes of the beautiful superior, one sheep was the same as herding a flock of sheep. Ma Zhou was just a potential stock, while Yan Liben was a blue chip. A fourth-rank official wanted to be Li Wangyu's disciple. Where else could you find such a good deal? Li Wangyu hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach him sketching skills, but he suddenly thought of a sentence that Yen Liben once said to his descendants in history. Old Tang Dynasty, the biography of Yen Liben recorded, "When I was young, I was fond of reading. Fortunately, I was spared from facing the wall. But with my insight, there is no greater humiliation than being a servant. You should be warned not to learn this." This was what Yen Liben said himself. He meant that he had read books and poems since he was a child. Whether it was writing or discussing policy, he was definitely not inferior to his colleagues. Now, he also held an important position, but because he was good at drawing, he was called a painter, and was ordered around like a lowly servant. He felt deeply humiliated by this, and they should also learn from it. Don't let this small trick bring shame to them. Li Wangyu once saw Yen Liben say this in a history book. He deeply sighed about the low status of painters in the Tang dynasty. Even Yen Liben, who used to be a prime minister, felt that being a painter was a disgrace, let alone other people. So when he heard that Yen Liben wanted to learn sketching skills from him, Li Wangyu was very hesitant. He felt that he should persuade Yen Liben not to be obsessed with this small trick so that he wouldn't regret it in the future. "Young Master Yen, drawing is just a small trick. Why be obsessed with it? It's fine if you're bored. If young Master Yen is really interested, we can exchange ideas. There's no need to be a disciple." In response to Li Wangyu's sincere persuasion, Yen Liben was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "I appreciate Mr. Xiao Lang's kindness. Although drawing is just a small trick, I love it deeply and have never thought of giving it up. So, please accept me as your disciple and teach me drawing skills, Mr. Xiao Lang. Young Master Yen, I'm just a commoner, and I'm only 16 years old. If you want to take me as your master, it won't be good for your reputation," Li Wangyu persuaded again. "Don't worry about it. Confucius said, among the three of us, there is bound to be a teacher. Choose the good one and follow him. Xiao Lang, Kun is skilled in martial arts. Since I am your disciple, it has nothing to do with age or official position. Please grant my wish, Xiao Lang, Kun." Fine, it's this sentence again. Why is it the same emphasis as Ma Zhou? In the face of such a stubborn artist, Li Wangyu had nothing to say. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Damn it, isn't it just accepting a disciple? Since I have already accepted Ma Zhou, I don't mind accepting another Yen Liben. Seeing that Li Wangyu really agreed, Yen Liben couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ignoring his age and official position, he immediately knelt down respectfully and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. Then, he poured tea for Yen Liben, completing the ceremony. Within a day, their Langjun had accepted 2 disciples. This made the old housekeeper and the others smile so widely that they couldn't close their mouths. For them, Ma Zhou wasn't a big deal, but Yen Liben was a 4th-rank official. For such a person to become their Langjuan's disciple, Li Heng and the Niu brothers couldn't help but straighten their backs. Especially Niu Wu, his admiration for his elder brother was unparalleled. No wonder his elder brother wanted to become a member of the Li family. His foresight, tsk, there was nothing to say. Previously, the county magistrate of Chang'an County was only a 6th-rank official, but he dared to order people around. Now that a 4th-rank official had become his Langjuan's disciple, let's see who would dare to cause trouble for the Li family in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu found Ma Zhou and introduced him to Yen Liben. Hearing that the other party had become Li Wangyu's disciple, Xiao Lang's disciple, Ma Zhou and Yen Liben both felt a sense of closeness. Student Ma Zhou, courtesy name Bin Wang, greets brother Liben. Student Yen Liben greets brother Bin Wang. The two of them were the same age and had become Li Wangyu's disciple on the same day. This made the two of them feel like they hit it off. However, the way the two of them addressed each other made the beautiful superior open her mouth wide and look at Li Wangyu in disbelief. "Student? Why don't you just say hello? You also transmigrated?" What are the two of them talking about? Student? Su Chongqing bit Li Wangyu's ear and asked softly. Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment and then laughed loudly. After a long time, he explained in a low voice, student isn't something that only exists in the future. It's in the Book of Han. People who are under the same teacher can be called students. Su Chongqing knew that she had made a mistake again. Her face turned slightly red and her fingers secretly pinched Li Wangyu's waist. Li Wangyu wanted to slap himself. How could a beautiful woman be made fun of so casually? This was retribution. After Yan Liben became his disciple, Li Wangyu didn't hide anything and introduced him to the basics of sketching. Ma Zhou also listened with great interest. Although he wasn't good at painting, he knew how to play the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. Naturally, he wasn't unfamiliar with painting. After seeing the sketch of a naked woman brought by Yan Liben, Ma Zhou was once again amazed by Li Wangyu. He even asked Yan Liben for the sketch shamelessly, but was mercilessly rejected by Yan Liben. Therefore, Li Wangyu taught Yan Liben the skills of sketching and painting. Ma Zhou also listened and learned from him. He felt more and more that his decision to become Li Wangyu's disciple today was very correct. Sure enough, there were still many things in this little teacher's mind that were worth learning. After Yan Liben and Ma Zhou heard about three-dimensional perspective, light and shadow projection, and other sketching techniques, their eyes lit up. These were things that they had never learned or touched before when they were learning to paint. Teacher, how long do you think you can teach me these? Yan Liben rubbed his hands excitedly and said. Li Wangyu was speechless. He was really a painting addict. He couldn't wait to learn new skills. Seeing that it was still early, he simply asked Li Heng to get charcoal and paper and started the first painting lesson in the history of the Tang dynasty. When the sun set in the west, Yan Liben reluctantly said goodbye and left. Because the civil servants of the Tang dynasty had to go to bed every 10 days, Yan Liben could only come to Dingzhou village once every 10 days to learn sketching from Li Wangyu. This made him very annoyed that he had too little time. Ma Zhou was very proud of this. He lived in the teacher's house and could ask for advice at any time. After Yan Liben left, Li Wangyu looked at Ma Zhou, who was packing up his painting tools, and then remembered what Su Chongqing wanted to say in the study. Chongqing, what were you talking about in the study room earlier? What is simple? The beautiful boss smiled and said, Oh, I forgot to tell you before. I gave away the hillside land at home. What? Gave it away? Who did you give it to? Li Wangyu was shocked. This prodigal woman, he couldn't keep it anymore. She actually gave away a piece of land that was worth 1,000 strings of coins. King of Medicine, Sun Simiao. As soon as Su Chongqing said this, Li Wangyu immediately froze for a few seconds. Old Daoist Sun Simiao? What does he want that land for? Taoist temple. Li Wangyu immediately understood. He laughed a few times, pulled the beautiful boss and ran out of the door. Let's go, take me to see it. Chapter 144. Under the setting sun, smoke rose from kitchen chimneys in Noda's Dingzhou village. The farmers who had worked in the fields for a day carried their tools and animals back to the village in exhaustion, but they had smiles on their faces. Chickens crowed and dogs barked in the village. The half-grown children played with each other and ran around. Occasionally, they would be yelled at by their elders to go home for dinner. There was a naughty child who tore his pants while climbing a tree and exposed his butt. The adults caught him and spanked him a few times. They scolded him as they dragged him home, causing the two to roar with laughter. When the farmers saw Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, they all showed bright smiles and warmly greeted them. When the men of Guangzhong ate, they were used to holding large bowls and squatting outside the houses to chat and eat. While it was a simple meal, and there was no meat or fish, they ate with great satisfaction. Roars of laughter occasionally came from the crowd. Some farmers saw Li Wangyu and the others and warmly invited them to eat at their homes. The two of them declined with a smile. Li Wangyu, who had been in a hurry to go to the slope to see the situation, slowed down his steps in front of this idyllic poem that no artist could paint. He slowly walked with Su Chongqing through the village. A smile uncontrollably rose to the corners of their mouths. Wangyu, don't you feel that the atmosphere in the village seems to be a little different? The beautiful boss suddenly asked. Li Wangyu stilled and did not understand what she was referring to. Su Chongqing smiled and explained, when we first came to Dingzhou village, while we were warmly welcomed by the villagers, I felt that everyone in the village had a layer of bitterness on their faces. Now, it hasn't even been a month, but the villagers are smiling even more. Li Wangyu carefully considered her words. It seemed to be true. Su Chongqing continued, Wangyu, this is actually all your work. Me? What does it have to do with me? Li Wangyu did not understand. You came up with the water wheel, so the farmers didn't have to work so hard to carry water. You also lent 20 oxen to the village. This time, the corvée labor also allowed everyone to earn money. Adding all these together, these simple farmers naturally felt that their lives were better. Naturally, I'm in a good mood now that I'm living well. The beautiful boss's words made Li Wangyu somewhat embarrassed. He smiled sheepishly. Hee, actually, I didn't think about that. Su Chongqing suddenly said seriously, Wangyu, do you and I have the ability to let everyone in Dingzhou village live a good life? Could these simple and honest villagers live to the end of their lives, be useful to the strong, and be good to the young? Can you turn Dingzhou village into a paradise of the Tang dynasty? Why do you suddenly think so? Li Wangyu was somewhat puzzled. Why would Su Chongqing suddenly say this? The land is flat and spacious, and the houses are upright. There are fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry and bamboo trees. Along the crisscrossed paths, chickens and dogs could be heard. Among them, the people who come and go, the men and women's clothes are known as outsiders. Yellow hair hangs down, and happy. Su Chongqing suddenly recited a passage from a text she learned in middle school, Peach Blossom Spring. Then, she turned to look at Li Wangyu with a smile in her eyes. Because I suddenly fell in love with this land. Her words made Li Wangyu slightly stunned. He seemed to understand something and couldn't help but reach out to hold his beautiful boss's soft hand. Chongqing, you will. Dingzhou village will definitely become a paradise of the Tang dynasty. I promise you. Whether it was Li Wangyu or Su Chongqing, they both had their own relatives in the modern world. Li Wangyu's parents were still alive, but they could no longer see each other. It was the same for Su Chongqing. Her parents, her friends, and her life had all become impossible to find because of this inexplicable transmigration. Everything had become memories. Li Wangyu heard Perrin whisper to him several times that Sister Su secretly cried alone in bed at night. He knew that his beautiful boss was homesick. She missed the home that she couldn't go back to after more than 1,300 years, therefore, Su Chongqing had always resisted the fact that she had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. In her heart, this was an unreal dream. Everything was like a game. However, the rural life of Dingzhou village that was full of life finally made her like this place. She fell in love with this place. Therefore, she hoped that this place could become the peach blossom spring in her heart. Su Chongqing hoped that Dingzhou village could be turned into a paradise. Wasn't this also a kind of escape from reality? Ask what era it was now, but don't know the Han dynasty, whether it was Wei or Jin. Li Wangyu held Su Chongqing's hand. The two silently looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. It was as if they could feel each other's heartbeat. Li Jiaxiaolang is embarrassed. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing both turned their heads in surprise. They saw a group of small children in the village surrounding them. They were making funny faces and singing nursery rhymes. The beautiful boss immediately realized that her hand was still held by Li Wangyu. She couldn't help but blush and struggled to break free. One must know that this was still the Tang dynasty. It wasn't the era where men and women hugged and kissed on the streets of the modern world. The two of them holding hands in the village could be considered a very out-of-line action. Therefore, these half-grown children in the village all ran over to watch the commotion. Even the villagers who were squatting at the door chatting and eating in the distance occasionally let out kind laughter. This made Su Changqing's face burn even more. He glared at Li Wangyu reproachfully before turning around and running back home. Li Wangyu was thick-skinned. He smiled at the group of children and said, "You little brats, what do you know? Do you know what a wife is?" "I know, it's a wife. My father said that he would marry a wife for me in the future." A little brat shouted, causing the surrounding children to start to kick up a fuss. Li Wangyu smiled and patted their heads intimately. Then, he turned around and chased after the beautiful boss. In front of a beautiful woman, there was no need to look at the old Daoist's lousy temple. "Changqing, wait for me." "Hee, why are you running?" Li Wangyu shouted shamelessly, but it made Su Changqing walk faster. The beautiful boss let go of the knot in her heart, and the relationship between Li Wangyu and her quickly warmed up. When no one was around, Li Wangyu had already touched first base. From time to time, he could hold the beautiful boss's smooth and tender hand. However, it was limited to this. Although Su Changqing studied in the United States, her thoughts were quite traditional. Li Wangyu wanted to go one step further and hit second base, but he didn't succeed. This made him feel very regretful. A home run was far away in the future. Su Changqing began to busy herself with the four-wheeled carriage company of Dingzhou village. She put in a lot of enthusiasm for this matter. The Li family and Dingzhou village's partnership to open a four-wheeled carriage company had been unanimously agreed by the villagers. Many villagers were even grateful for the Li family's decision. They thought that the Li family was benevolent and wanted to make the whole village rich together. Recently, the beautiful boss would lead Niu Yong and the old village to Chang'an City at dawn. They would only come back at sunset. They were very busy. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was very idle every day. Other than taking some time to teach Mahjou, he would ride around the village on his horse. He also went to the construction site of Sun Simiao's Taoist temple on his own hillside. He also met Lu Shenwei, which made him very surprised. Li Wangyu also patted his chest and promised Lu Shenwei that after the Taoist temple was completed, he would let Yan Liben paint the murals for the temple. This made Lu Shenwei have a good impression of Li Wangyu. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight. They regretted not knowing each other earlier. In his spare time, Li Wangyu either went fishing by the Gan River or played mahjong with Ma Zhou and Lu Shenwei at home. His days were very comfortable. However, after a few days of leisure, a group of troubles came to his door. Chapter 145. They were called a group of troublemakers because they came in groups. The Cheng brothers, the Du brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, Chai Lingwu, Niu Zhengping. A large group of the top playboys of the Tang dynasty came to Dingzhou village and captured Li Wangyu alive. "Ha, Zio, you brat. Why didn't you go to Chang'an to find your brothers after being released from prison in Chang'an? You deserve a beating. Let's go to Chang'an and drink. We're not going home until we're drunk." Cheng Chumo dragged Li Wangyu out of the house and pushed him onto the back of a horse. Li Wangyu saw the situation and knew that he could not escape today, so he resigned himself to his fate. He laughed and greeted the group of playboys, and then the group of them rode towards Chang'an. Li Wangyu was actually very willing to make friends with this group of top playboys of the Tang dynasty. It was not that Li Wangyu was snobbish, but that this group of playboys was to his liking. They were unpretentious, straightforward, just like the group of good friends he had in the university in his previous life. No one despised Li Wangyu because he had nothing to his name. No one despised his poor family background or the fact that he was in debt. Although Li Wangyu was somewhat talented, his status was still far from that of these foppish sons of rich families at the moment. Even so, this group of playboys was willing to cause trouble in the Chang and county government for him, and they were even willing to sit in prison and drink with him. Li Wangyu could not say anything about such playboys. The group of playboys rode into Chang'an, laughing and laughing. When the colonel guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate saw this group of playboys, he hurriedly ordered the soldiers to move aside. He even chased away the caravans that were queuing to pass the customs to make way for them. This was the first time Li Wangyu entered Chang, and without going through the public inspection, and he also enjoyed the treatment of a privileged class. Although the playboys loved to play around, they did not dare to gallop their horses after entering Chang and city. They all obediently reined in their horses and moved forward slowly. In Chang and city, no one dared to gallop on horseback except to deliver urgent official documents. If they were caught by the patrolling marquis, he would not let them go just because they were the sons of important ministers of the marquis. They might even be beaten. Li Wangyu thought that they were going to the restaurant in the East City to drink, but he didn't expect that they would lead him to the West City. When the group of wastrels dismounted in front of a wine shop, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of something. His face couldn't help but flush, his heart beating wildly. He was here to drink wine with girls. Li Wangyu wasn't a pure and innocent virgin in his previous life. When he was running errands for clients, he often went to all kinds of nightclubs. However, how could those nightclubs of the future be compared with the taverns of the Hu people in Chang and city and West City of the Tang dynasty? This place was full of foreign girls, Hu Ji. In the taverns of the West City, there were many Hu Ji. Moreover, their singing and dancing skills were exquisite and full of strong exotic charm, attracting countless literati to stop and indulge in wine and women. Even Li Bai wrote a poem for the taverns of the West City. In the wooling year, young men in the East City, silver saddles and white horses ride the spring breeze. Where do the falling flowers travel? Laughing into the Hu Ji wine shop. It could be seen that the banished Immortal Li Bai was also a romantic figure. In the Tang dynasty, Hu Ji referred to the Sogdian women of the western region, who were also Persians. However, there were also women from Tokaria, Central Asia, India, and even distant Europe who were called Hu Ji in the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty was prosperous, and the Silk Road endlessly transported wealth between the East and the West. Besides spices and gems, the goods transported from the West City to the Tang dynasty were mostly female slaves. The profits were 5 times that of silk, so the profiteering caravans continuously sold all kinds of female slaves from the West City to the Tang dynasty. Hu Ji were very popular in the Tang dynasty. Whether it was merchants or nobles, they didn't mind buying a few beautiful Hu Ji at home. The Hu Ji in the taverns of the Hu people not only had to sell wine as prostitutes, but they were also forced to provide all kinds of services, such as drinking, singing, dancing, and even sexual services. They were not much different from prostitutes. The Silk Road was the nightmare of these young women in the West City. Driven by the huge profits, these beautiful women were given away and played with like goods. In the end, they died in a foreign land, never to return to their homeland. The Tang dynasty poet Li He once wrote in the Song of the Dragon at night, "The curly-haired Hu Ji has green eyes. The sound seems to come from the sky, and the beauty under the moon cries for home." In this regard, Li Wangyu could only sigh in his heart, but he didn't want to be a savior and save these pitiful Hu Ji from their tragic fate. Seeing Li Wangyu in a daze at the entrance of the tavern, Fang Yai went forward and put his arm around his shoulder. "Brother Zio, why are you in a daze? Come in quickly." "Maybe it's because Li Jia Xiaolang is still a virgin, huh?" Chai Lingwu teased. The Yuchi twins also chimed in. "Huh, that should be the case. Today, we brothers will treat you and find you a beautiful Hu Ji, so you can enjoy what it means to be a man." Li Wangyu was speechless. This group of scum. He gave them the middle finger to express his disdain, but forgot that in the Tang dynasty, there was no international language like the middle finger. Wang Yu, what do you mean by giving us the middle finger? Wei Shuyu asked curiously. Li Wang Yu was embarrassed and hurriedly explained, it means to call you brothers. This is called sign language. The group of wastrels didn't suspect anything. They also thought it was fun and gave him the middle finger. Seeing Cheng Chumo laughing happily at his two younger brothers' middle fingers, Li Wang Yu was sweating like a waterfall. What a sin! Fortunately, Li Wang Yu was the youngest in the group, so no one gave him the middle finger, and he escaped a disaster. However, Li Wang Yu wasn't completely spouting nonsense. In sign language, the middle finger really did mean that he was an elder brother, and it meant that he would become the pillar of the family. The group of wastrels gave each other the middle finger and clustered around each other as they entered the tavern. The Hu taverns in Shi City were expensive. Those who weren't from influential families or merchant families wouldn't dare to patronize them. As soon as the large group entered the tavern, several young and beautiful Huji girls came out to greet them and led them to an elegant pavilion. Under the attentive service of the Huji girls, everyone took off their boots and went to the banquet. Cheng Chumo directly waved his hand and said, "Call the best Huji girls for me. If you dare to use any ugly ones to make up the numbers, I will smash your tavern." The Hu shopkeeper of the wine shop had already rushed over. He smiled apologetically and replied in the great Tang official language with an accent, "Little Duke, what are you saying? Even if I deceive anyone, I would not dare to deceive Little Duke. I will immediately ask the Huji girls to come over and serve you." Cheng Chumo and his group of wastrels were all regular customers of Hu taverns. The Hu tavern manager didn't dare to neglect them. "Wait, are there any new Huji girls? This is the first time for my little brother. Find him a clean and refreshing Huji girl to serve him." Wahaha! Cheng Chumo pointed to Li Wang Yu and said. Cheng Chumo's words made the group of wastrels look at Li Wang Yu and laugh, making Li Wang Yu blush. These bastards! He wished he could pull out his 40-meter-long broadsword and chop them to death. However, Li Wang Yu, the cynical man, didn't say anything against it. Instead, he was a little expectant. It was wise not to take Niu Wu out today. No one would tell the beautiful boss, right? Chapter 146. As a healthy man with a normal mind, Li Wang Yu would be lying if he said that he was untainted by the mud and that he wanted to learn from Liu Xiahui. Although there was an ambiguous relationship between him and his beautiful superior, it did not affect the uncontrollable ripples in his heart. Cheng Chumo's words made him look forward to it even more, but he heard the Hu shopkeeper reply hesitantly, replying to the young duke, "There is a new Hu concubine in the inn. She is also very beautiful. But her temper is fierce and she has not been trained well. I am afraid that she will spoil the young duke's mood." She is just a Hu concubine, how fierce can she be? Just call her over, my little brother can handle her. Cheng Chumo waved his hand without a care, indicating for him to call the Hu concubines over. The Hu shopkeeper did not dare to say anything else and turned to leave, arranging for the Hu concubines to accompany them. Not long after, a group of young and beautiful Hu concubines dressed in foreign attire entered the courtyard. They were dressed to the nines, each with a different style. For a moment, the courtyard became enchanting and charming. It was very tempting. The group of debauches each chose a pleasing Hu concubine to accompany them, but did not let the rest go. They had them play music and dance to entertain them. Li Wang Yu sat on his seat and saw the debauches and Hu concubines on his left and right, making him feel dry in the mouth. These bastards, they are too indulgent. TSK, Fang Yi Ai, this bastard, where did your hand go? Yuchi Bao Lin, can you be any more vulgar? This group of Hu concubines, they are too lacking in self-respect. Being taken advantage of like this by this group of debauches, they were just short of doing that kind of thing, yet they were all smiling so seductively. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, they actually did such a thing. It really made Li Wang Yu angry. He really wanted to say loudly, "I don't want any chicks, give me a dozen of these unrestrained concubines." However, for the sake of his own face, Li Wangyu could only act like a gentleman. He sat in the pavilion and waited for the arrival of his huji. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard outside the pavilion. Everyone looked over and saw two maids dragging a blonde girl with a Chinese hairstyle walking over. The girl struggled with all her might, but her slender body was no match for the two burly women. After struggling for a while, she was still dragged into the pavilion. However, that huji girl was very unyielding. She actually opened her mouth and bit one of the maids. Under the sudden pain, that maid slapped her, causing that huji girl to fall to the ground. The blonde, blue-eyed huji girl was also tenacious. Seeing that she was being hit, she only covered her face and stared at the two maids without saying a word. Enraged, one of the maids raised the whip in her hand and was about to lash out. Li Wangyu's sense of justice rose again. He pushed the table and stood up, shouting, "Stop!" Seeing that the guest in the pavilion had spoken, the two maids didn't dare to act rashly and quickly retreated to the side. Li Wangyu took a few steps forward, wanting to see if the huji girl was badly beaten. He was almost shocked when he saw it. Oh my God! Angelina Jolie also transmigrated? Is this King movie? The girl in front of him looked younger, at most 14 or 15 years old, but her appearance was almost exactly the same as Angelina Jolie's. One of Li Wangyu's favorite Hollywood actresses was Angelina Jolie, the female lead of the movie Tomb Raider. He would never admit that he was attracted to Angelina because of her devilish figure, although she was indeed very attractive. After a long time, Li Wangyu finally calmed down. He swallowed his saliva and asked the huji girl in a gentle tone, "Are you okay?" Angelina Jolie, "Oh, no," the huji girl, glared at Li Wangyu with her eyes full of vigilance. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, frightened but stubborn. She just bit her sexy red lips and didn't say a word. Huji's inadvertent action made Li Wangyu's heart beat faster. He couldn't take it. In his previous life, the sexiest thing about Angelina Jolie besides her devilish figure was her alluring red lips, which could make people fall head over heels for her. Her lips had the title of "Wild Lips." Her lips gave Angelina Jolie a wild beauty that was hard to tame. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Time seemed to have frozen. Li Wangyu stared at the huji girl in a daze and didn't say a word. On the other hand, the maid at the side saw that the huji girl didn't speak and couldn't help but get angry. She yelled at her, "The VIP is asking you a question, little hussy. Hurry up and answer." "Shut up. Get out." Awakened by the maid's loud voice, Li Wangyu couldn't help but get angry and yell at the maid. After being yelled at by Li Wangyu, the two maids in the tavern didn't know what to do and stood at the side uneasily. Seeing that the commotion was too fierce, the tavern owner rushed over and bowed to everyone, "My apologies, my lords. This huji girl hasn't been trained yet. Why don't I get another one?" "No need, I'll take her." Li Wangyu stopped him. He bent down again and asked the young Angelina Jolie, who was half sitting on the ground gently, "Let me help you up, okay?" As if sensing that Li Wangyu didn't have any ill intentions, and with the two maids who were always fierce, the young Angelina Jolie didn't object and nodded gently. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. He quickly reached out to help her up and pulled her into the pavilion. Angelina Jolie didn't struggle and was led into the pavilion by him. This scene made the group of fops in the pavilion dumbfounded. After Li Wangyu pulled Huji back to her seat, a few of them had mischievous looks in their eyes. Fang Yai winked at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you're a gentleman, but what?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. "But Zio, your taste isn't very good. Huh, you actually like such an ugly woman." Fang Yai's words made the group of fops convulse with laughter. Chai Lingwu even laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He kept burrowing into Huji's arms. Ugly? Angelina Jolie was actually called ugly by this group of fops? Did they have any sense of beauty? Were they all blind? Before Li Wangyu could speak, he heard Cheng Chumo teasing, "Zio, this Hu Ji is so tall and so slender, not to mention her mouth that looks like a bloody basin. TSK, the barbarian merchants of this tavern are really despicable. They actually use this kind of thing to fool us." Li Wangyu was almost struck by lightning by this guy's words. Damn, a bunch of country bumpkins. The Hu Ji girl beside him was nearly 1.7 meters tall. Her 2 long legs were faintly visible under her skirt. She could be said to be of the highest quality. Her figure wasn't inferior to Angelina Jolie's in his previous life. In fact, it was even better. Her skin was fair, unlike the thick pores of ordinary European and American women. Instead, it was as smooth as silk like Wuxia women. When Li Wangyu held her hand just now, he almost couldn't control himself. Not to mention her sexy red lips, which were actually described by Cheng Chumo as a bloody basin. Li Wangyu despised this guy's sense of beauty. Chapter 147. The words of the group of playboys made the face of the Hu girl beside Li Wangyu turn gloomy. Although she didn't want to be a slave or a hostess, as a girl who loved to look pretty, who would want to be called ugly in front of others? In the pavilion, not only were the group of silk pants rocking back and forth with laughter, even the Hu courtesans were covering their mouths and snickering. In their eyes, the young Hu courtesan beside Li Wangyu was indeed very ugly. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. He couldn't be bothered to correct the aesthetic standards of these country bumpkins. Thinking about it secretly, Li Wangyu felt a little happy in his heart. Angelina Jolie was such a great beauty, yet no one could recognize her. The feeling of a bright pearl being covered in dust and being able to recognize the pearl with his discerning eyes felt pretty good. Li Wangyu ignored the group of playboys and turned to look at the beautiful teenage version of Angelina Jolie beside him. He subconsciously compared her with his beautiful boss. In the end, they were neck and neck. His beautiful boss had the typical temperament of an Oriental beauty. Whether it was her appearance or figure, she didn't lose to the teenage version of Angelina Jolie at all. Li Wangyu stopped his fantasies and started chatting with the Hu Ji girl in a low voice. "Can you tell me your name?" Li Wangyu's tone was gentle, like a weird uncle who was about to trick a little loli into looking at goldfish. The girl hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "Aphrodite." Her accent was a little strange, but Li Wangyu could still understand it. Hearing her answer, Li Wangyu's eyes lit up. The ancient Greek goddess of love? The girl was stunned. She looked up and stared into Li Wangyu's eyes. "You know about the goddess of love? You know about ancient Greek mythology?" She had been sold from faraway Europe to the Tang dynasty for a few months. Whether it was the barbarian merchants or the people of the Tang dynasty, she had never seen anyone who knew about ancient Greek mythology. Li Wangyu shrugged. He had only read about ancient Greek myths and was not proficient in them. However, he did remember the names of the goddesses. He was especially impressed by Aphrodite, the goddess of love, whose Roman name was Venus. Back then, Li Wangyu almost licked the screen when he saw the painting, The Birth of Venus, by the Italian painter Botticelli. In the oil painting, the young girl Aphrodite had just jumped out of the water and was standing naked on a lotus leaf-like shell. Her figure was slender and fit, her figure was slim and full, and her posture was graceful. "Aphrodite, where is your hometown?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. This girl was clearly not an ordinary West Asian Yahoo, but a European. "Byzantine, I'm from the Byzantine Empire." Aphrodite replied in a low voice, but her tone was obviously depressed. "Byzantium?" Li Wangyu used his limited knowledge of the history of the world to recall. It seemed to be the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Tang dynasty called them the Great Qin. It was really a long distance. Li Wangyu remembered reading about it in the future. It was about 10,000 kilometers from Rome to Chang, and a caravan would need to spend about a year and a half on the journey. It was a long and suffocating journey. Li Wangyu could not imagine spending a year and a half on horseback or camelback. It was simply driving people crazy. And this girl in front of him obviously would not have the chance to complete such a journey again in her life. She would have to spend the rest of her life in the Tang dynasty, which was 10,000 kilometers away from her hometown. Li Wangyu could only sigh with emotion. The temptation of money was indeed incomparably great. It could prompt those merchants to spend 2 to 3 years on the road just to earn incomparably generous returns. Li Wangyu looked at Aphrodite sympathetically. He did not know how to comfort this slightly sad girl. Li Wangyu did not want to make this girl version of Angelina Jolie sad, so he quickly changed the topic. Aphrodite, your Tang dynasty language is pretty good. Did you learn it for a long time? Aphrodite nodded. On the way to the Tang dynasty, someone in the caravan had been teaching me. We walked on the road for a year and a half, and I only learned it. Your Tang dynasty language is really difficult. Speaking of this, Aphrodite patted her chest, indicating that she had learned it really hard. However, the trembling of the mountains in front of her chest almost caused Li Wangyu to have a nosebleed. This European girl's development is too good. She's only 15 or 16 years old and she's already this big? From this point of view, Aphrodite had completely won over his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "You're already very talented to be able to learn this in a year and a half. The Tang dynasty language is the most difficult language in the world." Aphrodite stuck out her tongue. I can also speak Greek, Persian, and Roman. Damn, she's actually a language genius. This made Li Wangyu feel a little ashamed. When he was in college, he barely passed the English test band 4. The two ignored the group of foppish young masters in the pavilion and chatted with each other. They soon became familiar with each other. Although Aphrodite was forced to accompany them to drink, she did not expect to meet such a humorous young man like Li Wangyu, who even knew a lot about the customs of her hometown. Moreover, Li Wangyu did not touch her like other men, which made Aphrodite have a good impression of Li Wangyu. In the few months since she came to the Tang dynasty, she didn't even have time to take a closer look at Chang'an, the greatest city in the world, before she was locked in the tavern. Every day, she was whipped to learn singing and dancing, musical instruments, the Tang dynasty language, and drinking techniques. Today was the first time she was forced to come out to receive guests. She tried her best to resist, but she did not expect to meet such a handsome young man like Li Wangyu. For a moment, Aphrodite even felt that this life was not as bad as she imagined. In the tavern, after 3 rounds of drinking, the group of foppish young masters began to shout, "Serve the country with loyalty," at the top of their voices. Ever since the banquet in the county prison of Chang'an County, this group of foppish young masters all fell in love with this song and would sing it every time they drank. Li Wangyu did not shout with them this time. Instead, he pulled the girl version of Angelina Jolie to the side to watch the fun. The girl, who was forced to accompany them to drink, looked at this group of foppish young masters and listened to their extremely unpleasant singing. Finally, a girl's bright smile appeared on her face. In the pavilion, the foppish young masters with high noses and white skin played a cheerful Western music. They danced under the 3 strokes of the drum. In the Tang dynasty, the most famous dances were the Huchuan dance, the Hutting dance, and the Zhizhi dance. As the saying goes, the Hutting dance returns to the snow, and the sound of the strings and drums dance. A group of foppish young masters with graceful figures spun rapidly in the pavilion. Their colorful skirts and long hair fluttered together. The lively rhythm and strong performance made Li Wangyu fascinated. Sure enough, it was the dance of a phoenix, and the shadow of a phoenix behind. At this moment, it was not the wine that made them drunk, but they were drunk. Chapter 148. The Huji girls finished their dance. It was bold, erotic, and charming. At this time, the wine was half drunk and the dance was joyous. Although it was not dark yet, the atmosphere in the pavilion had become dreamy. A group of rich playboys also entered after drinking and danced with the Huji girls. But no matter how you looked at it, it was like a real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. Especially the three Cheng brothers and the Yuqi twins, they were like a few gorillas dancing. Li Wangyu deeply suspected that these guys would climb to the top of some tower and fly for the Huji girls. Li Wangyu laughed heartily. Suddenly, he felt like he was in a poetic mood. He shouted, "Bring me a brush and paper." Seeing that Li Jia Shaolang was about to compose a poem, the group of rich playboys gathered around. Li Wangyu asked the Huji girls to spread the paper on the table and grind the ink. He held a wine cup in his left hand and a pen in his right hand. He recited and wrote on the paper with his thin muscles. Before a bottle of wine. Li Wangyu wrote down the title of the poem. This guy was drunk and started to copy Li Bai's poem again. The spring breeze comes from the east and passes by suddenly, the golden bottle of wine ripples. The falling flowers feel a little too much, the beauty is drunk and the beauty is drunk. When the poem was copied to this point, Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. This poem seemed to be lamenting the passing of time, right? The last line, "How many peach blossoms can there be? The flowing light deceives people and wastes time," seemed to be not for a young man like him to say. Li Wangyu's brain worked very quickly. He might as well give Li Bai's poem a shortened version. He would remove the lines in the middle that set off the sadness and hinted at people's declining years. He paused for a moment, drank a mouthful of wine, and continued to write. The lute plays the dragon gate's green tree, the jade pot of wine is clear as the sky. Urging the string and brushing the column to drink with the gentleman, looking at Zhu Cheng's face redden. The Huji girls are as beautiful as flowers, smiling in the spring breeze. Smiling in the spring breeze, dancing in gauze clothes, the gentleman will not be drunk today and will return in peace. The shortened version of Before a Bottle of Wine became a poem of Carpe Diem, which made the rich playboys applaud. Especially that last sentence, "If you are not drunk today, you will return in peace." It was even more to the liking of a group of profligate sons. What she meant was that she was laughing in the spring breeze while dancing in her silk dress. In front of this beautiful scenery, if you don't get drunk today, you're a fool. What's there to talk about? Zio is indeed a genius. How are you going to return home in peace if you don't get drunk? This is delightful. Come, everyone, let's drink. If we don't get drunk, shall we return peacefully? Cheers. In the pavilion, Hu Ji, who was good at playing and singing, immediately began to play and sing Li Wangyu's "There's a Bottle of Wine in Front." Unlike the poems of later generations, since ancient times, poems were actually meant to be sung. As the saying goes, 300 hymns, 300 string poems, 300 song poems, and 300 dance poems. Every poem in the Book of Songs can be played, sung, and danced with musical instruments. Tang poetry was naturally the same. A large portion of poems were spread through the singing of prostitutes. For example, now in Chang'an City, in the Ping Kong Square, the most popular poem was Li Wangyu's plagiarized poems. In the pavilion, Hu Ji, who was holding a pipa, plucked the strings. Other Hu Ji, who were holding musical instruments such as ivory boards and dudun drums, also played the accompaniment to the tune of the pipa. A clear and beautiful female voice came out from Hu Ji's red lips. The group of rich playboys, including the sons of the martial artists, were all intoxicated by the music and could not extricate themselves. The poem was repeated 3 times before it ended. The beautiful poem was like rich wine, intoxicating and intoxicating. In the pavilion, there was a fight again. The cause was to snatch the manuscript of "There's a Bottle of Wine in Front" written by Li Wangyu. Wei Shuyu quietly reached out to the manuscript on the table. He gently pulled but did not move it. He looked up and saw that Du He's hand also grabbed the other end of the rice paper. The two of them stared at each other for a while. He suddenly shouted, "Brother, come and help me." Go was his brother. Since his brother asked for help, he would naturally help. He immediately rushed to Wei Shuyu. Chai Lingwu saw the commotion and also ran up to help. The group of rich playboys fought over Li Wangyou's manuscript and made a mess in the pavilion. Only the three Cheng brothers and the Yuqi twins were not interested in the manuscript. In the end, it was the Du brothers who overpowered Wei Shuyu and snatched the manuscript. Wei Shuyu was so angry that he cursed loudly. After the laughter, the atmosphere in the pavilion was even more intense. Wine was poured into everyone's mouths like water. Li Wangyu was already intoxicated by the music and wine. He did not notice that Aphrodite, who was beside him, had left at some point. When she came back, she had already changed into a special dance costume. She wore a tomato hat decorated with golden bells, thin and narrow sleeves, a purple gown embroidered with golden silk, red brocade boots, and a colorful belt around her waist. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie smiled sweetly at Li Wangyu. She began to dance with the beating of the drums. The drumming became more and more urgent. The frequency of Aphrodite's waist also became faster and faster. Her soft and boneless waist danced in a circle. Li Wangyu was so captivated that he could not bear to blink. Her red brocade boots kicked and curled according to the rhythm. When the music ended, Aphrodite gently took off her gown, revealing her beautiful shoulders. She looked at Li Wangyu with her watery eyes. At this moment, she was extremely shy and full of tenderness. Li Wangyou's heart palpitated. This temptress. Aphrodite had already drunk several cups of wine. Her face was flushed red. At this moment, she seemed to have thought things through. It was difficult to return to her homeland. Perhaps in this life, she could only helplessly stay in this wine shop and become someone's plaything. No matter how much she resisted, she could not resist the whips of the barbarian merchants. In the end, she would fall into a boundless sea of suffering. Since that was the case, she might as well give her first night to a handsome young man like Li Wangyu. The group of wastrels had already seen Aphrodite's soul-stirring gaze. They could not help but kick up a fuss, telling Li Wangyu not to let down the beauty's grace. Although these wastrels felt that this barbarian was ugly, they did not care about that. They only treated it as watching Li Jia Xiaolang make a scene. After the dance, Aphrodite sat back down beside Li Wangyu. She began to raise her cup and urge him to drink. Li Wangyu did not refuse and drank all the wine. The group of wastrels drank from the afternoon until the evening drum sounded and the sun set. However, no one prepared to leave. They stumbled and hugged the barbarians they had chosen and prepared to stay in this wine shop. In the barbarian wine shop, not only did they provide drinking and entertainment, these barbarians also provided special services. Naturally, there were enough rooms for guests to rest and enjoy the night. The wastrels giggled and left with the barbarians in their arms. Aphrodite's face was flushed red. She looked at Li Wangyu, who was already drunk. She bit her sexy red lips and bent down to help him up. Then, they walked towards the room in the backyard of the wine shop. The door of the room slammed shut. The red candles in the room flickered, and the rings on the red gauze gown made light sounds. As the saying goes, drunk in the bosom of a tortoiseshell banquet, what can the hibiscus do to the monarch in the tent? Chapter 149. In the tavern, Aphrodite struggled to help the drunk Li Wangyu onto the bed and put down the red gauze curtain. Her face was flushed red. After hesitating for a long time, she finally made up her mind and began to undress the gauze skirt while trembling. On the ground, the gauze clothes slipped off one by one, revealing Aphrodite's flawless white body that was full of fatal temptation. Her eyes were twinkling, her breasts were bouncing, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was as beautiful as a Diao cicada. At this moment, Aphrodite's beauty could cause the downfall of a country. Her skin was as smooth as milk. Her long blonde hair was scattered on her bare shoulders. Her beautiful face showed a faint sense of confusion. Her pair of innocent eyes were shrouded in melancholy and resentment. It was as if she was blaming the unfair fate that sent her to the distant east to become someone's plaything. If Li Wangyu was not drunk, he would definitely feel that the Italian painters were reliable. The Aphrodite in front of him was far more captivating than Venus in the oil painting. In the tavern, a gentle breeze blew, causing the red candles to flicker. Aphrodite's bare skin was stirred up a series of small bumps. She bit her red lips, climbed onto the bed, and went into Li Wangyu's arms. However, the expected scene did not happen. Li Wangyu was already drunk. After Aphrodite helped him to the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. In those movies or literary works, drunken men and women would wake up without knowing what happened the night before. That was basically nonsense. As a normal man, Li Wangyu did not know that a naked blonde beauty was lying beside him. He also did not have any physiological reaction. Aphrodite was only a virgin. Although she was forced to learn how to please men in the tavern, it was only in theory. She was so busy that she was sweating, but Li Wangyu did not have any reaction. The drunk Li Wangyu turned sideways and pulled the naked Aphrodite into his arms. Then, he hugged the beauty and fell asleep. Such an erotic scene, if Li Wangyu woke up and saw it, who knew if he would regret it to the point of slapping himself a few times. After Aphrodite was pulled into Li Wangyu's embrace, she breathed in his masculine scent and felt ashamed. She wanted to push Li Wangyu away, but he held her tightly. She had also drunk a lot of wine. At this time, the alcohol had gone to her head. As a result, in Li Wangyu's arms, she slowly fell into a dream. Aphrodite seemed to have returned to her hometown in her dream, but it was still the same unchanging nightmare. Amidst the sound of the Persians' iron hooves, the castle in her hometown was set ablaze. She could still clearly remember the pungent smell of smoke and dust. She suddenly woke up from her sleep. The air was still filled with the smell of smoke and dust. The tavern was bright and orange light was reflected from the window. Before Aphrodite could distinguish whether this was a dream or reality, she heard a terrifying shout from outside, "Fire! Someone come quickly! Fire!" The night watchman and Wu Ho also struck the gong, clanging loudly. Aphrodite suddenly reacted. The smell of smoke and dust was not a dream, but a fire in the tavern. Aphrodite could not help but cry out in alarm. She quickly broke free from Li Wangyu's arms. She hastily grabbed her clothes and put them on while shaking the sleeping Li Wangyu with all her might. Wake up, there's a fire. Wake up." She did not even know Li Wangyu's name. She only heard those debauches call him Ziyu at the banquet. But at this time, Li Wangyu was drunk and was sleeping soundly. No matter how Aphrodite pushed and shouted, she could not wake him up. Aphrodite rushed out of the room in panic, wanting to call someone to take Li Wangyu away. But as soon as she opened the door, a thick smoke hit her face and almost suffocated her. She hurriedly covered her mouth and nose with her hand and looked up. The tavern in the backyard of the tavern was already ablaze with smoke everywhere. There were disheveled and panicked figures running around everywhere. The flames emitted crackling sounds of explosions, and the momentum was terrifying. She tried to shout a few times, but not only did she not attract the rescue personnel, she was choked by the smoke and coughed. The buildings of the Tang dynasty were all made of wood. In addition, the tavern's backyard was covered with flammable gauze curtains. The fire spread even faster. Anyone with a little knowledge of fire safety knew that the most terrifying thing in a fire was not the flames themselves, but the billowing smoke brought by the flames. Most of the people who died in the fire were suffocated by the thick smoke instead of being burned to death. Aphrodite panicked and almost rushed out of the door to avoid the fire. But just as she stepped out of the door, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Li Wangyu, who was still unconscious on the bed. This Tang dynasty youth looked very handsome and warm when he smiled at her. If Aphrodite left, Li Wangyu, who was still unconscious in the red gauze tent, would undoubtedly die. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she retracted her foot. Aphrodite ran to the bed and used all her strength to pull up Li Wangyu, who was in a drunken stupor. Fortunately, although Li Wangyu was a man, he was only 16 years old and his body was thin and weak. He was less than 1.65 meters tall, half a head shorter than Aphrodite's 1.70 meters long legs. Aphrodite barely managed to lift Li Wangyu up and dragged him out with great effort. In the billowing smoke, she covered her mouth and nose with one hand, coughing while dragging the man beside her. The flames roared and jumped on the roof not far away, destroying everything with tyrannical power. Dark red sparks floated in the air, even burning a few strands of Aphrodite's golden hair. Her originally gorgeous clothes had long been splashed with holes by the sparks. The raging fire seemed to have gone crazy, flying everywhere with the wind, unscrupulously swallowing everything. The red flames were like a tyrannical king, destroying all obstacles in front of it. Aphrodite used all her strength to drag Li Wangyu, but the smoke was everywhere, and she almost couldn't tell the direction of escape. After all, she was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and her strength was not that great. Soon, under the roasting of the flames, her body was sore and weak, and she fell to the ground. But even so, she still hugged Li Wangyu's body tightly, lying on top of him, trying to resist the coming erosion of the flames for him. At this moment, Aphrodite didn't know why she couldn't let go of this man. Perhaps it was because she gave up resisting the tragic fate, or perhaps it was because of Li Wangyu's unforgettable smile, or perhaps it was because this Eastern man knew that her name was the goddess of love, but it didn't matter. Aphrodite didn't regret her decision, and she was vaguely proud that she didn't escape alone. She no longer had the strength to drag this young Eastern man to heaven with her, so why not just leave it like this? Ascending to heaven with a man she didn't hate, perhaps this was her final destination. Aphrodite's breathing became more and more difficult. She slowly closed her eyes and quietly lay on top of Li Wangyu. Chapter 150. When Aphrodite had already given up on her desire to live, a few water pillars fell from the sky and drenched her and Li Wangyu's bodies. The two of them, who had been roasted by the fire, finally regained their vitality after being doused by the cold water. Li Wangyu, who had been unconscious due to his drunken stupor, finally woke up under the stimulation of the cold water. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Aphrodite's alluring face, which was covered in soot. At this moment, Aphrodite was still lying on Li Wangyu's body, the two of them hugging each other tightly. What happened? Li Wangyu's throat was hoarse and painful as if it was on fire. Aphrodite's face was full of water droplets. It was unknown whether it was from the water droplets or tears of joy. There's a fire. You didn't wake up. I wanted to drag you and run. Li Wangyu struggled to sit up. He had a splitting headache. Looking up, half of the originally exquisite Hu wine shop's backyard had been engulfed by the fire. But at this moment, water pillars continued to spray out from the sky. Streams of water began to suppress the fiercely burning house. The fire was quickly brought under control. Li Wangyu then noticed that not far behind the two of them, many people were holding thick bamboo tubes to extinguish the fire. The water pillars were spraying out from those bamboo tubes. Water bags. He immediately knew what those bamboo tubes were. They were the fire-extinguishing tools of the Tang dynasty, water bags. The Tongjian recorded, if the enemy sets fire to the building, use thick bamboo tubes that are 10 feet long and cut off the joints. Use thin skin to make a bag that can hold 3 to 4 stones of water. Place the tubes in the bag and tie them to the bag like a splashing tube. Order 3 to 5 strong men to fill the holes and put out the fire in an emergency. It meant that a leather bag made of animal skin was connected to a 10 feet long bamboo tube. When the fire needs to be put out, 3 to 4 stones of water would be poured into the leather bag and the bag would be squeezed with human strength. Under the effect of pressure, water would be sprayed out from the bamboo tube. Its function was the same as the fire hose of the modern era. In Chang'an City, Every marquee shop in the market had the responsibility of being the fire brigade. After the fire broke out in the back courtyard of the Hu wine shop, the marquee shops in the West City took action. They brought water bags and other fire-extinguishing tools and quickly extinguished this sudden fire. In the end, due to the speed of Wu Ho's arrival, the fire did not spread. It only burned down 6 or 7 rooms in the back courtyard of the Hu wine shop. The losses were not too severe. It was only at this moment that the group of drunkards came to look for Li Wangyu. It wasn't that this group of debauches were afraid of death and disloyal, but they weren't much better than Li Wangyu. They were all drunk and awakened by the fire, so they pulled Hu Ji and fled in a panic. At that time, the situation was too chaotic. Coupled with the thick smoke everywhere, there was no way to confirm who had escaped and who had not. It was not until the fire was under control that the group of rich playboys gathered together. Only then did they discover that Li Jia Xiaolang had disappeared. They hurriedly ran into the fire to look for him. Seeing that Li Wangyu was safe and sound, and holding the extremely ugly Hu Ji in his arms, the group of rich playboys finally relaxed. This group of top-notch scions of the great Tang were usually dressed in bright clothes. But at this moment, not only were they covered in smoke and dust, their faces and hands were also covered in black marks. Their clothes were not even neatly worn, and were dirty and filthy. There were also many holes burned by the sparks. The group of rich playboys looked at each other. They couldn't help but point at each other's sorry state and laugh. Li Wangyu asked in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, what's going on? Why did it suddenly catch fire?" When he mentioned this matter, the group of rich playboys also became angry. It wasn't easy to invite the Li family's young master to this Hu wine shop to indulge in sensual pleasures, but something like this actually happened. Cheng Chumo roared, "Where's the shopkeeper? Get out here!" Following his shout, the Hu shopkeeper ran out from the crowd in fear and trepidation. He repeatedly bowed to them, Young Gongye, please forgive me. Why did the shop suddenly catch fire? This slave really doesn't know." Among the martial marquises of the West Market who came to put out the fire, an official wearing an 8th-grade military uniform stepped forward to greet the rich playboys. "I am the colonel of the marquises of the West Market." "Greetings, young duke." The marquises of the Tang dynasty's Chang and city had both public security and firefighting functions. It was similar to the combination of the local police, urban management, and firefighting of the future. The marquises of the West Market had 100 people at the West Market, 30 at the West Market, 20 at the West Market, and 5 at the West Market. They were under the jurisdiction of the left and right Jin Wu subordinates, the left and right Manners. The East and West Market were special cases. They had the same organization as the West Market and had 100 marquises. Because of the large number of people, this sudden fire was extinguished very quickly. The military system of the Tang dynasty was that every 100 people formed a brigade, and there was a colonel. Each brigade had 2 teams, each team had 50 people, and each team had a squad leader. Each team was divided into 5 fires, each fire had 10 people, and each fire had a squad leader. The managers of the marquises of the East and West Market were all colonels. They were 8th-grade military officers. Cheng Chumo glared at him, "Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, why did it suddenly catch fire today? Have you investigated clearly?" The colonel carefully looked at the group of rich playboys and then looked at the Hu shopkeeper of the wine shop standing to the side. He hesitated and did not speak. Yuchi Bao Lin was impatient and shouted at him, "Why are you being so wishy-washy? If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Why did it catch fire? Did someone deliberately set the fire?" The colonel was forced into a corner and could only point at the unrecognizable tavern, replying to the young duke, "According to this one's judgment, it shouldn't be someone who set the fire, but what? But someone accidentally knocked over the candlestick, causing it to catch fire. It was really an accident." After the colonel finished speaking, he looked at the rich playboys with a strange expression. Yuchi Baolin did not know and was about to speak, but was secretly pulled away by her twin brother. Other than this idiot, the other rich playboys heard Colonel Wu Ho's words and looked at the fire. They all understood half of the situation. The few taverns that were burned down seemed to be where the group of rich playboys lived. If the fire was caused by accidentally knocking over the candlestick, then it meant that the main culprit was among them. This was hilarious. They all looked at each other, trying to figure out which bastard set the tavern on fire. The Hu shopkeeper naturally heard Colonel Wu Ho's words and looked at the group of rich playboys with a bitter face. His expression was as if his parents had died. "Don't be noisy, I will not forget your money." Niu Jingping, who could not walk, roared at the Hu shopkeeper. Niu Jingping also had a stomach full of anger. Was it easy for him to run out with a limp? Which bastard was it? He must find him and give him a good beating. Wei Shuyu pulled the colonel to the side and softly asked which tavern was the first to catch fire. After the colonel secretly pointed it out to him, Wei Shuyu was so angry that his face turned red as he stared fiercely at Chai Lingwu. That's right, the first tavern that caught fire was Chai Lingwu's room. Without a doubt, the fire was caused by this bastard. Including Li Wangyu, the group of people all looked at Chai Lingwu. Fang Yi Ai suddenly shouted, "Beat him! Let him set the tavern on fire!" All the rich playboys rushed up, even Li Wangyu did not hesitate. The group of people rushed up and trampled on Chai Lingwu, who was holding his head and squatting on the ground. Chapter 151. Chai Lingwu, who was originally in a rather sorry state because of the fire, was beaten to the ground by a group of playboys. His clothes became as filthy as a beggar's. With a long face, he cupped his hands and bowed to the playboys. "Brothers, I really don't know what's going on. I'm also drunk and don't know how the fire started." Cheng Chumo and the others called Hu Ji, who was with Chai Lingwu last night. After asking her, they found out the whole story and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that after Chai Lingwu entered the tavern last night, he and Hu Ji made love before falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, he probably got up to drink water because he was thirsty and accidentally knocked over the candlestick on the table. He didn't realize it and continued to climb back to the bed to sleep. Hu Ji, who was with him, was awakened by the fire and the smell of smoke. She quickly woke Chai Lingwu up and escaped. The fire spread very quickly. By the time Hu Ji called for someone to put out the fire, it had already spread. Li Wangyu heard this and was so angry that his nose almost crooked. He had finally transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. If Chai Lingwu accidentally set a fire and burned him to death, where would he go to complain? Could it be that his soul could transmigrate again? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu looked gratefully at the young version of Angelina Jolie next to him. If it wasn't for the Italian girl risking her life to save him, his soul would probably have been scattered. Li Wangyu tenderly stroked the girl's golden hair. Looking at the girl's pure yet sorrowful eyes, Li Wangyu's heart throbbed. 6 or 7 taverns of the Hu tavern were burned down, and the loss was about 700 to 800 strings of copper coins. The reason why it was worth so much money was not because of the houses themselves. It was said before that houses in the Tang dynasty were not worth much. Although houses in Chang'an were very expensive, it was not easy to live in Chang'an. Houses in good locations sold for at least 500 strings of copper coins. However, that was mainly because the land was expensive. It would only take a few dozen strings of copper coins to demolish and rebuild the tavern. But what was even more ridiculous was that in order to provide a better consumption experience for these high-end customers, the Hu tavern's furniture, displays, paintings, and antiques in the tavern were all very valuable. 700 to 800 strings of cash was already taking into account the status and face of the rich playboys. What he wanted was only the cost price. Naturally, the money had to be paid to the barbarian merchants. Chai Lingwu had a bitter expression on his face as he looked at the group of silk pants. "Brothers, I don't have the copper coins with me right now. Please help me." Although they were the top hedonistic sons of the Tang dynasty and spent money like water, they were not ordinary people. In fact, most people could only get 100 strings of cash from their families every month. This was already a lot. It was equivalent to more than 400,000 yuan of pocket money in the future. It was really corrupt. The more he took from his family, the more he spent. At most, Chai Lingwu could take out 200 or 300 strings of copper coins. The rest of the money would have to be borrowed from a group of wastrels. The group of profligate sons glared fiercely at him, but they could only open their wallets 100 or 200 strings of coins each, which could be considered to be enough money to compensate the Hu merchant. Of course, what they paid was not cash. It was impossible for the rich playboys to bring dozens of ox carts worth of copper coins to drink wine, much less bring a few hundred taels of gold with them. In an era before paper money was invented, it was indeed very inconvenient to spend large amounts of money. However, the Hu tavern's shopkeeper was not afraid that they would renege on their debt. In the Tang dynasty, the rich playboys would not go so far as to bully others with their power. After the fire in the tavern's backyard was completely extinguished, the Hu tavern's shopkeeper hurriedly arranged for people to clean up the mess. He also politely sent the rich playboys to other courtyards and arranged for people to help them bathe and change their clothes. After tossing and turning for half the night, Li Wangyu bathed and changed his clothes. Only then did he lie down in a clean and refreshing tavern to rest. However, Aphrodite's figure was no longer beside him. The fire burned so much that the rich playboys no longer had the mood to play with women. They all sent away the barbarians. Li Wangyu was naturally embarrassed and left the barbarian girls alone. The tavern's housekeeper came out to take the barbarians away. Aphrodite raised her eyes to look at Li Wangyu. Her ash-covered face was filled with worry and there was a trace of indistinct grief in her eyes. She did not resist and did not say anything. She lowered her head and silently followed behind the housekeeper who was disciplining them. Then, she turned and left. Li Wangyu's throat seemed to be blocked. He raised his arm slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but then lowered it sadly. He also did not know what he should say to the barbarian girl. Thank her? Ask her to stay? Li Wangyu only felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something. He lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with the girl's blue eyes looking at him with faint worry. With great difficulty, he finally endured until the morning drum sounded. Li Wangyu yawned and walked out of the tavern with a headache. The group of rich playboys had also woken up. Looking at the ruins of the barbarian tavern's backyard that were still emitting smoke, the rich playboys' faces were all shocked. This matter was really too troublesome to talk about. If this matter were to spread back to their families, these rich playboys' days would not be easy. Especially Chai Lingwu, his expression was even uglier. Cheng Chumo listlessly called out to everyone and prepared to go home. Li Wangyu muddle-headedly mounted his horse and followed everyone out of the market. But what lingered in his mind was Aphrodite's aggrieved eyes when she was taken away by the housekeeper. When he thought about how this girl who he met by chance but saved his life last night would become a prostitute in this barbarian tavern, drinking and dancing with those strange men, and even being pressed down by those strange men to vent their bestial desires, Li Wangyu felt a stab of pain in his heart. Finally, Li Wangyu made up his mind. He pulled on the reins and shouted, "Brother Cheng, brothers, can you lend me some money?" The group of dispirited playboys was stunned and looked at him in confusion. "Zio, why do you want to borrow money?" "Ransom." Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards everyone. "I want to go back to the barbarian tavern and ransom that Hu concubine. I am embarrassingly short of money, so I can only shamelessly ask for help from my brothers." He really did not have the money. The price of a beautiful female servant of the Tang dynasty could be hundreds of thousands or even millions. Although the young version of Angelina Jolie was ugly in the eyes of the Tang people, she was still a Hu concubine. The price of a Hu concubine was much higher than that of an ordinary female servant. Li Wangyu estimated that if he wanted to buy Aphrodite from the barbarian tavern, he would have to spend at least 100 or 200 strings of copper coins, or even more. The group of playboys was slightly stunned by Li Wangyu's words. Then, they whistled and cheered one after another. Taking a fancy to a Hu concubine was not a big deal. The key point was that the Hu concubine had saved Li Jia Shaolang last night. Li Wangyu's request to ransom the Hu concubine was exactly what the group of playboys wanted. Let's go back. What are you talking about? Brother will pay for it. Cheng Chumo laughed. The playboys were also excited. They laughed and turned their horses around, escorting Li Wangyu back to the barbarian tavern. Chapter 152. When the shopkeeper of the Hu wine shop saw the group of wastrels returning, he quickly greeted them with a smile. Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said directly, "Shopkeeper, my brother wants to buy the Hu Ji from last night from your wine shop. Name your price." In the eyes of the crowd, this was a very simple matter. It was just a matter of paying more copper coins. If the Hu wine shop needed Hu Ji, there were many people selling them in the West City. They thought that the shopkeeper would not refuse them. Unexpectedly, Cheng Chumo's words were rejected by the shopkeeper. "I'm sorry, young duke, but we're not selling that Hu Ji." "What? Why not? Speak clearly for this old man." Cheng Chumo was furious. This Hu shopkeeper was clearly not giving him any face. He said in front of the group of wastrels that he wanted to buy the Hu Ji and give it to Li Wangyu. Now, the shopkeeper of the wine shop actually refused to sell it. Did he not put the Duke Lu's residence in his eyes? Most of the who did business in Chang'an City were Sogdians. They had 9 surnames: An, Chao, Shi, Mi, He, Shi, Mu, and Bai. The Tangs called them the 9 surnames of Jianghu, also known as the 9 surnames of Hu. The great Tang dynasty's terminator, An Lushan, was a Sogdian, a member of the 9 surnames of Jianghu. Just like the Jews in Europe, the Sogdians were also good at business. They bought silk from the Central Plains and transported it to the West regions. They also brought in glass beads, jade, agate, pearls, and other jewelry from the West regions. Selling livestock and even slaves was a way for the Sogdians to make money. They almost controlled the lifeline of the Silk Road trade. Almost every Sogdian merchant was a loan shark. Not only did they lend money, but they also lent silk. It was recorded in the Tsufu Yuan Gui that the inner circle disciples of the capital were mostly fan merchants. The wastrels in Chang'an City who borrowed money from the Sogdians could not afford to repay it. This showed how rich the Sogdians were. These Sogdian merchants were also good at relying on various political forces to gain political status and make it easier for them to do business. If it was an ordinary Chang'an wastrel, they would not be able to do anything to these Sogdian merchants. However, Cheng Chumo and the others were not ordinary wastrels. They were the top wastrels of the Great Tang. No matter how powerful the sweet merchants were, in the face of Cheng Chumo's fury, they could only keep quiet out of fear. The Hu wine shop's shopkeeper repeatedly cupped his hands and said, "Young Duke, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't have the final say in this matter. I really can't sell that Hu Ji. Why can't I sell it? If you don't make things clear today, do you believe that I won't set fire to your wine shop and burn it down completely?" Cheng Chumo was not the only one who was angered by the Hu shopkeeper's evasiveness. The group of silkpants also surrounded the shopkeeper furiously. They were all prepared to take action to teach this Hu shopkeeper who did not know the rules a lesson. He wanted to let him know who the Tang dynasty belonged to. How dare a man with a surname of Hu mess with them in Chang'an? He was really out of his mind. The Hu shopkeeper was on the verge of tears as he was surrounded by a group of hedonistic sons from the founding families of the Tang dynasty. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to such a task. He even regretted summoning that Hu Ji girl to accompany the guests yesterday. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the Hu shopkeeper had no choice but to invite everyone into the wine shop. He found a quiet room and respectfully invited everyone to take a seat. Then, he ordered someone to bring wine. After sending all the servants away, the Hu shopkeeper lowered his voice and explained to Li Wangyu and the others why he couldn't sell the Hu concubine. After hearing the Hu shopkeeper's explanation, Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants looked at each other in shock. No one would have thought that there was such a hidden story. Cheng Chumo silently scratched his head and said to Li Wangyu with a bitter face, "Brother Zio, there are plenty of Huji girls. Why don't we change to another one? How about I go to the West Market and buy you another 2 beautiful Huji girls?" Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, and the others also persuaded, "That's right. Zio, Huji girls are all the same. We will buy you a few other beauties." Li Wangyu only shook his head. He wasn't after beauties. He just wanted to save Aphrodite from her misery. What the Hu shopkeeper said didn't make him give up on his plan. Instead, it made him even more determined. "Brothers, if I don't buy that Huji girl back home and let her become a lowly prostitute in this wine shop, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest easy. Last night, that Huji girl risked her life to drag me out of the fire. How can I just walk away now? If I really do that, will you still be willing to be friends with me?" Li Wangyu's words were sincere and sincere. Fang Yai and the others were speechless. Everyone said that prostitutes were heartless and actors were unloyal. However, they saw how the Huji girl saved Li Wangyu last night. But as Li Wangyu said, if he just walked away, even they would despise Li Wangyu. Cheng Chumo slammed his palm on the table and said, "Bastard! I don't believe that the Zoroastrianism can go against the heavens. They don't have the final say in Chang'an. That's right. Let's go back to the residence and play the Qi troops. Today, we are going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple. Let's see if my spear is better or that Zoroastrianism Sabao is stubborn." The Yuchi twins also shouted. The Zoroastrianism temple was the place where the Zoroastrianism worshipped. The Zoroastrianism, also known as the fire worship sect, was the religion that the Persian Empire and the Sogdians believed in. Sabao was the leader of the Zoroastrianism region and the leader of the Sogdians. Once he heard that the wastrels were going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, the Hu shopkeeper knew that he was in trouble. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed, asking the dukes to be magnanimous. If Sabao knew that it was because of him that these wastrels were going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, he would lose his head. Li Wangyu also quickly got up and stopped the agitated crowd. "Brothers, don't be rash. If we really cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, it won't end well. Why don't we discuss it with Sabao? If he agrees, then it's fine, but if he doesn't, then we'll think of another way." The wastrels calmed down a little and nodded in agreement. The Sogdians controlled the Silk Road trade. Even the big shots of the imperial court were not willing to offend them. If this group of wastrels really went to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, they might really cause a lot of trouble. Li Wangyu then looked at the Hu shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, we won't make things difficult for you. We'll settle this matter ourselves and won't tell anyone. You're the one who told us this. However, you have to promise me that you won't let Aphrodite come out to meet customers until we settle this matter. Is that okay?" The Hu shopkeeper quickly nodded and promised to take good care of the Hu girl. Seeing that he had promised, Li Wangyu and the others left the wine shop and prepared to go to the Zoroastrianism temple to negotiate with Sabao. Chapter 153. In Chang'an City, the Zoroastrian temple of the Sogdians was located in the Lichuan Square in the north of the West Market. It was only separated from the West Market by a 100-meter-wide Golden Gate Avenue. Everyone rode on horseback and soon arrived at the entrance of the Jia temple. The Zoroastrianism temple was different from Taoism or Buddhism. There was a fire altar inside the Zoroastrian temple. Bronze cauldrons of different sizes were placed on the altar. Inside the cauldrons were burning with raging flames. This was the sacred fire that the Zoroastrian religion worshipped. The holy flame of Zoroastrianism was a flame extracted from the consecrated flames of the Sogdians who were pure in their beliefs and words. Precious wood was used as a fuel to incinerate the fire in the Zoroastrian temple for worshippers to worship. They went to the Zoroastrian priests in the Zoroastrian temple, and asked to see Sabeo, and to speak with him. The Sabeo in Jianghu city was called Milimon. He was the political and religious leader of the Sogdian people in Jianghu and had a high status. Although he did not have an official position in the Tang dynasty, because the Sogdians controlled the Silk Road trade, Pai Lupi had met him many times and bestowed him with gifts in order to win over the Sogdians. When Milimon learned that a group of Grand Dukes of the Tang dynasty had come to visit, he did not think much of it and asked the priests to invite them into the Zhuang temple. "Young dukes, excuse me for not going out to meet you. What business do you have with me?" Milimon was a middle-aged man who looked like a Persian. When he saw the silk pants, his attitude was amiable, and he exchanged greetings with everyone. Seeing Zoroastrianism Sabao's attitude, the group of silk pants relaxed. They felt that with their reputation, it would be easy for them to ask Zoroastrianism for an insignificant female slave. Li Wangyu bowed to Milman. "Sabo, we have a request. Please do us a favor." "Oh? What is it?" "I heard that your sect has a female slave from the Great Qin Empire, and I would like to buy this female slave from your sect. Would that be convenient?" Li Wangyu chuckled as he made his request. However, as soon as he said this, Milman's expression changed. "Lord Xiaolang, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Our Zoroastrianism doesn't have any female slaves from the Great Qin." "Where did Xiaolang Kun hear this from?" Seeing Milman immediately stop smiling after hearing about Great Qin's female slaves, the other profligates felt quite startled. Was Milman really not going to give them any face? Li Wangyu smiled and said, "I'm very curious about Great Qin's women and I've been looking for them everywhere. Su Li of Jianghu County told me that your Zoroastrianism has female slaves in the hands of the Great Qin. That's why I'm here to sincerely purchase them. Sa Bao, please do us a favor. The price is negotiable. We will definitely not let Sa Bao suffer a loss." Although there were all kinds of huji for sale in Jianghu and Shi City, there were very few European women. The main reason was that the Tang dynasty was too far away. It was not cost-effective to sell women from far-away Europe to the Tang dynasty. Most of the prostitutes in Jianghu and Shi City came from Central Asia, West Asia, and even South Asia. As for these concubines who entered the Tang dynasty, they had to apply for permission to enter the border and provide coupons. When entering Jianghu, they had to register at the county government. Therefore, when Aphrodite was brought into Jianghu by the Sut caravan, it was registered at the Jianghu county government. The Su Li of Jianghu County knew about this matter. However, Milimon still shook his head and said with a hint of impatience, "My Zoroastrianism did have a female slave from the Great Qin. However, a few days ago, she died of a sudden illness." "You?" Hearing Milimon deny it, Chu Chuliang became anxious. Just as he was about to accuse Milimon of lying, he was pulled back by his brother. Only then did he remember that they had promised the Hu wine shop owner that they would not reveal the truth. If he questioned Miliman's lie, it would be the same as betraying the Hu wine shop owner. Seeing Sa Bao Milimon deny it and even use the excuse of a sudden death, Li Wangyu was speechless. Facing the head of the Sut religion, even the wastrels could only beg. However, no matter how much Li Wangyu and the other wastrels begged and expressed that they were willing to pay, Milimon used the excuse of the female slave's death to send them away. The wastrels had never been treated like this before. If they were not worried about the influence of the Zoroastrianism, they would have already made a ruckus. Seeing this, Li Wangyu could only say a few perfunctory words and helplessly bid farewell to the wastrels and left the Zoroastrianism temple. "Bastard, this Milimon won't cry until he sees the coffin. He's full of nonsense. As soon as they left the Zoroastrianism temple, Cheng Chimo whipped the wall and said angrily. Fang Yai was also angry. Ziyu, what do you plan to do now? This Sa Bao Milamon is stubborn. He's a bastard. If it were up to me, why don't we just take that Huji away? Would they dare to report it to the authorities? Yuchi Baolin's words made the wastrels nod their heads. This was what they thought. However, Li Wangyu shook his head. If we do that, I'm afraid the matter will get out of hand. It's hard to guarantee that the Sut people won't report it to the court. That would implicate my brothers. How can I make things difficult for my brothers for myself? What he said was the truth. Using force to take someone away would cause endless trouble. Not to mention that after taking back Aphrodite, it would be difficult to solve the problem of her identity. After the Zoroastrianism temple suffered a loss, they would definitely cause trouble for the Sut people and ask the court to deal with the wastrels. At that time, Cheng Chimo and the others would definitely be affected. Cheng Chimo angrily cursed, this group of damn profiteers, the 9 surnamed who are not good people. The imperial court should issue a decree to arrest all of these who surnamed Jiu. Left is wrong, right is wrong. Ziyu, what do you think we should do? Are we just going to let it go? The wastrels were now unable to restrain their anger. Now it was not just the problem of Li Jia Shaolang wanting to buy a female slave, but they felt that their face had been swept to the ground by Milamon. If they just let it go, this group of wastrels would not be able to calm down and would lose face in front of the Zoroastrianism temple. For these wastrels, the world was big, but their face was the most important. If the Zoroastrianism temple did not take them seriously, how would they be able to establish themselves in Chang'an City in the future? Li Wangyu was also speechless. He silently looked at the fire in the bronze cauldron on the Zoroastrianism temple not far away and carefully thought about how to resolve this situation. The reason why the situation became so complicated was because of Aphrodite's identity. According to the information that the owner of the tavern learned, this female slave named Aphrodite was not an ordinary person, but the daughter of a noble in the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire had fought several wars in the past 100 years. A few years ago, the Persian Empire once again sent troops to attack the Byzantine Empire, and the Fifth Persian-Byzantine War broke out. At the beginning of the war, the Persians were unstoppable. They broke into the Byzantine Empire, took over Kharsatan City, and started to besiege Constantinople. This noble girl named Aphrodite was captured when Kharsatan City was conquered by the Persians. She was only 12 or 13 years old at that time. However, the war that followed ended with the defeat of the Persians. The Persians lost. They needed to return the Byzantine Empire's territories, release the prisoners of war, return the Holy Cross that they took from Jerusalem, return all the treasures that they took from the Byzantine Empire, and pay back the military expenses for the past few years. The Persian flew into a rage out of humiliation and vented his anger on Aphrodite. They lied to the Byzantine Empire that she died in the war and secretly sold her to the Sogdians. They let the Sogdians sell her to the distant Eastern Empire. They also asked the Sogdians to demote her to a prostitute to humiliate the Byzantine Empire and vent the anger in the hearts of the losers. The Persians and the Sogdians followed the same religion, so the Zoroastrians naturally followed the Persians' request. Therefore, the poor Aphrodite became a sacrifice in the war between the two sides. She was forced to follow the Sogdian caravans for more than 10,000 kilometers and spent a year and a half to travel from the distant Europe to the Tang dynasty. The Zoroastrians of Chang'an handed the girl to the owner of the tavern and asked him to train the girl well and send her out to serve customers as a prostitute. Of course, the owner of the tavern didn't dare to disobey. Therefore, when Cheng Chimo proposed to buy the girl, he immediately refused. This wasn't up to him to decide, and he was only following the orders of Zoroastrians. In order to save Aphrodite, other than taking her away like what Yuchi Baolin said, the only way was to force Zoroastrians to give in. Li Wangyu looked at the burning holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple and suddenly asked without thinking, what do you guys think will happen if the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple goes out? If it goes out, then let it go out. We can just light it up again with a lighter, Chai Lingwu replied in a bad mood. Wei Shuyu was so angry that he slapped his head and said, "Do you think this is the fire in your kitchen? If the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple goes out, I'm afraid the Sogdians will go crazy." He knew a little about the religion of Zoroastrians, and he knew that the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple was the lifeblood of the Sogdians. Once it went out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Wangyu suddenly smiled and revealed 8 white teeth. "Brothers, I have an idea. Let's go and prepare. Later, we will ask Milamon to kneel down and bring Aphrodite to me." Chapter 154. Wei Shuyu hurriedly stopped Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, you can't act recklessly. You can't be thinking of extinguishing the sacred fire of the Jia temple to threaten the Sut people, right? This will cause a big problem." Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. Hee, I really have such a plan. But don't worry, Brother Shuyu, the Sut people won't make a fuss because I will extinguish the flame by itself. No matter how angry they are, they can't blame anyone else." "What? How is that possible? How can a flame extinguish by itself?" Wei Shuyu pointed at the believers in the Jia temple. "These priests are always watching over the flame and adding fuel at any time. How can it extinguish by itself?" "Ziyu, don't make a fuss." Wei Shuyu's doubts made Li Wangyu laugh even more happily. "Brother Shuyu, brothers, why don't we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" "Bet that I can extinguish the flame. If I can do it, you have to help me. If I can't do it, I will treat everyone to lunch at a restaurant. How about it?" Li Wangyu proposed this condition, but the group of wastrels was stunned. "Ziyu, are you going to use your hand to extinguish the flame? Or blow it out? That doesn't count." Fang Yi Ai shouted. "Of course not, I definitely won't do that." The wastrels looked at each other, not believing Li Wangyu's words. "Let's bet, Ziyu. If you can really extinguish the flame, we will play with you this time." Cheng Chumo laughed. Li Wangyu snapped his fingers. "Then let's go. I will go prepare some things and show you my skills." Everyone laughed and joked as they walked towards the West Market. Li Wangyu found a grocery store and mysteriously went in to buy 2 things, which he then kept in his bosom. "Let's go, I am ready. I will find a place to show you how I extinguish the flame." Seeing Li Wangyu speak so confidently, the Silkpant's interest was piqued. Seeing that it was almost noon, everyone went to a restaurant in Shi City and asked for a private room. After asking the doctor to bring over a brazier, the debauches began to urge Li Wangyu, wanting to see how he would extinguish the fire. Li Wangyu asked for a wide-mouthed bottle. He took out something from his bosom and poured it into the bottle. "What's that smell? So sour?" "Ziyu, did you pour vinegar?" Fang Yai shouted. Li Wangyu smiled but did not answer. He shook the bottle in his hand a few times and then gently tilted the mouth of the bottle towards the burning brazier. Under the shocked gazes of the rich kids, Li Wangyu clearly did not pour out anything from the bottle in his hand. However, the flame in the brazier actually flickered a few times before it was extinguished. It was as if it had been extinguished by an invisible hand. Fang Yai opened his mouth in shock and pointed at the brazier, not knowing what to say. The others were no better than him. They all looked at Li Wangyu as if they had seen a ghost. After a long while, Cheng Chumo cautiously asked, "Ziyu, do you know any magic? How did you extinguish the fire in the brazier?" The rich kids all stared at the bottle in Li Wangyu's hand. They felt that it was clearly a magic treasure. Otherwise, how could it be so magical? Li Wangyu almost burst out laughing. This group of country bumpkins had no knowledge of chemistry at all. The 2 things he had bought in the grocery store before were vinegar and alkali powder. Both were very common items. In the Tang dynasty, the steamed cakes, steamed buns, or steamed buns, would have alkali powder in the flour to soften the dough. However, anyone who had studied chemistry in junior high school would know that the main component of vinegar was acetic acid, while alkali powder was sodium bicarbonate. When the two met, a chemical reaction would occur and carbon dioxide gas would be produced. Carbon dioxide was heavier than air. When the carbon dioxide gas was poured out of the bottle, it would eliminate the air in the brazier and cause a suffocating effect, extinguishing the flame. It was a very simple chemical experiment, but it made the rich kids of the Tang dynasty dumbfounded. They thought that Li Wangyu had learned some magic to be able to extinguish the flames so quietly. Li Wangyu couldn't explain to this group of country bumpkins what a chemical reaction was and what carbon dioxide was. He simply demonstrated to them and told them that when vinegar and alkali powder were mixed together, a gas would be produced, and this gas could extinguish the flame. The group of rich kids was dumbfounded. They all stepped forward and did the experiment themselves. The brazier was constantly lit by them with matches, and then they put the vinegar and alkali powder into bottles. They were all having a lot of fun. In order to snatch the right to experiment, a few of them almost got into a fight. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. The discipline of the first chemistry experiment class in the Tang dynasty was worrisome. After the group of rich kids had personally experimented and had their fun extinguishing the fire, Li Wangyu smiled pretentiously and said, "How is it? Brothers, are you willing to help me and extinguish the holy flame in the Zoroastrian temple silently?" Fang Yai and the others looked at each other and laughed. "Of course we'll help. With Zio's method, Milimon will definitely be caught in a trap of his own making. I wonder if those Sushans will go crazy when they see the holy flame in the Zoroastrian temple inexplicably extinguished. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I'm afraid they'll think that the gods are blaming them, right? These profiteers. We'll scare these bastards to death." The group of foppish playboys all laughed and joked. Not many Sushans in Chang'an liked them. Just like the Jews in Europe in the future, the profiteers were always disliked. They asked the restaurant's doctor to send them food. The group of people ate and drank while discussing in low voices what to do later. It had to be said that this group of rich kids had the potential to cause trouble and destroy. As for Li Wangyu's plan, they gave various opinions and soon perfected the extinguishing plan. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone began to split up. Chai Lingwu, Wei Shuyu, and the Du brothers accompanied Li Wangyu to the Zoroastrian temple in Liquan Fong to visit Sabeo Milimon. The Cheng brothers, the Yuchi twins, Fang Yai, and Niu Xingping went to prepare other things. In the Zoroastrian temple in Liquan Fong, Sabeo Milimon reluctantly received Li Wangyu and the others when they visited again. "What's the matter, young lords? If it's about the female slaves of the Great Qin, there's no need to talk about it." Milimon spoke in a tone that said there was no room for discussion. Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled, "That's not the case. We came to visit Sabeo to save you." Milimon was stunned and looked unhappy. "What nonsense are you talking about, Xiaolang? Why do I need you to save me? Could it be that there was still a strong person who dared to cause trouble in Chang'an City in the light of the universe? Aren't you afraid that we Sushans will complain to the emperor of the Tang dynasty?" He thought that Li Wangyu and the others wanted to cause trouble and use force to threaten him. Therefore, Milliman's words were a warning to Li Wangyu and the others that the Sushans were not pushovers. Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. No, why would Sabeo say that? We're sincerely here to save Sabeo. Don't you know that you're in trouble? Chapter 155. The Sogdian Sabeo Milliman naturally did not believe Li Wangyu's words. "Mr. Xiaolang, what trouble do I have?" "Sabeo, the holy fire that your Jia temple enshrines is the fire of fire, right?" Li Wangyu asked. Milliman did not understand what he meant and nodded. "Yes, that's right." "So what?" The Jia temple, also known as the fire worship sect, divided the holy fire into 3 levels according to the lighting ceremony. The lowest level was the ordinary holy fire. The ordinary holy fire was enshrined in the Sogdian family and could be extinguished. The second level of holy fire was the fire of fire. It was ignited by the holy fire embers contributed by the believers of different classes. The fire of fire was enshrined in the Jia temple in each city. There were dedicated priests who added wood and spices at least 5 times a day to ensure that the flame would never be extinguished. The Jia temple in Chang'an city enshrined the fire of fire. The wood used to ignite the fire was sandalwood, which was very luxurious. The highest level of holy fire was called the fire of victory. It came from the heavenly fire, which was the flame produced by lightning. The Jia temple that enshrined the fire of victory was the main temple of the Persians and Sogdians. These things were not a secret in Chang'an city as the Sogdian Jia temple preached. For his plan, Li Wangyu had specially asked someone to inquire about the teachings of the Jia temple. He was more confident in his heart. Li Wangyu said, "Sabeo, as far as I know, your Jia temple has 3 kinds of redemption, right? Good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, right?" Milliman nodded again. "Yes, that's right." Li Wangyu's expression suddenly became solemn. He stared at Milliman and said, "The teachings of the Jia temple, good words prevent people from lying and cheating. Sabeo, can you tell me if you were lying and cheating when you said that the female slaves of the great Qin Empire were infected?" This. Milliman did not expect Li Wangyu to suddenly change the topic and could not help but be speechless for a moment. Li Wangyu did not wait for him to answer and continued, "Sabeo, as the leader of the Jia temple, how can you lie? You will be punished by your gods. Be careful that the holy fire of your Zhan temple is extinguished because of this." Milliman was like a dragon whose reverse scale had been touched. He was instantly enraged. He pointed at Li Wangyu and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? You dare to curse our holy flame to be extinguished? If the holy fire of your Sabeo temple is extinguished, then it can only be caused by you, Sabeo, not abiding by the teachings. What does it have to do with us? I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." A few of the silk pants immediately became spirited and began to spit at Milliman. As long as they did not smash the Zoda temple of the Sogdians, the top playboys of the Tang dynasty did not take Milliman's words to heart. Milliman was angered to death by this group of debauches, but he couldn't do anything to them. He flung his robe and prepared to send them off. A Zoroastrian priest stumbled into the room and shouted, "Sabo, something's wrong." For some unknown reason, the sacred fire enshrined in the Zhuang temple suddenly extinguished. "Sabao, go take a look." When Milliman heard this, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the clear sky, causing him to feel dizzy. After a long while, Milliman finally regained his senses. He glared fiercely at Li Wangyu and the others. His expression was fierce and ferocious, like a ferocious beast that was about to choose a person to devour. "It's you. It must be you who did this. Do you want to become enemies with all of us Sogdians? You will suffer retribution." Just as Li Wangyu and the others said that the sacred fire was extinguished, the sacred fire in the Zhuang temple was extinguished. If this matter had nothing to do with this group of debauches, Milliman would not believe that there was such a coincidence in the world. Sabeo, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We are standing right in front of you. Which eye of yours saw us extinguishing the sacred fire in your Zhuang temple? If you falsely accuse us, you will be punished. Chai Lingwu sneered disdainfully. Wei Shuyu also ridiculed, "Sabeo Mafe, do you think we are immortals? When we are talking to you here, can we extinguish the sacred fire in your Zhuang temple? That's ridiculous." Fortunately, we can testify to each other that we have not been to the Zhuang temple's fire altar. Otherwise, it would really be yellow mud falling on our crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it would be shit. TSK, Sabeo, you can't slander others. We are so scared, huh? Dugo had a smug look on his face. He did not care about Milman's identity and directly mocked him. Milman glared at them fiercely, with an expression that said this matter was not over with them. He did not dare to delay any longer and turned to run towards the Zhuang Temple's fire altar. On the fire altar, the priests who had received the news rushed over. They all looked at the bronze cauldrons with their mouths agape. On the fire altar, there were 7 or 8 bronze cauldrons of various sizes. Originally, the sacred fire was fueled by sandalwood. This was the sacred and inviolable object of the Zhuang Temple. Now, Milman was dumbfounded. The priests were dumbfounded. In the 7 or 8 bronze cauldrons, the burning sandalwood had all been extinguished. Only the wood was left emitting faint green smoke. Milman roared furiously at the priests in charge of guarding the sacred fire. Who extinguished the sacred fire? Why didn't you stop them? The priests in charge of guarding the fire altar were already scared out of their wits. Their bodies were trembling. Finally, an elderly priest bowed and replied, "Sabeo, we don't know why the sacred fire was extinguished. No one tried to put out the fire. The sacred fire was extinguished by itself. Did any Tang enter the fire altar?" The priests shook their heads. "Sabeo, no Tang entered the fire altar. You know that the fire altar does not allow non-believers. Then how did the sacred fire extinguish by itself?" Milman roared. "Immediately check the wood on the fire altar. Someone must have done something to the wood." The priests of the Zhuang Temple began to check the wood in the cauldrons in a panic. The wood used to ignite the fire was all sandalwood. It was dry and the size was suitable. There was no problem. After checking it several times, many priests in charge of guarding the sacred fire also came to check it. There was no problem with the wood. The priests guarding the fire altar also swore to the gods that no one had tried to put out the sacred fire, and no one had used water to put it out. This was something that everyone could see. Milman fell on the fire altar. He murmured as he looked at the cauldrons. He could not believe what he saw. As the Sabeo of the Zhuang Temple in the Chang, an area of the Tang dynasty, if the fire of the fire in the Zhuang Temple was extinguished, his position as Sabeo would be over. It was even possible that he would be escorted back to the Zhuang Temple and burned at the stake as a punishment. Thinking that he might lose his glory and wealth, the best result might be that he would be called back to the Zhuang Temple in Persia and become a low-level priest. It would be better for him to leave the prosperous world of the Tang dynasty, leave Chang'an, the most magnificent city in the world, and return to the Gobi Desert in the western region. Milman had been in charge of the Zhuang Temple in Chang'an for almost 10 years. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, he had been infatuated with the life in the East. In his view, this was the city that a high-level person like him should live in. Chang'an of the Tang dynasty was the center of the world. In Chang'an, as the Sabeo of the Sogdian people in the Chang'an area, his life was quite carefree and happy. He even thought that the Sabeo of the distant Persian temple was not as comfortable as his current life. But now, the sacred fire of the fire was extinguished for no reason. All his glory and wealth were in jeopardy with the extinguishment of the sacred fire. He could not help but regret it. Milman was sure that all of this must have been done by those playboys of the Tang dynasty. Although he racked his brains, he still could not figure out how they did it. They made the sacred fire extinguish for no reason in front of everyone. But his intuition told him that this must be the truth. The sacred fire was extinguished by someone. Milman regretted it very much. He regretted being so stubborn and unwilling to hand over the female slave of the Byzantine to those playboys. Because of a damned lowly female slave, he could actually give up everything he had. This was simply too ironic. Milman's eyes were confused, and his pupils had completely lost focus. More and more Sogdians came from all over Chang, and when they heard the news that the sacred fire in the Zhuang Temple had been extinguished, more and more people gathered around the fire altar. Many devout believers even cried and knelt on the ground, praying that the gods would not abandon them. Li Wangyu, Chai Lingwu, and the others also followed Milman to the fire altar of the Zhuang temple. They all crowded around the fire altar with smiles on their faces. When Milman saw Li Wangyu and the others in the crowd, he only felt a rush of blood. He rushed over regardless of anything, wanting to fight with those playboys. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously, leaned over to Milman's ear, and whispered something in his ear. His words shocked Milman, and he looked at Li Wangyu with a complicated expression. Chapter 156. Li Wangyu whispered into Milliman's ear, "Do you want the flame of victory? I can help you get the best sacred flame." To Milliman, this was a fatal temptation. He stared at the Tang youth in front of him in disbelief. He said that he could help him get the best sacred flame. How was this possible? The so-called flame of victory was not just the heavenly fire. More importantly, it was formed by gathering all the sacred flames of different levels and adding the heavenly fire. When the Persians fought, they would even send the flame of victory to the battlefield to boost morale. However, Milliman was like a drowning man at this moment. Even if it was a straw, he wanted to hold on tightly to it. Milliman looked at Li Wangyu expectantly, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Sa Bao, why don't we find a suitable place to talk? You won't be talking about this in front of everyone, right?" Milliman stared at Li Wangyu silently for a few seconds, as if trying to figure out whether he was telling the truth or not. Finally, the hope in his heart won out. He extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation. He turned around and led Li Wangyu and the other playboys into the Jia temple. The sacred flame in the Jia temple fire altar in Lichuan Square had inexplicably extinguished itself because of the Cheng brothers, the Yuqi twins, and Fang Yai. The Sogdians did not allow non-believers to enter the Jia temple. However, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. With the influence of these playboys and their families in Chang'an City, it was not difficult to find people who were willing to sell their souls for money, not to mention some Sogdians who were not pure believers. After promising a few Sogdians great rewards, these Sogdians did not hesitate to be the accomplices in extinguishing the sacred fire of the Zoroastrian shrine. The Cheng brothers and the Yuqi twins immediately ordered people to make a few leather bags and tied them into the clothes of the Sogdians. One end of the leather bags was opened, and they were worn through the sleeves of the clothes. With the wide clothes covering them, no one could see any flaws. After that, he poured vinegar and alkali powder into the leather pouch. Then, he asked the Sushans to pretend to be devout believers and enter the fire altar to pray to the sacred fire. None of the priests who were guarding the fire altar noticed that among the Sogdians who were praying in the fire altar, a few of them were secretly aiming their sleeves at the bronze cauldron that was burning with the sacred fire. The vinegar in the leather bag had a chemical reaction with the alkali powder, constantly producing carbon dioxide gas. The carbon dioxide gas flowed into the copper cauldron through the opening of the leather pouch and into the cuffs of the Sushans' robes. Carbon dioxide gas was heavier than air. After flowing into the copper cauldron, it quickly gathered in the copper cauldron, isolating the air needed to burn the wood and extinguishing the flames. This carbon dioxide gas was colorless and odorless, so the priests guarding the fire altar in the Jia temple naturally could not find any clues. When they noticed that the holy fire in the copper cauldrons on the fire altar had been extinguished, the Sogdian believers who were praying in the fire altar also noticed it. The scene was in chaos. The Sogdians who had completed their mission took advantage of the chaos and slipped out of the Jia temple. All of this happened without anyone noticing. In an era where there was almost no knowledge of chemistry, even if the priests of the Jia temple racked their brains, they would not know how the holy fire was extinguished. In fact, the Sogdians who were acting as spies did not know either. They only followed orders and tied a large leather pouch under their robes. After that, they stood beside the holy fire and aimed their sleeves at the holy fire in the copper cauldron. When the holy fire in the copper cauldron was extinguished, the Sogdians were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. They only vaguely sensed that the extinguishing of the holy fire had something to do with them. The Sogdians began to feel afraid. After collecting money from the rich playboys, they left Chang'an and went to the western region. This matter became an unsolved case. Milman invited Li Wangyu and the others into a quiet room in the Jia temple. He changed his arrogant attitude and asked humbly, "Xiao Lang, Kun, what do you mean by the holy fire?" "It means the heavenly fire. I can help you find the purest heavenly fire," Li Wangyu said with a smile. He had already thought of how to fool this Jia temple Sabeo. Although Milman did not know how the holy fire was extinguished, he was sure that it had something to do with the people in front of him. However, he did not have any evidence. He did not even know how the other party operated it. It was meaningless to continue to dwell on this matter. Now, he just wanted to know if Li Wangyu was telling the truth. "If it's just the lightning fire, I don't seem to need your help," Milman replied calmly as he regained a bit of his rationality. The best holy fire was not so easy to collect. Although it was difficult to collect the lightning fire, the Jia temple could do it. The key to the victory fire was to collect the holy fire of the various classes of believers. This was a very complicated ritual that could take years to complete. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. "No, I think you are mistaken. The lightning fire is not the real heavenly fire. The real heavenly fire should come from the sun." "The sun?" "Yes, the fire from the sun is the purest holy fire. Do you want it? I can help you collect it." Li Wangyu's words made Milman stand up and stare at him. After a long time, Milman's expression became serious. He asked word by word, "Are you sure it's the heavenly fire from the sun?" "Xiao Lang, Kun, think carefully. The consequences of deceiving our Jia temple are very serious." Milman had never heard of the sun's heavenly fire being collected, but if it was really the sun's heavenly fire, he was sure that it was the best holy fire. It was even rarer than the victory fire stipulated in the doctrine. Li Wangyu chuckled, "What's the benefit of lying to you? I will collect the sun's heavenly fire in front of your Jia temple." He was confident that he could collect the so-called sun's heavenly fire. Wasn't it the same as the process of collecting the Olympic holy fire in the future? By concentrating the sunlight in the center of the concave mirror, the high temperature generated to ignite the holy fire was the only way to collect the Olympic holy fire. Although Li Wangyu couldn't make a concave mirror in the Tang dynasty, he could collect the so-called sun's holy fire by similar means. Even the Olympic Games in the future recognized the holy fire. How could he not fool the Jia temple? "Then please start quickly. What do you need? Jia temple will provide everything." Milman believed Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu really couldn't fool them. If Li Wangyu dared to deceive them, Milman swore that he would complain to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He would even ask all the soot merchants in Chang'an to go on strike to pressure the Tang dynasty. Milman did not believe that the emperor of the Great Tang would not uphold justice for them, given that he controlled the trade of the Silk Road. Li Wangyu waved his hand. "I can help you collect the heavenly fire, but what can you give me in exchange? I'm not a follower of your Jia temple, so I have no obligation to help you. Gold, jewels, women. I can give you anything you want as long as you can collect the sun's heavenly fire," Milman said arrogantly. To the Sogdians, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. Li Wangyu looked at Milman with a faint smile. "Sabeo, you know what I want. Give me that female slave of the Great Qin in exchange for the sun's heavenly fire." Milman hesitated. Turning the Great Qin woman into a prostitute was an order from the Persian Jia temple. He didn't know if he should go against it. He had completely forgotten how much he regretted not giving the female slave to the wastrels when they asked for it. Seeing Milman hesitate, Li Wangyu said again, "Sabeo, Persia is far away from the Tang dynasty. You can just say that the female slave died of illness. You should know that compared to an insignificant female slave, the sun's heavenly fire is a 1 in a million divine item." Milman was convinced by Li Wangyu and nodded. "Xiao Lang, Kun, as long as you can help me collect the sun's heavenly fire, you can take the female slave away and do whatever you want with her. After a long time, Milman finally agreed. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. No matter how arrogant Milman was, he was just a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that Milman would act out of desperation and harm Aphrodite, Li Wangyu wouldn't have let him pass so easily. Chapter 157. Milman also had a good plan. If he could really collect the heavenly sun fire in front of everyone like this Tang young man said, then Lichuan Fang's Zhan temple would be able to turn the situation around and sing like a surf. Not only would the Zoroastrian temple not hold him responsible for the extinguishing of the solar heavenly fire, but he would also get more rewards. Compared to that, a female slave from Byzantium was nothing. Besides, after learning the lesson of the Zoroastrian temple's solar heavenly fire, he didn't dare to offend Li Wangyu again. Even if Li Wangyu collected the solar heavenly fire for them, if the solar heavenly fire was extinguished again, he wouldn't be able to survive. Maybe the easiest thing he could think of was to kill himself on the cauldron of the Zoroastrian temple's solar heavenly fire. Mr. Xiaolang, how long will it take for you to collect the solar heavenly fire for us? Milman asked anxiously. Any time. As long as the sun is shining, noon would be the best. Milman lowered his head and thought for a while. How about 3 days later at noon? You have to collect the pure solar heavenly fire in front of all the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple. Li Wangyu nodded and said, okay, but you have to let me take the female slave away first. Since Milman had already agreed to this deal, he didn't reject it and nodded. If Li Wangyu could collect the solar heavenly fire in front of all the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple in Chang'an City, then everyone would be happy. If Li Wangyu was lying to them, the Zoroastrian temple wouldn't let him off easily. Milman summoned a priest and asked him to go to the tavern with Li Wangyu and ask the tavern owner to release the slave. Li Wangyu and the others left, and Milman went to prepare for the solar heavenly fire ceremony in 3 days. It was a tedious job. At the same time, he had to comfort the believers and tell them that the solar heavenly fire was extinguished for no reason because the Zoroastrian temple was about to collect the pure solar heavenly fire. In front of the purest and noblest solar heavenly fire, the solar heavenly fire would naturally extinguish. This was their respect for the solar heavenly fire. These words, coupled with the fact that the sacred fire on the Zoroastrian temple's fire altar had automatically extinguished for no reason, made the Zoroastrian believers believe them. After all, there were many believers praying in the fire altar at that time, and they witnessed with their own eyes how the holy fire in the cauldron was extinguished one after another. Thanks to Sabeo Milliman's propaganda, everyone, including the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple, believed this story. The Sogdians began to pray, anticipating the arrival of the sacred fire of the sun 3 days later. When they exited the shrine, the Cheng brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yayai, and Niu Jingping were already waiting for them at the entrance. Due to the presence of the Zoroastrian priests, everyone held back their laughter and winked at each other to pass messages. Today's matter was simply too satisfying for this group of silk pants. Extinguishing the sacred flame of the Zoroastrianism, this kind of thing was simply too exciting for this group of idle playboys. However, they also knew that this matter couldn't be made public. It wasn't even convenient for them to tell their parents, so they could only secretly laugh amongst themselves. This made the silk pants feel very regretful, as they felt like they were walking in the dark. The group once again returned to the Hu wine shop in Shi City. The Zoroastrian priests passed on Sabeo Milliman's orders to the Hu shopkeeper, asking him to hand over the Qin female slave. The Hu shopkeeper didn't expect that in just half a day, Li Wangyu would be able to convince Sabeo Milliman. This made him very surprised. The Hu shopkeeper naturally obeyed Sabeo Milliman's orders. He asked someone to summon Aphrodite and prepared to go to the Chang'an County to handle the procedures. After the fire last night, when Aphrodite turned to leave, she closed her eyes. That drop of tear, carrying a sense of persistence, a sense of waiting, a sense of determination, and a sense of sadness, fell. 2 years ago, when Carthagena city was conquered by the Persians, to the 13-year-old girl, it was as if she saw the entire world collapse in front of her. In the burning ruins, every tile was engraved with her vivid memories. From a proud daughter of heaven to a female slave, Aphrodite lost her faith and hope in God. After that, the long journey of a year and a half made Aphrodite lose hope in the future. She could never return to her hometown. She was just a pitiful person who was exiled from her memories. Yesterday, she was dragged out to meet the guests after resisting in every way possible. Aphrodite thought that would be the beginning of her life, the endless darkness of hell. She didn't expect that the handsome young man from the Tang dynasty would squat beside her gently and ask her in a gentle tone, "Are you okay?" With just one sentence, Aphrodite's heart seemed to have been shot by Cupid, the god of love. She obediently allowed the young man from the Tang dynasty to hold her hand and take her to a seat. When she was mocked by his friends for being ugly, Aphrodite bit her lips hard to stop her tears from falling. She took the initiative to change into a dance costume and perform a branch dance. She wanted to show her best side to the young man from the Tang dynasty. At that moment, she forgot her identity as a female slave. She was willing to give up everything she had to return to the world of her dreams. However, he still left, but he didn't take her with him. She heard from the other Hu girls in the tavern that the young man tried to buy her, but he was rejected by the Hu tavern owner. Aphrodite knew why. Zoroastrianism, the common religion of the Persians and Sogdians, they wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate her and the Byzantine Empire. After the young man from the Tang dynasty left, she had already made preparations. A sharpened hairpin. Before she was forced to meet the guests, Aphrodite was going to insert it into her heart. She would miss him until her body withered. However, at this moment, Aphrodite hated him. All the beautiful days were long gone, and they would never return. Aphrodite's heart couldn't produce a trace of sadness because there were no ifs in the world of living. When the Hu tavern owner ordered someone to summon her, Aphrodite's hand was already clenched tightly around the sharp hairpin. To her surprise, the person who appeared in front of her was the young man from the Tang dynasty with a warm smile on his face. A drop of tear fell from Aphrodite's wooden face again. She wiped her tears and smiled like a flower. "Are you here to take me with you?" "Yes, are you willing to come with me?" "I'm willing." Li Wangyu reached out his hand to the young girl again and held Aphrodite's hand. Her hand was soft and a little cold, but she held on to Li Wangyu's hand tightly as if she was holding on to her own happiness. The Hu tavern owner accompanied them to the Jianghu county to complete the procedures. Li Wangyu asked him to write a document to release Aphrodite. He took the document from the Jianghu county and the document from the Hu tavern owner and said goodbye to the foppish young masters. He was going to take the Hu girl back home. Li Wangyu originally wanted to borrow a horse from the foppish young masters for Aphrodite to ride, but the Hu girl refused. Aphrodite didn't feel shy at all when the foppish young masters were laughing at her. She stubbornly asked to ride with Li Wangyu. Ever since they left the Hu tavern, the smile on her face never disappeared. The two of them squeezed on the horse. She curled up in Li Wangyu's arms and looked around curiously. They rode the horse to Jianghu village, but Li Wangyu was a little troubled. How should he explain Aphrodite's situation to his beautiful boss? "It's urgent. I'm waiting online for an answer." Chapter 158. Li Wangyu brought Aphrodite back to Jianghu village while feeling uneasy. With a 16-year-old beauty in his arms, and such a beautiful young girl version of Angelina Jolie, it would be a lie if Li Wangyu said that his heart wasn't moved. The girl's delicate body was in his arms, bumping and rubbing along with the galloping horse. Li Wangyu almost turned into a wolf. If Li Wangyu wasn't worried about how to explain it to his beautiful boss, he might have really done it. Anyway, Aphrodite's heart was now completely tied to Li Wangyu. If he really wanted to do something bad, the girl would never refuse. Only now did Aphrodite know that this young man from the Tang dynasty was called Li Wangyu. It was a very nice name. Wangyu, forget your worries. Is this a hint from God to me? Does he want me to forget my worries and live happily in the Tang dynasty? Aphrodite knew that it would be difficult for her to return to her hometown thousands of miles away. The man who saved her from the fire pit might be her life support. She began to think about random things again. Will Li Wangyu marry me? Does he have other wives? Will his wives accept me? Although the Byzantine Empire had a monogamous system, Aphrodite didn't mind sharing Li Wangyu with other women at this time. As long as I can stay by his side, it's enough. For a moment, the two people on the horse were thinking about their own things and didn't speak anymore. It was less than 100 miles away. No matter how slow the horse was, it only took them an hour to return to Dingzhou village from Chang'an. When the old butler and Niu Wu saw their Langjun return, they quickly came out to greet him. Ma Zhou also came out to greet his teacher. The three of them were surprised to see the girl who was riding with Li Wangyu. Li Heng, this is Aphrodite, she is. Li Wangyu got off the horse and scratched his head. He didn't know how to explain the girl's identity, so he just laughed it off. I'll tell you later. Li Heng, go and let the maids arrange a room for her. She will stay at home from now on. Li Heng and Niu Wu's old faces showed a smile that all men understood. Their Langjun finally grew up. Although he brought back a girl, it was nothing. In the Tang dynasty, who didn't have a few girls as concubines? Madame Su at home was also good, except that she was a little old. However, these days, the old butler admired Su Changqing's ability to take care of things in the manor. Not to mention that the four-wheeled carriage company was now managed by Su Changqing. In less than 2 days, the group of Guanzhong men in Dingzhou village all listened to her. Now in Dingzhou village, Su Changqing's words were more effective than the old village chiefs. Therefore, in the old butler's heart, Madame Su should be the main wife of the family in the future. And Li Wangyu brought back a girl who was obviously his Langjuan's concubine. However, Li Heng and Niu Wu both complained in their hearts that the women their Langjun found were really not good. The old ones were old, the ugly ones were ugly, as people of the Tang dynasty, in the eyes of Li Heng, Niu Wu, and even Ma Zhou, Aphrodite's appearance was the ugly type, the same as those rich playboys. As for Su Changqing being old. If Su Changqing knew that Li Heng and Niu Wu were secretly criticizing her for being old, there would probably be a bloodbath in the Li family. Langjun, this old slave understands. Hee, this Ah Fu. What? Do you need a maid to serve her? The old butler asked with a smile. Aphrodite's name was too long for the old man to remember. It's Aphrodite. Forget it. You probably can't remember it either. Arrange a maid to take care of her. Li Wangyu repeated it again. However, looking at Li Heng's confused eyes, it was obvious that he still couldn't remember Aphrodite's name. He simply turned to the girl. Can I call you Aphrodite in the future? Your name is too long for people of the Tang dynasty. Aphrodite nodded obediently. Okay, I like the name Aphrodite. Li Wangyu introduced both parties, and Aphrodite gave everyone a standard Tang dynasty curtsy. She clasped her fingers together and placed them on the right side of her waist before bowing respectfully. Everyone, I'm Aphrodite, Langjuan's woman. Aphrodite's words caused Li Wangyu, Li Heng, Niu Wu, and Ma Zhou to choke on their saliva and cough at the same time. Li Wangyu blushed and didn't dare to let Aphrodite continue speaking, so he pulled her inside. Ma Zhou didn't know what to say. His teacher's concubine was too bold. Li Heng, on the other hand, smiled and stroked his beard, thinking that this concubine actually said that she was Langjuan's woman in front of everyone. Hee, this mansion is going to be lively in the future. Li Heng, is Changqing at home? Li Wangyu asked as he walked inside. The old steward hurriedly replied, Langjun, Madame Su has yet to return from Chang'an City. Perrin and Niu Yong went with her. Got it. Li Wangyu didn't know why, but he inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed when he heard that Su Chongqing wasn't at home. However, looking at the sky, there were at most 2 hours left before the evening drum sounded in Chang'an City, and his beautiful boss was about to return home. If he died prematurely, Aphrodite would also say that she was his woman in front of his beautiful boss. That would be a lot of fun. Li Wangyu wanted to tell Aphrodite not to say that in the future, but looking at Aphrodite's smiling face, he couldn't say anything. Damn it, so be it if I die. At worst, I'll just go all out and wait for my beautiful boss to flip out with jealousy before I use my ultimate move. I'd better instruct the maidservants to tidy up the washboard in the house first. I don't dare to take it out. Fortunately, there weren't any keyboards or computer motherboards in the Tang dynasty, let alone fruits like durian. Looking at their Longjuan's conflicted look, the old steward Li Heng and Niu Wu couldn't help but shake their heads. What a scandal, what a scandal. How could the head of the Li family be afraid of a woman? If word got out, the Li family would lose all face. Ma Zhou also felt that his young master was good at everything, but why was he so afraid of women? He could learn everything from his master, but this was something that he absolutely couldn't learn. If Li Wangyu knew what Li Heng, Niu Wu, and Ma Zhou were thinking, he would definitely snort in disdain. In the future, a goddess like his beautiful boss was an existence that could instantly kill a group of men with a single look. Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. The more I talk about it, the more I'll cry. Women's rights are rampant, Li Wangyu thought with grief and indignation. However, Li Heng's disdainful look made Li Wangyu somewhat unable to put down his pride as a man. He suddenly straightened his back. This isn't the future, this is the Tang dynasty. I want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, so what? Li Wangyu decided to be tough for once. He absolutely couldn't face his beautiful boss with the same mentality as he did in the future. Otherwise, in the future, his wife wouldn't be respected, and that would be a terrible thing. As a man, he couldn't be a coward, he had to be tough. Li Wangyu coughed softly. Just as he was about to assume the posture of a family head, he heard the sound of hurried horse hooves outside the door. Then, a figure jumped off the horse and rushed through the door with a gust of wind. The one who rushed through the door was Niu Yong. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely as he shouted, "Lang Jun, something happened. Miss Su is trapped in the East Market. Quickly go and save her." Chapter 159. Li Wangyu was shocked when he heard the news. Niu Yong's appearance scared him even more. This one-armed strong man had bruises on his face and his clothes were torn in many places. Some of the wounds even oozed blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot. "Brother, who beat you up like this? I'm going to get even with them." Niu Wu was furious when he saw that his brother was injured. Niu Yong ignored him and grabbed Li Wangyu's arm tightly. Lang Jun, let's go and save Lady Su." "Niu Yong, what happened? What happened to Su Chongqing? Tell me the details." Li Wangyu supported Niu Yong. Niu Yong gasped for breath and said hurriedly, "Lady Su is trapped in the carriage. Lang Jun, let's go quickly. We'll talk on the way. The city gate of Chang'an is about to close. If we're late, we won't be able to enter the city." Li Wangyu looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dusk. There was not much time left before the city gate of Chang'an closed. He was also anxious and shouted at Niu Wu, "Go and prepare the horse. We're going to Chang'an." Niu Wu agreed and was about to run outside. Li Heng grabbed him and said, "Wait, let's go find the village chief first. Go quickly." Niu Wu was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. He jumped onto the date-red horse that Li Wangyu rode back and ran towards the village chief's house. Although Niu Wu didn't know what had happened, he knew that he and his elder brother might not be able to break into Chang'an City to save Madame Su just by relying on the two of them. They might have to rely on the villagers of Dingzhou village to help out. When the old village chief heard that Lady Su was trapped in the carriage of Chang'an, he rang the old copper bell in the village without saying anything. The copper bell in the village could not be rung casually. If the copper bell was rung 12 times, it meant that the village was facing a threat. After the old village chief rang the copper bell, the men who were originally squatting in front of their house holding big bowls and chatting with others were suddenly startled and rushed back into the house. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of strong men with all kinds of weapons had gathered on the grain-sunning ground in the village. They were led by 12 middle-aged strong men who were wearing leather armor and holding weapons, but their bodies were all handicapped. These 12 strong men were the comrades of the Niu brothers who had survived the bloody battle with the Turks at Yanmen Pass. Back then, 60 former Sui soldiers from Dingzhou village went to war. Those who were able to survive all had their own abilities. Although their bodies were disabled, their battle prowess was not to be underestimated. Almost all of the youths in the village were trained by these 12 people and the Niu brothers according to the military methods. No one would have expected that a small village like Dingzhou would have the military strength of 2 brigades hidden within it. If they were equipped with armor and long weapons, their combat effectiveness would not be inferior to that of the imperial army in Chang'an at all. When the village had conflicts with the surrounding villages, they had never lost a fight. Even in the village, there had never been any blind thieves who came looking for trouble. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that Dingzhou village was too poor. For a village that was so poor that it only lacked pants, naturally, no thieves would be stupid enough to come here and steal. Village chief, why are you ringing the bell? Are there any blind thieves? One of the 12 handicapped soldiers asked in a low, muffled voice. He held an old long spear in his hand. The body of the spear was covered with all kinds of scratches. It was obvious that this weapon had been used for a long time. This long spear was a prohibited weapon among the people, but no one in the village cared. Almost all of them had such prohibited weapons in their homes. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, the old village chief did not have time to talk nonsense. He raised his voice and shouted, "Lady Su of the Li family is in trouble. She is trapped in the east market of Chang'an. Good people, come with me. Let's go and save Lady Su." Ever since Su Chongqing took over the four-wheeled carriage business, the carriage business had already begun to take shape in just a few days. Many of the villagers of Dingzhou village had already started driving carriages to help the merchants in the East Market and West Market transport goods. However, due to the insufficient number of carriages in the early stages and the poor quality of the carriages, Su Chongqing limited the carriage's transport distance to 300 miles around Chang'an City, which was the distance that a four-wheeled carriage could travel in a day. Su Chongqing also contacted many merchants in the East Market and West Market and recommended the four-wheeled carriage business of Dingzhou village to them. Dingzhou village and the Li family jointly opened the four-wheeled carriage business. Li Wangyu shamelessly named it the Shunfeng Express four-wheeled carriage business. His beautiful superior just rolled her eyes speechlessly. She did not object to this. The Shunfeng Express four-wheeled carriage business charged 2 copper coins for each carriage of goods for a distance of 100 miles. Su Chongqing had formulated a detailed distribution plan for the transportation of these 2 copper coins. The first was to pay taxes. However, the business tax in the Tang dynasty was frighteningly low. Each copper coin was 20 copper coins. The tax rate of 2% was almost nothing. In the Tang dynasty, only high-end goods such as silk, bamboo, tea, and lacquer had a business tax of 10%. After deducting 40 copper coins from the business tax, the remaining 1,960 copper coins would be 200 copper coins for each carriage and 2 coachmen. 30% of the carriage business's income would be added to the public account of the carriage business. It would be used to purchase horses, expand the scale of the carriage business, and pay for its operating expenses. The Li family would take 60% of the remaining money, while Dingzhou village would take 40%. The old village chief would distribute the remaining money equally according to the number of households. In this way, each carriage of the Shunfeng Express could bring the Li family more than 700 copper coins for every 100 miles of transportation. Dingzhou village could get about 500 copper coins. It might not seem like much, but the carriage business now had nearly 30 carriages. It could bring in an almost endless stream of cash flow every day. In just a few days, not to mention the villagers who had taken up the post as coachmen, even the ordinary villagers could get a few hundred copper coins out of thin air. It had only been a few days, and there were not many carriages in the village at present. The villagers of Dingzhou village now walked with the wind and felt that their backs were much straighter. Carpenter Lu's family was even busier. Every day, with the help of the villagers, they were busy forging and repairing carriages. They even selected a few clever young men from the village to be their apprentices. Therefore, in the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village, the Li family was the Buddha of all families. Madame Su was the goddess of wealth and the lifeblood of the entire village. Now that they heard from the old village chief that Madame Su was trapped in Chang, an east city, more than 100 young men were furious. Motherf *Ker, who dares to touch Madame Su? I'll chop him up alive. Village chief, stop talking. Tell us, should we attack Chang and city now? Motherf *Ker. How dare they touch Madame Su of the Li family? We'll fight them to the death. Nearly 200 young men, under the leadership of the 12 disabled soldiers, wanted to immediately attack Chang and city and fight the southern Yamen imperial army to the death. Li Wangyu, who had just arrived at the grain-sunning field in the village, saw this scene. Large beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. Are you going to start another rebellion like what happened at the Black Tortoise Gate? Chapter 160. Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward and stopped the furious old Muramasa. He had already communicated with Niu Yong. Su Chongqing was not in danger for now, but he was trapped in the SF Express carriage and could not leave. If he really led 200 people and farmers with all kinds of weapons to Chang'an, the guards at the city gate would be mobilized. With great difficulty, Li Wangyu managed to calm down the agitated village chief and the villagers. However, under the unanimous request of the villagers, he finally led the Niu brothers and the 12 soldiers who had survived hundreds of battles. They mounted their horses and galloped towards Chang'an city. The huge Chang'an city had many city gates, palace gates, halls, pavilions, and streets. It took hours to open and close these gates every day. Night fell. After the first drumbeat, the palace gates closed. After the second drumbeat, the palace gates began to close. After the second drumbeat, the palace city gates, left and right eternal light gates, the imperial city gates, and the capital city gates began to close. After 800 drumbeats, the city gates closed. Li Wangyu led 14 horses and galloped all the way. They did not care about the horses and kept whipping their horses. Finally, they rushed into the illustrious Virtue Gate after the first drumbeat. Let's not talk about how Li Wangyu and the others were rushing to the East Market. This morning, Su Chongqing led Pei Lan and Niu Yong to the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company in Chang'an city as usual. The little girl Perrin and Su Chongqing rode on the same horse. Niu Yong rode beside them to protect them. Perrin curled up in the arms of her beautiful boss. The two of them chatted in a low voice. Perrin wanted to go to the East Market, so she begged Su Chongqing to take her to Chang'an. Sister Chongqing, Lang Jun did not come back last night. Humph, it must be that group of rich playboys who took him to indulge in wine and women, Perrin pouted and said unhappily. Yesterday, Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons of rich families stayed overnight at the Hu People's wine shop in the western city. He only sent someone back to inform them that he would not be returning to Dingzhou village that night. Regarding this, the little girl Perrin had a rather strong opinion. The beautiful boss reached out and pinched her face, little girl, you have a lot of little ideas. Perrin twisted her body and said, I'm not. I'm just thinking for you, Sister Chongqing. Hee, sister, don't you care about Lang Jun? Men, they're all like this. Let him be. Su Chongqing came from the future, so he wasn't surprised by such things. She also knew that in the company, including Li Wangyu, it was not uncommon for white-collar workers like them to accompany customers to places like nightclubs in order to get an order. For Su Chongqing, she didn't care much about men playing outside. She cared more about whether the two of them could be together for the rest of their lives. Some of the beautiful bosses liked the lyrics of the song, the most romantic thing I can think of is to slowly grow old with you. Until we're old and can't go anywhere, you'll still treat me as a treasure in the palm of your hand. Ever since Su Chongqing transmigrated to the prosperous Tang dynasty, she regarded Li Wangyu as her lifelong partner. In addition to having a good impression of Li Wangyu, the main reason was that in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was the only one who could understand her. It was like a man and a woman living on a deserted island. If you didn't choose him, did you have any other choice? Although the Tang dynasty was not a deserted island, in Su Chongqing's mind, except for Li Wangyu, there was no one else she could open her heart to and communicate with. To her, this world was no different from a deserted island. Su Chongqing didn't think that she could be like those female protagonists in novels who transmigrated to ancient times and lived happily with an ancient person. That was too much of a fantasy. She couldn't imagine marrying an ancient person from the Tang dynasty and then living a life of seclusion in the backyard. That was simply a disaster. However, the beautiful boss also had some worries in her heart. That was, the age gap between her and Li Wangyu was too big. Although she knew that Li Wangyu was actually 2 or 3 years older than her, no matter what, Li Wangyu's physical age was only 16 years old, and she was already 24 years old. As the saying went, a woman 3 years older than her husband would hold a golden brick, a woman 8 years older would make a fortune. However, Su Chongqing was nervous. For her, this matter had become a sore point. The soul of the man she liked was possessed by a young man. It felt really strange. It was precisely because of this fear that Li Wangyu would despise her age that she did not want to be intimate with Li Wangyu. The two people holding hands already made her feel very awkward. This kind of worry about personal gains and losses made the beautiful boss jealous of the young maidservant sent by Cho Kun on one hand, but on the other hand, she was particularly indulgent with Li Wangyu. Even if she knew that Cheng Chumo was a playboy and took Li Wangyu to indulge in wine and women, she did not want to interfere. Contradiction, entanglement, this was Su Chongqing's current state of mind. Suppressing the emotions in her heart, the three people entered Chang'an City and went straight to the East Market. The Shunfeng Express Carriage Company had rented a courtyard in the East Market as a temporary stop for the carriage company in Chang'an City. Usually, because of the delay in transporting goods, the four-wheeled carriages and coachmen who could not return to Dingzhou village would temporarily spend the night here. This was also the location of the Shunfeng Express, which contracted the freight business of the merchants in the East and West markets. The reason why they chose to open the carriage company in the East Market was mainly because the Zhou family had a business here. Since planning to open a carriage company in Chang'an City, Su Chongqing first contacted Cho Kun and asked him to help find a suitable shop in Chang'an City. The Zhou family was surprised to learn that Li Wangyu actually wanted to open a carriage company business. However, after Cho Yuanliang saw the carrying capacity and speed of the four-wheeled carriage, he immediately decided to cooperate with the Shunfeng Express for a long time. The biggest problem for the Zhou family in the grain business was the transportation of grain. The Shunfeng Express simply made Cho Yuanliang overjoyed. The courtyard in the East Market was the property of the Zhou family. It was rented to Su Chongqing by Cho Yuanliang at a very low price. The condition was that all the grain of the Zhou family would be transported by the Shunfeng Express in the future. In this regard, Su Chongqing naturally had no objection. The two sides happily signed the contract. In the past few days, the Shun Feng Carriage Company had helped the Chou family transport several batches of grain. Both the speed and the price made Chou Yuanliang very satisfied. After Su Chongqing and others arrived at the carriage company, she first checked the account book and confirmed that there was no problem. Then she dealt with some trivial matters of the carriage company. These days, the most troublesome thing for the beautiful boss was that there was no one to help her. Now the carriage company had just started, so she could do it by herself. But once it developed, she would have to do all these things by herself. That would be really terrible. In Dingzhou village, there were many farmers who worked, and they were all good at it. But there was no one who could read to help with the management. Sure enough, talent was the most precious thing even in the 21st century. After busying himself for more than 2 hours, he was finally almost done. Only then did Su Chongqing lead Pei Lan to stroll around the eastern market. Niu Yong wanted to accompany them, but Su Chongqing refused with a smile. In Chang'an city of the Tang dynasty, especially in the East Market, the security was still good. She and Perrin were not worried about any accidents. Shopping was a woman's nature. Maybe no matter where, no matter which era, women liked to walk around and look around, because they liked this feeling. It was the first time that Perrin came to the East Market. In this era, the most prosperous shopping center in the world was located, which made the little girl very excited. Although Perrin insisted on serving Li Wangyu in the mansion, no one treated her as a maid in the mansion. After asking Li Wangyu and the old housekeeper for their opinions, Su Chongqing simply set a monthly salary for Perrin, which was the treatment of a member of the family. The servants in the Tang dynasty were the property of the master. Naturally, they were not like the maids in Dream of the Red Chamber, who had a monthly salary. Generally speaking, the master would take care of the servants' food and accommodation, and reward them according to his mood. Today, Perrin came to the East Market of Chang'an city with all the copper coins she had saved these days, saying that she wanted to buy something. But whether it was a rouge shop or a jewelry shop, the little girl could go in and look around. However, although the little girl had money in her pocket, she just looked around and did not spend money to buy anything. "Perrin, what do you want to buy?" Su Chongqing asked curiously. Perrin blushed and stuck out her tongue at her. "Sister Chongqing, I want to buy a sachet for Langjun." The sachet she was talking about was a hollow metal ball with a pattern of flowers or animals. A metal incense pot was suspended on a balance frame inside, and the outside could be rotated at will. In the Tang dynasty, not only women liked to wear sachets, but men were no exception. Whether hunting, traveling, or playing, they all carried sachets with them. Wherever it went, the fragrance would spread. At that time, men even had the custom of comparing spices with each other, which was called competing in incense. Even the generals of the Tang dynasty used incense. In the Tang poem Young Man's Journey, it was written, "Ping Ming little hunting out of the middle army, exotic fragrance filling sleeves." It was obvious how popular incense was in the Tang dynasty. Su Chongqing was speechless. In her mind, she could not imagine Li Wangyu wearing a sachet around his waist, and the fragrance was overflowing. "Perrin, your Langjun definitely doesn't like to wear that stuff. You'd better not waste your money," Su Chongqing said firmly. Li Wangyu was a standard straight man. In the company of later generations, some male colleagues would wear perfume for men. But on Li Wangyu, the beautiful boss had never smelled any fragrance except for the smell of sweat. He was the representative of smelly men. Really? Langjun used to like it. Perrin was a little confused. Shouldn't wearing sachets be the favorite of men in the Tang dynasty? She remembered that her Langjun used to wear sachets. It's true, it's true. Let's go over there and have a look. I'll treat you to candy, okay? Su Chongqing could not explain to the little girl that her Langjun had been replaced. She could only say perfunctorily and pull Perrin away. When they passed by the door of a shop that specialized in women's ready-made clothes, Perrin looked at the colorful women's clothes in the shop and waved to Su Chongqing. "Sister Chongqing, let's go in and have a look. The clothes here are so beautiful." Su Chongqing naturally would not refuse. She smiled and held Perrin's hand and walked into the shop. But she did not expect to meet a noble person in the shop. Chapter 161. This East City's ready-made clothing store was expensive, so there weren't many customers. Su Chongqing saw two beautiful women who were about the same age as her, so she smiled and nodded to greet them in a friendly manner. The two women also smiled and greeted her. After transmigrating for almost a month, even Su Chongqing could see that these two women obviously had a high status. Their hair was tied up in a bun, their breasts were exposed, and their shoulders were covered with a gauze. They were wearing a short-sleeved shirt, a long skirt, and a belt. One of the women was pregnant, and her belly was already showing. There were maids serving them. Although Su Chongqing didn't know much about history, she still knew a phrase called Tang Dynasty clothing. The Tang Dynasty clothing was the heyday of China's clothing development. Even in later generations, the shadow of the Tang Dynasty clothing could still be seen in East Asian countries. The Tang Dynasty women's clothing was the most wonderful chapter of China's ancient clothing. Their clothes were beautiful and gorgeous, and the decorations were strange and complicated, making it too much for the eyes to take in. Speaking of which, Su Chongqing was secretly shocked by the Tang Dynasty women's clothing, because even in the eyes of later generations, the Tang Dynasty women's clothing was too bold. The light, thin, and transparent fabric, coupled with the bare-chested clothing, which was the low-chested clothing of later generations, and the slow-chested gauze skirt, made Su Chongqing, as a woman, blush when she looked at it. In the Tang Dynasty, where plump breasts were considered to be beautiful, the white patch on the chest of a woman with a bit of status was a cheap sight for many men. Not to mention that there was no such thing as underwear in the Tang Dynasty. With such a low neckline, when these women bent down, the fatal temptation of exposing their bodies was simply too deadly. In the Tang Dynasty, bare-chested clothing was not something that just anyone could wear. Women from ordinary families were not allowed to wear such clothes. Only women with high status could wear such clothes. Just like the two beautiful women in the store at this time, who were wearing bare-chested clothing, revealing their plump and snow-white chests. Obviously, they were of noble status. Su Chongqing didn't want to disturb them, so she led Perrin and whispered about the various clothing in the store. But she accidentally overheard the conversation of the two beautiful women. "Sister, look at this belt. It suits you so well. It does look good, but it's not convenient for me to wear this belt right now." The pregnant woman sighed and said, "I look ugly no matter what I wear now. I don't even dare to let Erlang see me like this." The beautiful boss stole a glance at the pregnant woman and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter immediately alerted the two beautiful women, and they both cast inquisitive gazes over. Su Chongqing hurriedly bowed to them and explained, "Ladies, I'm really sorry. I accidentally overheard your conversation and disturbed you." However, the two beautiful women didn't blame her and just laughed it off. Su Chongqing was a little embarrassed. His laughter just now was indeed a little impolite. He hurriedly said, "My two wives, actually, I know of clothes that are suitable for pregnant women. Would you be interested?" "Oh?" The pregnant woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she hurriedly asked, "Young lady, tell me about it." What Su Chongqing thought of was the maternity clothes of the future. When women in the future were pregnant, they would usually buy maternity clothes that were wide, comfortable, breathable, sweat-absorbent, and easy to wear. And women in the future would pay more attention to the beauty of maternity clothes. Aside from the large waist, the style wasn't inferior to ordinary fashion. Su Chongqing asked the female shop assistant of the ready-made clothing store to bring over a chest-length skirt. He pointed at the waist of the skirt and said, "Actually, this chest-length skirt is the most suitable for pregnant women. You just need to modify the waist a little." The chest-length skirt looked like the Korean clothing of the future. The so-called Korean clothing was passed down to Korea during the Tang dynasty. The chest-length skirt tied the belt high above the chest. This style could achieve a different elegant effect regardless of whether the figure was plump or thin. Furthermore, the chest-length skirt that was modified at the waist was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked dignified and elegant, and the wide skirt perfectly hid the pregnant belly. Whether it was a 6-month pregnant woman or an 8-month pregnant woman, it couldn't be seen after wearing it. It was the best combination for pregnant women. Su Chongqing's words made the two beautiful women quite interested. The female shop assistant on the side was also very tactful and quickly said, "Honorable guests, there are tailors in this small shop. If you need, I can ask them to modify it right away. It can be done in a moment." The two beautiful women smiled and looked at each other. They nodded and asked her to take the chest-length skirt to the back of the shop to modify it. Su Chongqing said with a smile, "Ladies, it's better not to wear silk clothes when you're pregnant. It's better for the fetus to wear cotton clothes." "Oh? Why is that?" the beautiful woman asked. "Because cotton clothes are not irritating to the fetus and the pregnant woman. Moreover, cotton clothes are breathable and comfortable to wear." The beautiful woman immediately called the female shop assistant and asked if there were any cotton clothes. Cotton clothes were not common in the early years of the Tang dynasty. It was just a novelty. It wasn't until the middle of the Tang dynasty that cotton clothes became popular. There was no cotton cultivation in the Tang dynasty. At that time, there was only cotton from Gaochang in the western regions. The 7 indigenous people in Gaochang planted cotton, then spun and weaved cloth before sending it to the interior of the Tang dynasty. Because of its high price, its quality was not as smooth as silk, and it was much more expensive than linen. Therefore, cotton clothes were still a very small luxury at this time. This ready-to-wear shop specialized in making all kinds of women's clothes. They also had chest-length skirts made of cotton. The beautiful woman immediately asked the female shop assistant to modify it. While waiting for the shop to modify the clothes, Su Chongqing talked with the two beautiful women again. He talked about many methods and tricks for pregnant women in the later generations, which greatly interested the two beautiful women. In fact, these were all common sense for women in the later generations. Although the beautiful boss was a virgin, she also had relatives, friends, and classmates who were married and pregnant. Therefore, she also knew a thing or two. The beautiful boss now understood why Li Wangyu often shamelessly plagiarized. She was also the same now. Showing off some common sense of the later generations made the two beautiful women exclaim again and again, giving her a great sense of satisfaction. The two sides chatted happily. Then, the topic changed to the problem of maintaining a pregnant woman's figure. Although women in the Tang dynasty were beautiful with plump bodies did not mean that they were fat. However, it was easy for women to gain weight and lose their shape when they were pregnant. In this regard, the two beautiful women, who were already mothers, were also very distressed. Su Chongqing said, "Ladies, you can try practicing yoga. It is very effective for maintaining your figure." "Yoga? Isn't that a Buddhist technique?" the beautiful woman asked in astonishment. Yoga had been introduced to China as early as the Han dynasty along with Buddhism. It was mainly used as a Buddhist cultivation method. The Chinese transliteration of yoga was also yoga, which first appeared in the Chinese translation of Buddhist scriptures. However, yoga at this time was very different from the yoga of the later generations. Ancient yoga was mainly used for meditation, which was the so-called repair of the soul. However, the modern yoga of the later generations was used to exercise the body. Modern yoga could adjust the body's muscles, bones, and endocrine system to the healthiest state through long-term exercise. In order to maintain her figure, Su Chongqing specially learned yoga exercises and insisted on practicing every day to maintain her good figure. In response to the two beautiful women's questions, Su Chongqing smiled and explained the difference between her yoga and Buddhist yoga. Hearing that yoga could maintain one's figure and make one young, the two beautiful women's eyes lit up. Women loved beauty, and this was the case no matter which dynasty it was. "Young lady, I wonder if it's convenient for you to teach us yoga?" the beautiful woman asked expectantly. Chapter 162. Su Chongqing didn't refuse the two beautiful women's request. She didn't mind getting to know a few more noble women of the Tang dynasty. Since she and Li Wangyu were going to live in the Tang dynasty for a long time, she still needed to expand her network. These two beautiful women, whether it was their conversation or temperament, made Su Chongqing have a good impression of them. Naturally, she was willing to get closer to such beautiful women. However, she was slightly embarrassed. "I can teach you yoga, but I need a convenient place. When practicing yoga, you can't wear too many clothes, otherwise it will affect your physical activity." The two beautiful women were stunned. This was a problem. The pregnant woman asked, "Are you from Chang'an?" Su Chongqing smiled and shook her head. "I'm from Dingzhou village in Hu County. I run a carriage business in the East Market." "Dingzhou village in Hu County?" The beautiful woman smiled and asked, "Do you know Li Wangyu from the Li family in Dingzhou village?" The beautiful woman's words caused Su Chongqing to be stunned as well, and only after a long time did he reply. "Of course I know him. I'm Li Wangyu's cousin." "May I ask how the two of you know my cousin?" Her cousin's words were even vague, but the smile in the pregnant woman's eyes deepened. "I'm Li Xiaolang's elder." "So, you're also my niece." "What? Li Wangyu's elder?" Except for the Li family in Hu County, who had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Li Wangyu's current identity, what other elders did he have? Su Chongqing was confused by the beautiful woman's words. She didn't know how to address these two beautiful women. Niece, let's go. I'll tell you in detail when we go to my house." After learning Su Chongqing's identity, the beautiful woman became very enthusiastic and stepped forward to hold her arm. Su Chongqing was dumbfounded. These two beautiful women didn't look much older than her. The two of them were about 27 or 28 years old. How did he suddenly become the junior of these two beautiful women? It was too late for regrets. She hated Li Wangyu's fabricated identity so much that her teeth itched. "Damned Li Wangyu, why couldn't you have made up an identity?" Su Chongqing still didn't want to acknowledge this relative, but he was pulled out of the house by two enthusiastic beautiful women. He didn't even bother to take the dress that he had asked the shop to modify. A simple-looking two-wheeled carriage was parked at the entrance of the clothing store. Su Chongqing was forced by the two beautiful women's warm invitation and had no choice but to follow them onto the carriage. Perrin was also invited by the beautiful woman's maid to get on the horse at the back of the carriage and follow the carriage all the way. The little girl also didn't know what was going on. Since when did his Langjun have any elders? Perrin, who grew up in the Li family, knew very well about Li Wangyu's relatives. She had never heard of any elders or relatives in Chang'an City. However, the two beautiful women didn't seem to be bad people. Perrin could only suppress the suspicion in her heart and follow the carriage all the way. After the carriage drove out of the East Market, Perrin found that there were many strong men on horseback in front and behind the carriage. They were guarding the carriage with solemn faces, which made her even more surprised. It was obvious that the two beautiful women's family power couldn't be underestimated since they had so many troops. Inside the carriage, Su Chongqing had been carefully inquiring about who exactly the two beautiful women were. However, the two beautiful women just smiled and didn't say anything. They only told her that she would know when she arrived at the mansion. Perrin, who was riding behind the carriage, was horrified to find that after the carriage left the East Market, it went all the way north and then turned in the direction of the Imperial City. Finally, the carriage drove straight to the Yanxi Gate on the east side of the Imperial City. From here, the Imperial City was to the south and the Imperial Palace of the Tang Dynasty, Taiji Palace, was to the north. When the carriage passed by the Yanxi Gate, the imperial guards guarding the gate of the imperial city didn't stop them for inspection. Instead, they all bowed and saluted. Even if the little girl Perrin was slow, at this moment, she realized that the two beautiful women were nobles in the imperial palace. This discovery frightened Pei Lan to the point that her entire body trembled. She rode on horseback in a daze and followed the carriage into the Taiji palace. Su Chongqing didn't know where the carriage went like Perrin. She didn't know the way, nor did she know the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty. However, when the two-wheeled carriage stopped, she and the two beautiful women were helped out of the carriage by the maidservants. She was still shocked by the buildings in front of her. Even in the future, she had visited the magnificent palace complex in the Forbidden City, but she was still shocked by the Taiji palace in front of her. The continuous imperial city and the imperial palace was majestic, gorgeous, solemn, and had strict security. It had an irreplaceable sense of oppression. In the magnificent era of the Tang dynasty, whether it was the 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue or the palace complex in front of her, they were all so magnificent. The palace complex in front of Taiji Palace was 40 feet above the ground, with its back against the blue sky. It was tall and majestic, and it was breathtaking. On both sides of the stairs leading to the main hall were blue stone handrails. The handrails on the upper level were engraved with the image of a swordsman's head, while the middle and lower levels were engraved with the image of a lotus flower. Su Chongqing was stunned. A group of palace maids bowed to the two beautiful women beside her and saluted, "Welcome back to the imperial palace, Your Highness." "Welcome back to the imperial palace." "Empress? Imperial concubine?" The beautiful superior was completely dumbfounded. Her body was stiff, and she didn't know whether she should bow like those palace maids at this time. She actually saw the living Empress Zhongsun. She didn't look like the Empress Zhongsun she had seen in the TV series, but she looked more graceful and luxurious, with a myriad of manners. Perrin had already rolled off the back of the horse. She anxiously bowed and didn't dare to raise her head for a long time. The two beautiful women in Su Chongqing's eyes were Empress Zhongsun, who was 5 or 6 months pregnant, and one of the 4 concubines of Pai Lupi, Concubine Yang. Concubine Yang's identity was also very noble. Her father was Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. She was a princess of the royal family and was born as an emperor. After Sui dynasty was subjugated by Tang Xing and replaced the Sui dynasty, Concubine Yang married Pai Lupi and gave birth to the 3rd Prince Li Gu and the 6th Prince Li Gu. Because of the special background of Concubine Yang, she didn't want to fight for power. Among the concubines in Pai Lupi's harem, she had a very harmonious relationship with Empress Zhongsun. Today, because Empress Zhongsun felt depressed in the imperial palace, and because she was pregnant, she took Concubine Yang out of the imperial palace and went to the East Market to relax. Even the Honorable Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang had a strong interest in things like shopping. Although the two women were already the mothers of several princes and princesses, and Empress Zhongsun was the mother of the world and the ruler of the imperial harem, in the end, she was only a young woman in her 20s. As the most powerful and open country in history, the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty didn't have the same strict restrictions on the imperial harem in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Not only could the imperial harem leave the imperial harem, but even the concubines didn't live in the imperial palace and built their own mansion outside. Compared to the imperial harem in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was simply a heaven-like existence. Therefore, it wasn't very surprising that Su Chongqing would encounter Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang in the East Market today. Su Chongqing understood a little bit why Zhongsun and Concubine Yang said that they were her elders. Li Wangyu was born in the imperial family and hadn't left the imperial harem. Weren't Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang her and Li Wangyu's elders? My life. I'm afraid that my fake cousin will be exposed. Chapter 163. While the beautiful boss was feeling uneasy, she didn't notice that Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang were both smiling. She didn't know that ever since Li Wangyu did a series of things, the Li family had entered Pai Lupi's sight. The 100 Horsemen Department, the secret service of the imperial family, had already secretly investigated Li Wangyu and reported all of his recent activities to Pai Lupi. Su Chongqing, this woman who suddenly appeared in the Li family, even the 100 Horsemen Department couldn't find out her origin. She was very mysterious. The 100 Horsemen Department even found those servants who were released by Li Wangyu, but they only found out that this woman appeared out of nowhere in the Li family's residence a month ago. As for where she came from and where she came from, the 100 Horsemen Department didn't know. It was as if this woman suddenly fell from the sky. The 100 Horsemen Department didn't know that Su Chongqing really did fall from the sky, but she fell into Li Wangyu's bathtub. If they wanted to find out her origin and where she came from, the 100 Horsemen Department would have to travel 1,300 years and go to the police station in the future. The Li family announced to the public that this woman named Su Chongqing was Li Wangyu's cousin, but no one believed this. However, the 100 Horsemen Department's report clearly stated that this woman was very smart and capable, and that she had feelings for Li Xiaolang. Not only did Pai Lupi read the 100 Horsemen Department's report, but Pai Lupi also showed it to Empress Zhongsun for a look. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun didn't care about Su Chongqing's origin. A woman wasn't in the eyes of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She was just Li Xiaolang's concubine, although she was a bit older. However, because Empress Zhongsun had a good impression of Li Xiaolang and met Su Chongqing today, she admired Su Chongqing very much after talking with her. The more Empress Zhongsun looked at her, the more she liked her. In addition, the yoga that Su Chongqing mentioned made her and concubine Yang very curious, so they simply brought Su Chongqing back to Taiji Palace and revealed her identity. The so-called niece was just a joke between Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang and Su Chongqing. Empress Zhongsun smiled and invited Su Chongqing to follow her into Lijun Hall, which was Empress Zhongsun's bedroom. Lijun was the main hall of the second courtyard. In the courtyard was the imperial palace's palace, the palace's palace. Li STSS books always, strictly speaking, this place was not part of the harem, but Empress Zhongsun lived here in order to accompany Pai Lupi. Only the Tang dynasty had this kind of tolerance. Other dynasties hated that they couldn't lock the harem's empress and concubines behind the palace walls, not to mention that they could go out of the palace to play from time to time. Perrin was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly and didn't dare to enter the palace. Su Chongqing simply let her stay outside the hall. Although Su Chongqing respected Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang, because she came from the modern era, she didn't have much respect for imperial power. After all, except for a few countries in the modern era, in most countries with monarchs, the monarch was just a decoration. Therefore, even when facing the empress and the harem's imperial concubines, Su Chongqing was relaxed and didn't have much uneasiness or nervousness. She asked the palace maids to bring her 3 soft mats and put a towel on them to act as yoga mats. Yoga mats were necessary to practice yoga. Firstly, it was to prevent slippage and protect the safety of the trainer. Secondly, it was to protect the knees and spine. Su Chongqing also asked the palace maids to bring them close-fitting clothes. Women in the Tang dynasty often wore short skirts, which couldn't be used for exercise. Fortunately, women in the Tang dynasty also liked to wear hu clothes, which were narrow sleeves and tight, with separate clothes and pants, which could barely be used for yoga exercise. After telling the palace maids to close the door, Su Chongqing began to teach Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang the method of yoga exercise. 2 hours later, the door of Li Main Hall slowly opened. Su Chongqing, Empress Zhongsun, and concubine Yang all came out with fragrant sweat. Empress Zhongsun asked the palace maids to bring snacks and food. The 3 of them sat in the side hall to rest and chat. Niece Chongqing, your yoga is really magical. I feel much more relaxed after exercise. Empress Zhongsun said while stroking her slightly bulging belly. Concubine Yang also smiled and nodded. Indeed, Chongqing's yoga is really effective. I also feel much more energetic. Your Highness, Imperial Concubine, yoga requires long-term exercise. Today is just the beginning. If you want it to be effective, you must persist in practicing every day. Su Chongqing said. Empress Zhongsun said, that's good. Niece Chongqing, if it's convenient for you, you can come to the palace every day to teach us. Is that okay? Su Chongqing hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. She naturally wouldn't refuse to have a good relationship with the royal family of the Tang dynasty. Empress Zhongsun took a jade pendant from her body and handed it to her. This is my jade pendant. You can keep it well. With this jade pendant, you can enter and leave the palace at any time. Su Chongqing didn't refuse. She thanked Empress Zhongsun and took the jade pendant. The front of the jade pendant was carved with a phoenix that symbolized the status of the empress, and the back was carved with 8 characters. Ding has fire virtue, he is a phoenix. Su Chongqing didn't know seal script or history, so she naturally didn't know that these 8 characters were taken from the ancient legend of the emperor. Ren has water virtue, he is a dragon. Ding has fire virtue, he is a phoenix. Therefore, the emperor was a combination of dragon and phoenix, incomparably noble. Ding is a phoenix and calls herself the empress. This jade pendant wasn't just a certificate to enter and leave the palace, but also represented the status of Empress Zhongsun. In a sense, it was like the imperial sword and the golden token arrow made up in the TV series of later generations. It was like the emperor himself. Although she couldn't use the jade pendant to do whatever she wanted or order the court officials, it was enough to avoid a lot of trouble when necessary. This jade pendant represented that the holder had a close relationship with Empress Zhongsun. At least no one in Chang'an would be blind enough to offend the holder of the empress's jade pendant. The reason why Empress Zhongsun gave the jade pendant that represented her status. She gave it to Su Chongqing to give Li Wangyu a backer. She had long known about the filthy things that the Li clan of Hu County had done before. Empress Zhongsun wanted nothing more than to have Pai Lupi remove all of them from the imperial family. They had simply lost all of the imperial family's face. Li Wangyu was now showing more and more ability, so Empress Zhongsun's impression of him was getting better and better. That was why she gave Su Chongqing such a jade pendant. She hoped that Li Xiaolang could use this jade pendant to dispel some people's distracting thoughts if he encountered a similar situation again. Su Chongqing naturally wouldn't think so much. He simply thought that this jade pendant was a certificate similar to a pass, so he didn't think much and put it away. While the 3 people were chatting by the table, Yang Fei suddenly looked at Su Chongqing's clothes and sighed. Chongqing, it's really been hard on you. Li Xiaolang actually let you wear Huanzhua clothes. Su Chongqing was stunned. What did this mean? Wear Huanzhua clothes? Huanzhua referred to clothes that had been washed many times. Who didn't wash clothes? Why did it become him suffering? While she was still confused, she saw Yang Fei turn to Empress Zhongsun and say, "Sister, Li Xiaolang is very pitiful." This made the beautiful superior even more confused. What was Li Wangyu pitiful about? Chapter 164. Su Chongqing didn't understand. Concubine Yang meant that Li Xiaolang was so poor that even his woman was still wearing washed old clothes. Yes, in the eyes of Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang, wearing washed clothes was too shabby. Su Chongqing's impression of the Tang dynasty and Empress Zhongsun came from a TV series he watched in modern times, The Rule of Zhengguan. In the TV series, Empress Zhongsun was thrifty, righteous, and a motherly model. She once made her beautiful superior cry. In the TV series, Empress Zhongsun even wore patched clothes. In history, Empress Zhongsun and Empress Ma of Zhu Yuanzhang were known for being thrifty, but the difference between the two was too big. Empress Ma was only born in an ordinary family. Her family was even increasingly poor. It could be said that she was born in a bitter family. Therefore, in history, the only imperial concubine who was thrifty enough to wear ragged clothes was Empress Ma. Empress Jiangsun was born in the imperial family of Northern Wei. As the imperial family, the Jiangsun family produced many capable people from Northern Wei to Sui dynasty. It could be said that the family has mountains and rivers. Therefore, Empress Jiangsun's thrifty was just not extravagant and wasteful. In the old Tang book, it was recorded that Empress Jiangsun was very thrifty. She only gave what she wore. Translated into the vernacular, it meant that Empress Jiangsun was a very thrifty person. She only asked that the clothes and jewelry she wore and the carriages and horses she used were enough. The so-called enough was not to change the old jewelry and then reuse it, nor was it to reduce the grade of the carriages and horses. It was just that the overall quantity was not excessive. That was all. In the Tang dynasty, including the nobles, they absolutely did not wear washed old clothes. In other words, they would throw away the clothes if they were dirty. Empress Jiangsun, who was known for being thrifty, was also like this. The so-called thrifty was 3 years of new clothes, 3 years of old clothes, and 3 years of sewing and patching. That was a plot purely imagined by the scriptwriter. In history, wearing washed clothes was the model of being thrifty and would be recorded and praised in the history books. For example, in the Book of Sui, Food Records, it was recorded that the emperor bowed and walked frugally, while the 6 palaces wore salty clothes. This was similar to modern luxury clothing in the future. There was once news that high-end clothing was deformed after being dry-cleaned. The answer the company received was, "We didn't consider the issue of cleaning when designing this clothing." The level of extravagance in both ancient and modern times was comparable. It was precisely because of this that Yang Fei would look at Su Chongqing's clothes and say those words. Empress Jiangsun agreed with Yang Fei's words. She lovingly looked at Su Chongqing and felt that Li Jiaxiaolang treated his woman too harshly. By the time Su Chongqing understood the meaning of the Empress and Gui Fei's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did the royal family and nobles of the Tang dynasty have some misunderstanding about the concept of being thrifty? However, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind, and her expression immediately became miserable. He had to admit that women were born actresses. His beautiful superior's expression at this moment was very much like a young lady who was poor and had been wronged. The only thing missing was a weeping beauty. "Your Highness, Gui Fei Nyang, you may not know, but Wang Yu is currently carrying a debt of nearly 3 million yuan. If he doesn't have the money to pay off the debt by the end of the year, I'm afraid he will be sued and beaten. It's a pity that his parents are dead and he is being humiliated. He almost couldn't even keep his lord's grave. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to wear new clothes?" Her words weren't false. Empress Jiangsun also knew the situation and felt that Li Jiaxiaolang wasn't easy. Empress Jiangsun said, "That child has suffered. Why don't I help him pay off the debt?" Su Chongqing hurriedly said, "No, Your Highness, Wang Yu is stubborn and definitely won't accept charity." That day, Yu Shernan's secret supervisor also wanted to pay off the debt for him, but he refused. Empress Jiangsun sighed, Then what should we do?" Su Chongqing suddenly smiled and asked, "Your Highness, I have an idea. It can benefit the imperial family and also help my Li family get out of trouble. I don't know if Your Highness is interested." "Oh? There's such a good thing? Let's hear it." Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang were very curious. Su Chongqing told them all about the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company and analyzed the profits in detail for Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang, as well as the current financial problems the carriage company was facing. Due to the lack of sufficient funds, the four-wheeled carriage company's development was very slow, and the market demand was abnormally large. In fact, this wasn't a whim of the beautiful superior. Originally, she had discussed with Li Wangyu whether or not to pull Cheng Chumo and the other dandy families into the company. The four-wheeled carriage company was really too big a cake. It was so big that the Li family and Dingzhou village couldn't eat it all. If they weren't careful, they might even choke to death. This wasn't an alarmist talk, but the seemingly inconspicuous four-wheeled carriage transportation business actually had too much profit in it. Li Wangyu only relied on Fang Xianling and the Imperial Edict of Chang and City's special franchise. It was difficult to resist the greedy eyes of the aristocratic families. According to Su Chongqing and Li Wangyu's analysis, to meet the needs of many merchants in Chang and City, at least 1,000 four-wheeled carriages were needed. Even if the average daily profit of a carriage was the same copper coins, the Shun Feng Express might make a profit of 1,000 strings of coins a day in the future. Millions of coins, but only a day's profit. It could be imagined how big this cake would be. Before she and Li Wangyu discussed how to invite the dandy families to invest in the carriage company, she unexpectedly met Empress Zhongsun today. If they wanted to choose a partner, was there anyone more suitable than the imperial family in the world? No matter how greedy the aristocratic families were, they didn't dare to extend their claws to the imperial property. And once the imperial family invested in the Shun Feng Express, not only could they solve the initial capital needs of the development of the carriage company, but they could also find a group of managers from the imperial family who could write and calculate. Why not? Su Chongqing believed that Empress Zhongsun would not refuse her proposal, which was a win-win choice. Sure enough, after she explained the key points, Empress Zhongsun didn't hesitate to decide to cooperate. Empress Zhongsun was not only the master of the harem, but also all the imperial property was under her jurisdiction. She could decide the cooperation with the Li family in one word. This empress will offer 800 horses and 5,000 strings of copper coins. Niece, how much can you give this empress? Empress Zhongsun looked at Su Chongqing with interest, wanting to see how she would answer. Su Chongqing didn't hesitate at all and directly replied, Your Highness, the imperial family will take 50% of the carriage company, the Li family will take 30%, and the villagers will take 20%. What do you think? Okay. Empress Zhongsun nodded with satisfaction and was very satisfied with Su Chongqing's proposal. But I have two conditions, and I hope Your Highness can agree. Before Empress Zhongsun spoke, Su Chongqing quickly said her conditions. I hope that the Shun Feng Express will still be managed by me, and the imperial family will send accountants and managers to supervise. Is that okay? Okay. Empress Zhongsun nodded again. She didn't want to take this property away from the Li family, which was not her original intention. Su Chongqing couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that he would get such a big backer for his family when he accompanied the little girl to stroll in the street today.